This boy is only 13 years old. He already trains with weights on his body just like Rock Lee. This is because he does not belong to the direct family lineage, so he must stand out. His physique, even at this age, is already monstrous. Because he is from the secondary lineage, he does not even have the right to a real sword. Even so, the boy has absurd strength and precision while training with a wooden sword. Even his own father is afraid of him. The boy's physique is way too ridiculous for his age. He even thinks he would not be able to trade barehanded punches against that boy. And what the man fears the most is his fierce gaze and coldness. Even when he lost his mother at a young age, he did not even grieve or cry. The boy also keeps saying that they should go after the blacksmith, who creates the training dolls, and bring him there to beat him up because of his incompetence. On the first day he was sent to the main family's castle, he already impressed even the maid with his speed. He got into trouble with the most annoying guy there, and even made that guy's sister fall in love with him. In the end, he took off the weights to the sound of Linkin Park and made the boy spit out yesterday's lunch, leaving afterward, after farming a lot of aura. This is Eugene Lionheart, one of the children from the secondary lineage of the Lionheart family. Unfortunately, here the patriarch only cares about talented children with a good lineage, but Eugene will achieve so many feats that even the patriarch will be impressed and give privileges to Eugene's father. But do you know why this child is so focused? Why does he have the mindset of an adult and train as if he wants revenge on someone? This is because in his past life, at Helmuth Castle, Vermouth and his 4 companions, Sienna Mardine, Anise Slywood, Malin Ruhr, the Brave One, and Hamel, the fool who became our main character, were fighting another demon king. By then, they had already beaten 3 of the 5. But when they went after the 4th, Hamel, who saw Vermouth as his rival, gave up his life to save his friends from a trap. With his last breath, Hamel says goodbye and asks Vermouth to finish off the final 2 demon kings, and Vermouth does. With no time left, Hamel confesses his love to Sienna and dies. At least that's how it seemed. 300 years later, after his old companions tried to kill the last 2 demon kings, he is born again. This time he reincarnates as Eugene Lionheart, a descendant of the hero Vermouth. He was one of many descendants of Vermouth, and his branch family ranked below the main line. Because of that, he wasn't allowed to train with real swords or use mana. Even so, his talent with a blade kept growing fast. Whenever he trained, his father could only stare in shock. For a 13-year-old, Eugene's body was far beyond normal. He was building himself up for the lineage ceremony, the Lionheart tradition where kids from age 10 to 15 gather and fight for the right to truly be called Lionheart. Still, the branch family had a big disadvantage against the main line. The direct descendants could use real swords and mana. His father felt small knowing his gifted son had to face that. So he begged Eugene to skip the ceremony, warning him he could never beat the direct line. The protagonist, of course, only wanted to crush every one of them. On the way to the ceremony grounds, he thought back to his past life. As Hamel Dinas, Death Knight, he had always learned hard things easily, yet his friends still outshined him. That memory led to one question: why were the Demon Kings still alive? Noticing his mood, the butler starts telling him about life in the main house. Once they arrive at the Lionheart estate, Eugene is shown to his room, and there he meets his temporary maid Nina. MC asks her how old she is, and Nina says she's 16. He suspects the Lionhearts gave him an untrained maid on purpose, hoping he'd act out. From Nina, he also learns the other relatives will arrive in 4 days. The rest of the family would show up 4 days later. He tells her to take him to the training grounds, and while Eugene practices, some cousins who heard he had arrived decide to mess with him. At the training yard, he starts with warm-ups, leaving Nina stunned. Even with weighted bags on his body, he moves insanely fast. Karen gets curious and asks what this country kid is doing, so Eugene calls him an idiot for not seeing he's training. Karen then orders him to clean the carriage, saying that's all a bumpkin is good for. When the protagonist ignores him, Karen gets mad and demands a duel. Eugene wants no trouble, so he simply tells him to leave. Karen keeps pushing, calling him scared. That strikes a nerve in MC. Karen keeps talking, even insulting Eugene's parents for not teaching him honor. That finally makes him snap, and he completely embarrasses Karen. The moment Karen dropped the handkerchief, the fight was already over. CL is stunned that her brother loses without landing even one hit on Eugene, and she claims he must have used mana. The protagonist calmly says he didn't cheat at all. Then Kian's butler shows up. After Eugene explains why the duel happened, the siblings leave. MC, meanwhile, looks forward to the lineage ceremony so he can shame the descendants of his old rival. After hearing Hezar's report, Ancilla Lionheart, the second wife of the main family, is upset that her son lost to someone from a branch line. She questions her daughter CL to learn more about Eugene. Once she understands what happened, Ancilla tells her to watch the boy closely, and CL agrees. She's already getting curious about him. The next day, 3 more branch family members arrive for the ceremony. While he is training, Nina tells him the patriarch is coming. He has no time to change, so he greets him in training clothes. For the first time, Eugene sees the whole direct lineage. The patriarch arrives and greets everyone, including his eldest son, who speaks to him with obvious fear and insecurity. After meeting the relatives, the patriarch gathers all the children at a banquet to explain the lineage ceremony. At the banquet, Gargith Lionheart and Desra Lionheart show up, the last 2 branch family members who were missing. They aren't alone either. A special guest joins the feast, and when CL asks her father who it is, the The whole room is shocked to hear the answer. Lavelian Sophis, master of the Red Tower of Magic. Eugene is stunned by that name because of his connection to Sienna, his old friend and the youngest tower master of her time. His shocked reaction catches the patriarch's eye, since he already knows about the duel with his son. He can tell Eugene is strong and is disappointed. Kian still hasn't properly apologized. When Kian's apology comes off half-hearted, the protagonist gets annoyed but lets it go. The patriarch grows curious about the boy's skill, since he won in one strike without using mana, so he asks if Eugene learned from his father, and both he and the others are shocked by the answer. MC says his father only taught him the basics, and everything else he learned by himself. The patriarch is impressed, then calls for the meal to begin. After dinner, they finally hear the details of the ceremony. The Red Tower Master created a maze filled with monsters, and to pass they must defeat the boss at the center. The maze is an illusion, so the damage won't be fully real. That means they won't come out badly injured. After hearing the rules, Eugene asks what the winner gets. When he learns the victor may choose any treasure from the family, he gets even more fired up. Later, Gargith and Desra stop him and ask if he really beat Kian. He says yes and walks off. While training again, he gets interrupted by his cousins, but this time Gargith steps up first. He flexes and jokes that Eugene should take steroids if he wants a body like his. The protagonist ignores the idiot. Desra, though, asks why he uses a sword when he beat Kian with a spear. Eugene says he can handle any weapon. She doesn't buy it and challenges him. Sure, he's bluffing and insulting spear fighting. With Gargith acting as judge, the duel starts. Desra is shocked that MC's stance has no openings. As she attacks, he mostly stays on defense through the whole match. While watching her, he realizes she has huge talent, but she still can't beat him. When she changes her pattern to catch him off guard, she falls into his trap, and Eugene wins without even needing a counterattack. After that, Gargith and Desra ask the protagonist to team up against the main family, something that had never happened before. Gargith says they need to work together, because the main line will surely do the same to reach the boss first. Eugene says he can clear it alone, but since branch members have never beaten the direct line, Desra keeps pushing for an alliance. Later, back at the main house, Ancilla starts thinking about why the Red Tower Master was invited. Maybe he came to take Edward as his disciple. From childhood, Edward liked books more than physical training, and he had always shown interest in magic. If he becomes the Red Tower Master's student, he'll have to leave the main house for a while. Kian and Seal would keep growing here, and that would mean Edward had given up his place as heir. Then her own son would stay known forever as the child of the second wife. She had endured all this because she believed she still had a chance, but now even a branch family child had beaten them. Then she thinks of another possibility. If Eugene clears the maze first, and his talent humiliates the entire direct line, Kiet's loss could be buried under that bigger shame. 3 days later, the lineage ceremony finally begins. Magic is formed and sent to every participant. Each one receives a piece of light, and Lovelian tells them to shape it into a weapon. Everyone tries at once, and soon Scylla's the first to forge a blade from it. After swinging it a little, she asks what happens if it breaks. Lovelian says it won't, since it's made of magic just like the maze. She quickly asks if she can make an animal instead of a sword, but he says only lifeless things can be created. That makes one of the boys ask why, and Lovelian explains that creating life is a sacred power only living beings can hold. The boy is amazed by the answer. Then Gargith shows up carrying a huge sword. Without being asked, he proudly says it's the same sword he uses at home, and he's surprised he could copy it here. Desra makes a spear instead, and Eugene creates a sword. Edward makes one too, but looks downcast. Soon everyone is ready for the maze, and MC is the only one carrying both a sword and shield. All asks him what he'll do if they meet inside the maze. Will he fight her too? That makes Eugene ask whether fighting each other is allowed, and the patriarch says yes. Still, he reminds them that good judgment and teamwork matter too, because they are family sharing Lionheart blood. At the word family, Ciel blushes and smiles a little. The protagonist notices and finds it weird. After that, everyone is given the same necklace. This necklace would be connected to each person's mind. If the maze puts too much strain on them, the necklace will respond and step in. It's just a safety device. He also says they can call for help by grabbing the necklace and shouting for help. With the rules explained, it was time to begin. Even though they all enter from the same point, they'll be separated inside. The girl wishes Eugene luck, and he does the same. After stepping through the portal, he ends up in a dark room. One quick swing tells him the space is cramped. Anyone using a long weapon would have a rough time here. That's one reason he picked a sword and shield, even if they're basic, so he starts the test right away. Others were already struggling and began using their necklaces. The moment they did, they were pulled out of the maze. In just 1 hour, 3 people had already failed. The patriarch looked disappointed and coldly told them to go rest. Inside a tent, the adults watched all the participants through magic. The patriarch was especially focused. Garjan seemed to be struggling with his huge sword, but his strength made up for it, and he crushed every monster around him. Desaria used speed to stay in control and avoid fights she didn't need. Cannon moved carefully, dodging trap after trap, so they praised him. What they didn't know was that his mother had given him a map the night before. Chao relied on her instincts and moved fast, but she still lacked maturity and could act childish. Iodo, on the other hand, looked scared, even of a single goblin in front of him. Then his fear turned into wonder when he realized it was made with magic. He was talented too. Lobarian noticed how drawn he was to magic, and the patriarch says the boy has loved it since he was a baby. They even brought a teacher from the capital, but Isekai quit halfway through. Hearing that, Lobarian asks why he stopped, and the patriarch says he accepted his reality. Isekai thinks becoming the next family head is his duty. Still, the patriarch wanted Isekai to walk the path of magic. If that passion is still there, he wouldn't turn down the chance to study under the master of the Red Tower. The Tower Master says he can't promise anything, but he can at least meet the boy. If his talent isn't enough though, he can't become a disciple. The patriarch says he understands and only wants the boy to follow his dream. He admits Iroh always admired Sienna more than even Vermouth. The Tower Master agrees. Then the patriarch says he's different from most people because he doesn't see his favorite hero as Sienna or even Vermouth. Curious, Lobarian asks who it is. The patriarch is about to answer, but then points out one of the magic creatures and tells the Tower Master to look there. It was Eugene. He was taking on the monster head-on. When another one rushed in, MC dodged with ease and cut it from every angle, amazing everyone watching. Even the patriarch stared in shock. The Tower Master asks who that boy is. After the troll finally drops, the patriarch says that's Eugene Lionheart. The Tower Master is left speechless. The patriarch was amazed that he was only 13, and even without ever fighting a troll before, he stayed calm and never froze. The Tower Master explains that troll wasn't made for battle. It was more of a trap meant to test whether they could find a way to escape. He even made it bigger than normal, just to scare them. The patriarch says that's pure natural talent. The Tower Master asks if he knows what people like that are called, and the patriarch says they are true geniuses. At the same time, Garjun was also fighting a troll, and at first he was losing ground. Even so, he faced it head-on. He charged straight at the monster and chopped off its leg, bringing it down. He was wild from the fight. By the time the troll dissolved and he collapsed, he had won. But his body was wrecked and his muscles were torn. Part of that was because he had already been hit by several traps along the way, and in the end he dropped to the ground. Later, Kion studies a troll's back with a stone in his hand. He realizes a monster that big shouldn't be there, and that beating it wasn't the point. So he tosses a stone aside, making the troll look toward the wall, then dashes past it. It was a smart move. Not long after, he meets Chow and figures out they must be near the maze's center. He starts bragging that if she stays with him, they won't get lost. It's obvious he still resents Eugene for embarrassing him in front of her. Then she suddenly starts talking about how, since the maze is an illusion, it could have any kind of monster in it, even ghosts. That rattles him a little, but trying to look dependable, he asks if she's scared of ghosts. He's just about to tell her not to worry about something so silly when a bloody face suddenly appears. He screams in terror, and the other person screams just as loudly. Realizing it's Desire, he asks why she tried to scare him. She snaps back that his scream scared her even more, because it came out of nowhere. She says she meant to find them, but things went wrong, so she turns and runs away. Chow warns that she's trying to get away, and Kian, wanting to look good in front of her, says they have to chase her. The two of them take off after Desire at full speed. Desire thinks she's only running because she can't beat two people alone, and she needs to find Garjin fast. Then she triggers another trap, but thanks to her amazing speed, she slips past it and keeps going. Kian notices the trap and thinks about turning back, but once he realizes Chow is right behind him, he knows he has no choice. He gathers himself, leaps over the trap with everything he has, and barely makes it across. Reaching out, he tells Chow to jump too. She does, and doesn't even need his help. After a long chase, they finally arrive at the boss room. The boss is massive. Then Eugene, already behind them, asks why the three of them came here together. Kian turns and asks what he's doing there. The protagonist says he was waiting. He wanted to see who would reach the boss room first. That catches all of them off guard. Chow points out that he actually got there first, and she's right. Desire guesses that if he waited this long, maybe he accepted her offer from last night. Eugene says not exactly, but he's willing to let her take the spotlight. He says he could beat the boss by himself in no time, but then all their hard work getting here would be wasted. Chow gets angry. MC explains that the boss won't attack unless someone gets close enough, and right now it's resting. So in the order they arrived after him, they'll each fight the boss first. Desire, then Chow, then Kain. Kain asks who he thinks he is. Desire looks uneasy and asks if they really have to fight alone. Eugene just mocks her, saying she spent the whole time wandering around, and if she thinks she can't win, she should just quit. Pulling out a handkerchief, she says she won't. She ties it around her head and starts walking toward the boss. Kamian asks if he isn't going to fight. He says he will, after they're done. Kamian says the protagonist won't get a turn because he's going to beat the boss himself. MC replies that if Kamian really does it, he'll call him Big Brother for the rest of his life. Kamian instantly turns red, then happily tells him not to take those words back. Once Desire gets close, the boss opens its eyes and stands. She's terrified, but after coming this far, she can't back down and charges in. She avoids the monster's first stomp and tries to stab through its hide, but can't. The moment she realizes its skin is too tough, the boss grabs her. She thinks she's dead, but instead it throws her away, and she lands near the others. Chow asks Eugene why it tossed her aside instead of killing her, and he says the creature isn't real, it's made of magic, so once it caught her, that counted as a loss. Kan stands with a smile. He says he'll prove the main family is on a whole different level from the collateral line. That makes him grin. Kan starts drawing power again, pouring it into his sword. Mana spreads over the whole blade. Desire realizes it's a mana blade, something that can cut through anything, and normally it takes at least 10 years of mana training to use. Only then does she truly see the gap between the main family and the collateral branch. Eugene, though, doesn't think that's a bad move. Kan says that even if he can only hold it for a short time, it's enough to beat the boss. But then the mana vanishes from the sword. Kan can't understand it, while Eugene quickly remembers the Patriarch saying he wanted to test them without letting the main family's advantage affect the results. So the Tower Master probably blocked mana attacks in the maze's center. That means both sides are now equal. Kyan still doesn't get what's happening, so the protagonist asks if he thinks he's going to lose. If so, he should just admit he wants to give up and go back instead of getting beaten for being stubborn. The girl looked thrilled as she watched. Kyan charged the boss, and the monster came straight at him. He slipped past it and sliced along its arm. Then he dodged a few more attacks and struck back. But he quickly realized those small hits wouldn't take the boss down. So he rushed in with everything he had and aimed for its legs. But the boss was clever enough to stop him with its knee. Kami was caught off guard by that, and the boss grabbed him and slammed him down. Then it hurled him away with all its strength. He landed on his feet, but Eugene told him that still counted as a loss. Kami was furious, but he couldn't argue. Then MG said it was her turn, but she refused. Without a sword in the center of the maze, she had no reason to fight. That caught him off guard. He said she was smarter than his own brother. After that, he walked to the wall, picked up his shield, and headed for the boss like it was nothing. She asked if he could beat it, and he said he didn't know if he could win, only that he couldn't imagine losing to this thing. As he calmly approached the boss, he started thinking about how to beat it. The creature attacked from the front, and Eugene instantly climbed up its arm. The boss tried to catch him with its other hand, but he was already standing on its head. He tried to strike by instinct, but ended up smashing himself in the face. The boss roared in pain. While it was stunned, Eugene slashed it over and over from every angle. Everyone was shocked by what they were seeing. Desire noticed he was aiming for the monster's carotid artery. Then he charged forward and drove his sword into the monster's throat, and the boss crashed to the ground. Without any hurry, he wiped off his sword and asked if they all saw that. Kian instantly went stiff. Eugene said that was an easy win. Kian started saying that if he'd had a sword, he would have won just as easily, but after thinking about it, he understood that even with a sword, it wouldn't have looked that simple in his hands. And what he felt now wasn't only fear. The tension in his chest wouldn't leave, but he couldn't name the feeling until the weapon finally began to fade. The boss disappeared from the room too. The ceremony was over. Outside, everyone was impressed. The Patriarch just laughed to himself. He couldn't understand how a child from the collateral line, one who never trained mana, could crush a Minotaur like that. The Tower Master admitted it was shocking. A Minotaur was never meant to be fought alone, which was why he kept stressing teamwork for this ceremony. That's exactly why he made the boss that way, to force the children to work together. But Eugene blew past every trap and monster he prepared, to the point that the man started wondering what that boy even was. The Patriarch looked pleased. He said the protagonist had done nothing but train since arriving, and people in his hometown knew it too. He firmly declared that Eugene was born for battle. His body and instincts matched perfectly, and the whole ceremony was worth it just to uncover a treasure like him. That made the Tower Master ask if he really wasn't troubled. Careful not to offend him, he pointed out that MC already outclassed the Patriarch's own children, and if the gap was this wide now, just imagine what would happen once he learned mana. The Patriarch said that was only more reason to celebrate, because he would make the family name shine brighter. Still sweating, the Tower Master asked what would happen if Eugene wanted to become the next heir and head of the Lionheart family. The Patriarch thought for a moment, then said the family should be led by the best one. If his own children couldn't claim that place, then the protagonist had every right to take it. If they were too weak to protect the right they were born with, then they didn't deserve to lead. The Tower Master said that, as an outsider, maybe he had spoken too boldly. Then he released all his magic and gave one last piece of advice, as an old acquaintance. He said the Patriarch should adopt Eugene as his own son. A collateral child had just surpassed the direct line in the bloodline ceremony, and that alone was enough for the collateral families to start looking down on the main branch. That could lead to all kinds of trouble. The Patriarch said he truly appreciated the Tower Master's advice. He even called it tempting, but said they had something else to do first. They needed to congratulate that little monster. After gathering all the children from the maze, the Patriarch looked at one of them. His eyes stopped on Iode, who never even reached the end because he got distracted by the magic and monsters. The Patriarch found that deeply disappointing. The other two, though, did quite well. In his view, they only failed to beat the Minotaur because they lacked experience. He praised everyone's efforts, saying he had watched them through the whole maze and had been surprised. Then he called Eugene forward, saying he stood out the most among the 9 children in the ceremony. MC thanked him, and the Patriarch praised the choices he made against the traps and monsters. He even pointed out that MC beat the troll without getting hurt. The big boy was stunned by that and looked at him, wondering how someone with such a small body could pull it off. He even thought that if Eugene took his family's medicine, he might become even stronger than himself. Levelian admitted he expected everyone to get lost in the maze, but he had clearly underestimated them. After all, these were Vermoth's descendants, rare gems, every one of them. The patriarch told them to rest and said he'd prepare a banquet. Then he asked Levelian to lead the children back. They started heading to the mansion, but the patriarch stopped Eugene and told him to come along. Seal was surprised to see that and quickly asked if he was giving the protagonist the gift now. He said yes. She knew they were going to the underground treasure chamber, a place she had never seen, so all she could do was watch them leave. Later, as they walked through the forest, the patriarch praised Eugene, saying he handled many kinds of weapons well. MC replied that he was being praised too much. The patriarch disagreed. He beat the maze monsters with just a sword and shield, and he had even used a spear against Desaria. Clearly, news reached the family head fast. He went on to say that the weapon that now represents the Lionheart family is the sword. But their ancestor, the great Vermoth, mastered many kinds of weapons and was even called the god of war, the master of all things. And Vermoth wasn't the only one with that kind of skill. His companion Hamel was also a great master, second only to Lord Vermoth. Uncomfortable hearing about his past life, Eugene said the books made Hamel sound stupid. The patriarch laughed and said he had read that too, but if Hamel hadn't been such a troublemaker, the story wouldn't be half as fun. Then he admitted he honestly liked Mr. Hamel more than Mr. Vermoth, which shocked the protagonist and made him ask why. The patriarch said he admired the parts of Hamel that never showed up in the books. Hamel felt inferior to Vermoth countless times, but he never quit. Instead, he kept pushing himself and breaking past his limits, and in the end he gave his life to save his friends. Eugene thought the lessons people passed down in books were way too dramatic, but even so he called out to the patriarch and happily said he liked Mr. Hamel too. That made the patriarch smile as well. Soon they reached their destination. The guards let the patriarch pass at once, and inside the small house, stairs led underground. They headed down, and the patriarch told Eugene he was the first person who wasn't a family had to enter this place. MC quickly asked if he was really allowed in. The patriarch said a promise was a promise, and the elders of the Senate had already agreed. The Senate was made up of the old lions of the Lionheart family, people from collateral lines who had still earned great honor. He asked how valuable the treasures here were. The collection had been built over hundreds of years, and it also included relics left by the great hero Vermoth. That made Eugene ask if the sacred sword was here too, and the patriarch said yes, but he added that the protagonist couldn't choose it, because the sacred sword was the symbol of the Lionheart family and couldn't be handed to just anyone. MC found that a little disappointing, but the patriarch said there was another reason for that. The sacred sword had never recognized anyone else. He told Eugene he'd understand when he saw it. When they reached a door, the patriarch bit his finger and let blood fall onto a pedestal. It reacted to his blood, and the door slowly opened. Once it was fully open, the patriarch said he should go in alone while he waited outside, so he wouldn't affect the boy's choice. The protagonist thanked him for being considerate and stepped inside. When the door shut, he broke into a wide grin. Right in front of him stood the legendary sacred sword, the blade once used by the hero Vermoth. Could this little prodigy really claim that sword? The sacred sword had existed since the earliest days of the Holy Empire of Eurus. People believed it was a blade given by God. For a long time, it was sealed in the central temple, and it recognized only Vermoth as its master. 300 years ago, it was the sword that pierced the demon king of Carnage, one of the 5 greatest beings in the demon kingdom of Helmuth. After that, though, it was only used as a symbolic torch, which was a real waste. But now, could Eugene actually claim it? He grabbed the hilt and smiled even wider, but no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't move it. The sword didn't budge at all. Still, Eugene knew that even if he had pulled it free, he wouldn't be allowed to keep it. So he gave up on that idea and started looking around for a different treasure. After looking around, he finally spots something amazing. Aspel, the sword of gluttony. It can eat the mana of whatever it cuts and make that power its own. It can even slice through strong spells in one hit, but Vermoth could only use it so well, because he was also a top mage. Right now though, that sword is still too much for him. As he keeps searching, he finds more famous weapons. One is the Dragon Lance Carbos. It takes a little time to heat up, but once it does, it can breathe fire like a real dragon. There was also the Stormblade Wyneth, a sword blessed by the Wind King, an elemental spirit. He also finds the Thundering Thunderbow, a bow that fires lightning and can hit no matter how far away the target is. Then there was Jabil, a flying illusion sword. When you pour mana into it, it changes into a whip made of hundreds of blades. And there was the Shield of Geddon, which can shrug off any attack like it was nothing. Every weapon here is incredible, and passing on any of them would feel like a waste. Even so, he still can't find the Lunar Sword or the Demonic Lance. So he figures the best weapons were probably taken long ago. For now, the best choice seems to be Wyneth. Just holding it lets you use wind spirits, and with enough mana, you can even call the Wind King. In this world, even gifted mages struggle to control a weak elemental. With Wyneth in hand, that problem disappears. Still, he decides to check the rest of the vault. It wasn't just full of weapons. There were accessories and gems too, until one item caught his eye. He quickly pulls out a necklace from one of the shelves. To him, this necklace is deeply familiar from his past life. It was the keepsake his parents left behind after monsters killed them. He got revenge long ago, but he still wore this necklace until the day he died. So why is it here? Did Vermouth bring his body back? He starts wondering if his friends didn't leave him behind after all. The promise between Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration brought peace, but Helmuth still stands, and 2 Demon Kings are still alive. The stories now say all 5 heroes defeated the 5 Demon Kings together, but seeing this keepsake here makes him wonder what promise they really made. More than anything, he wants to know what Vermouth was thinking. He even guesses they may have lost their chance because he died before the end. If that's true, then maybe this was all his fault. Still, he doesn't want to blame his friends. There had to be a reason they couldn't finish the Demon King. There are many weapons in this room that he wants, but he can't leave Hamel's keepsake sitting in the Lionheart vault. The Patriarch is surprised by his choice and smiles, saying he likes the necklace. Still, he asks if Eugene is serious, since the vault was filled with priceless treasures. He asks to look at the necklace for a moment. It's just a rough red stone, not precious, not finely made, basically a cheap necklace. So why was it in the treasure room? The Patriarch decides to check. He places the necklace on the pedestal to read its record, and finds out it isn't listed in the vault at all. In other words, it isn't a Lionheart treasure, and shouldn't be there. He explains that the necklace has almost no value. Selling it wouldn't even buy a cheap sword. Then he asks again if MC is sure. MC, clearly pleased, says yes, and the Patriarch tells him that's fine if he really wants it. Still, he'll have Lilbarian inspect it first. Since it's unknown, it might have some spell on it. He asks if he can keep it after the test, and the Patriarch promises he can. He also points out that this doesn't count as choosing a Lionheart treasure, so Eugene should go back in and pick something else. That catches the protagonist off guard, but the Patriarch says the original promise still stands. He can take any real treasure he wants. MC thanks him and runs back into the room. He can hardly believe how generous the man is, especially as Vermouth's descendant. With no reason to hold back now, he chooses the Stormblade Wyneth. Pulling it free, he decides this is the one. By night, he was back at the castle. Desra Lionheart was annoyed, asking why he didn't take a spear when he's so skilled with one. Eugene says the choice was his, and he's also great with a sword. The muscular woman just says the sword looks too light, arguing that with his strength, a hammer or axe would suit him better. She even tries to recruit him into her workout routine, but Eugene turns her down. Desra Lionheart tells him to ignore this musclehead and asks him to draw the blade. Seeing no issue, he does it. He explains that this is the Stormblade Wyneth, a sword blessed by the Wind King's element, and with proper mana training he can call on that power. She admits that's pretty cool, but says she'd still pick a spear. Eugene mentions there were plenty of spears there, which gets her attention. Right away she starts talking about the dragon spear that spits flames like dragon breath with every strike. The protagonist acts like he doesn't know it. Then she brings up the demonic lance Ruins, calling it the strongest weapon in Vermouth's whole arsenal. The bodybuilder jumps in, saying he knows that lance too, and that it was once used by the Demon King of Brutality, which earns him a smack. That mention of the Demon King of Brutality stirs up old memories for Eugene. 300 years ago, the kingdom of Helmuth had 5 Demon Kings. First was the Demon King of Apocalypse. Second was the Demon King of Incarceration. Third was the Demon King of Delirium. Fourth was the Demon King of Brutality. And fifth was the Demon King of Massacre. Then the bodybuilder says she's wrong about the strongest weapon in Vermouth's arsenal. According to him, it was the relentless crusher Gigalus. The two start arguing, saying a Demon King's rank doesn't decide how strong a weapon is. Eugene just thinks those two were the only weapons in Vermouth's arsenal once used by Demon Kings. They're far too dangerous to leave in the vault, so they're probably sealed somewhere else. While the argument keeps going, MC thinks they're being pretty childish. As he steps away, he decides that if he ever got to choose one of Vermouth's arsenal weapons, he wouldn't hesitate. He'd take the Lunar Blade, the sword called Destruction. Sealed deep in Helmuth, both the Demon Kings of Brutality and Massacre died to its crushing light. Then he takes a battle stance, happy to finally hold a real sword in this life. When he swings, everyone is stunned. Eugene's swordsmanship is incredible. He moves with total ease and every step flows straight into the next cut. It looks less like fighting and more like a dance, as if the sword is part of his body. One moment he strikes with full force, the next he makes sharp, exact cuts that leave everyone speechless. The bodybuilder can only say his swordplay is amazing. Even the spear-loving girl has to admit it looks beautiful. Elsewhere in the Patriarch's office, Lilbarian begins examining the necklace. His face looks a little troubled. Setting it on the table, he says there's no magic in the necklace, and asks if it really came from the vault. The Patriarch says it did. Lilbarian presses further, wondering if the boy fooled them, but the Patriarch asks why he would. If he hadn't been allowed to choose another treasure, he would have left with nothing. Thinking it over, Lilbarian agrees that would be a risky trick, so he says they'll check more carefully. There may be no magic in it, but since they've come this far, he'll dig deeper. The Patriarch asks how he'll do that, and Lilbarian says there's a spell that reads Mana Memories. It was made by the great Sienna the Wise. Mana exists everywhere, and most objects hold traces of it, so he'll read the memories left inside the necklace. The Patriarch says he's counting on him. Lilbarian starts the spell, and after a while it begins to work. At first, the memories show nothing important. Still, he can tell the necklace is at least 100 years old. He even traces where it was bought in a street market in the capital. But after that, the trail goes dark. So he guesses the treasure room's magic may have interfered with the necklace's memories. Once the patriarch hears it's over 100 years old, he says no one alive could know where it really came from. Reborn asks what he'll do, and Galit says he'll give it to Eugene, since it isn't magical. The boy wanted it enough to give up a treasure for it. Reborn says it sounds like the patriarch has started to like him, and he only smiles. Then he stands by the window and says, why wouldn't he? He adds that he'll make that offer to the boy. Reborn is a little shocked by that. The patriarch says he plans to adopt Eugene Lionheart as his son. From now on, the protagonist will be part of his family. The next day, MC is greeted by someone new. His name is Gilead. He knows exactly who Gilead Lionheart is, the older brother of the family head, Gilead Lionheart, a strange man who never married, even when he was old enough, and followed Gilead on his travels. Even so, the protagonist politely introduces himself as the protagonist Lionheart, and the man says he already knows who he is. Grabbing him, he says MC is the collateral lion boy who beat the main family in the bloodline continuation ceremony. Trying to pull away, he asks why he came to see him. The man explains that his brother planned to send another knight, but he came himself instead. Basically, he wanted to meet Eugene in person. He'd heard plenty about the protagonist, but he couldn't watch the bloodline continuation ceremony himself. Only the family head is allowed to see it. Lobarian only got in this time because he had to help, and Gilead says he isn't upset, it's just the family's rule. He stops himself, worried he'll sound like he's complaining about tradition. MC tells him he doesn't care about that. That makes Gilead grin. His brother wouldn't care either. At that point, Eugene gets why this man still hasn't married. It's probably because he's far too free-spirited. Guillaume says he has no idea why the family head called him, though he guesses it was to praise him. The protagonist says he already got congratulated, so even Guillaume doesn't know. Still, he puts on a knowing look like he could say more but won't, then says he'd like to see Eugene more often. MC answers that he'd like that too. Then he knocks and announces himself. From inside, the leader tells him to enter. Guillaume opens the door for him and flashes him a wide smile. Eugene thinks Gilead seems nice, but also a little pushy. Soon he stands before the family head. The man apologizes for calling him so suddenly and tells him to sit. They take their seats as coffee is set out between them. Then the patriarch places the necklace on the table and says Lobrian. Checked it. In the end, it's just an ordinary necklace. Eugene wasn't expecting much. The patriarch adds that they even read its mana memory, but found nothing strange. That catches the protagonist's attention, because mana memory is magic tied to the great mage Sienna. So he asks what memory the necklace showed. Gilead says it appears the necklace was sold on a street in the capital over 100 years ago. That shocks MC, because he's sure this is the same necklace he used more than 300 years ago. So that result can't be right. But Lobarian also had no reason to lie. Maybe the memory was altered. Eugene figures someone with Tower Master level skill might have overwritten it. And the first name that comes to mind is Vermouth. Since he can't figure out why, he just asks if he can keep the necklace. The patriarch agrees, since he already promised. Eugene thanks him for that and puts it on right away. Then the patriarch says that wasn't the real reason he called him here. He admits it's sudden, but says the offer should help the protagonist's future. MC doesn't look pleased. Before the patriarch can explain, he cuts in and says Celia's kind and cute, but he doesn't want to think about marriage right now. He even remembers that after beating up her brother, she still acted friendly with him, so he assumes this is about a political marriage. Plus that leaves the family head stunned. Eugene goes on saying he's too young for marriage and would also need his father's approval, until the patriarch stops him and says he's got it all wrong. He has no plan to marry him to Seal. Now he is the one caught off guard. He instantly gets embarrassed. He really just jumped to marriage at 13. If that's not it, then why was he called here? The family head answers, he wants to adopt Eugene as his son. Once again, the protagonist is stunned. It would definitely be a strong way to bind him to the main family. Everything is happening so fast that he can't even respond properly. The patriarch laughs and says it's still less sudden than a marriage proposal, making MC blush again. Then he adds that if MC wants, he's willing to bring Gerhard into the main family too. He jokes that would give him 2 fathers. The patriarch tells him not to overthink it. It would simply mean Eugene's whole family joins the main house. He explains that he already has 3 children and isn't trying to take a son away from Gerhard. He hasn't spoken to the man yet, but he would treat him like his own brother. This really does put the protagonist in a strange spot. The patriarch is even offering the same chance to Gerhard, which makes the proposal hard to dismiss. Still, Eugene really did jump straight to marrying Seal. The kid's got a wild imagination. He asks whether refusing the adoption would make his father lose the patriarch's respect, and the answer is no. Then the patriarch rises and admits this may be awkward to say, but he's not that childish. If Eugene says no, it will be disappointing, yet he'll respect the choice and still wish the boy a bright future. MC says he can't decide by himself, and needs to hear his father's opinion. Gilead says he'll send for Gerhard, and they can settle it after the banquet. Then he points out that the patriarch said this would be best for his future, which catches Gilead off guard. Eugene wants to know exactly what that means. The man explains that growing up in the main family would give him many advantages. For one, elite knights could teach him whenever he needed. The protagonist says that if that happens, he wants to train under the strongest warrior there is. With a smile, he adds that if he becomes the patriarch's adopted son, he wants the patriarch himself to teach him. The man pauses, clearly interested. Of course, Eugene mainly wants to know how strong the Lionheart patriarch really is. Gilead smiles and says he certainly could train him, but if MC wants the very best, someone else fits that role better. He asks who he means. The answer is Gion. Gilead says he may once have been stronger, but Gion has already surpassed him. The patriarch then asks whether Gerhard has taught Eugene anything about mana. The protagonist says no, and that was his own decision. He wanted to focus on physical combat first. The patriarch says that choice is admirable. Then he explains that training mana properly requires a mana crystal from a high-level monster. The better the stone, the harder and more expensive it is to get, and even with one, you'd still need someone highly skilled to guide the process. That kind of support is probably impossible to find in Gerhard's branch of the family. It simply isn't the right place to raise Eugene's talent, but he keeps that part to himself. Knowing harsh words could make the boy resent the family he came from. After that, they kept talking a little longer before Eugene headed back to his room. On the way, a scent reached him. He quickly recognized it as perfume and traced it to someone hiding behind a pillar. Right away, he realizes the person is waiting for him. He keeps walking until an adult woman steps out from behind it, pretending their meeting is pure chance. Her first move is to ask for proper formalities, so Eugene bows and gives his name. She says she heard he was meeting alone with the patriarch, but didn't expect it to last this long. MC asks if she wanted something. She thinks the child is bold, even arrogant, and doesn't seem to know his place. It makes her understand why he fought the main family boy. Really, she shouldn't be surprised. Still, she knows this boy is about to grow into someone extraordinary. So making an ally is smarter than making an enemy. For a moment, she even thinks marrying him to Seal might not be so bad. So she says she's curious about what they discussed in private. Eugene replies that he can't share what was said with the patriarch alone. A little flustered, she admits that's fair, and says she isn't trying to question him. But there is one more thing she wants to say. He looks puzzled. Putting on a show, she says she still hasn't apologized for her son's rude behavior the other day. Eugene answers right away that there's no need, since the matter was settled that same day. Nervous now, she calls him generous for his age and says she'll discipline her son, then hopes they can get along well from now on. With a bright smile, the protagonist says, of course they will. They're all part of the same family after all. That makes her furious. He isn't wrong, but hearing it from him still bothers her. Then he asks if he may leave. She says yes and apologizes for taking so much of his time. Eugene turns to go. He knows exactly who she is. Ancilla, the Lionheart matriarch, who disliked him from the start just because he came from a branch family. Naturally, he'd rather stay out of her way as much as possible, but getting free of a woman like this won't be easy. 2 days later, Gerhard finally arrived from his distant city. Guided by Gion, he could barely believe any of this. He still couldn't accept that his son had really won the lineage succession ceremony. Tearing up, he kept thinking about how Eugene defeated the main family's son. He always knew MC was talented, but as his father, he never had the means to support that gift. He had believed the ceremony would force them to face the truth, that the gap between the main family and the branches couldn't be overcome by talent and hard work alone. At least that's what he thought, until someone called his name. It was him. His son was smiling at him. Gerhard ran over and pulled him into a tight hug, crying so hard he could barely talk. All he could manage was that he was proud to have Eugene as his son. The protagonist, meanwhile, reminds him that he already said this would happen before leaving their small hometown. He reminds his father that he promised to bring back good news. Still crying, Gerhard says MC really did tell him that, but admits he didn't believe it. Then he notices the patriarch nearby, and quickly introduces himself as Gerhard Lionheart from Gilead. The patriarch introduces himself as Gilead Lionheart and apologizes for calling him here. So suddenly, Gerhard nervously says that's fine and thanks him for the invitation. The patriarch says he won't keep father and son apart for long and asks to speak inside. Gerhard agrees and follows him in, though he's clearly uneasy. Before long, he learns about the adoption matter. The patriarch explains that if he adopts Eugene, Gerhard will also be brought into the main family. Gerhard doesn't look happy about it, so he rises to his feet and apologizes in advance if his words sound rude. He says he's thankful for the concern shown to Eugene, but as his father, he can't stop worrying about the boy's future. Asked what he means, Gerhard says he knows the patriarch means well, but fears the main family will trouble him. The patriarch already has 3 children, and if he joins them, he'll be seen as an outsider. The patriarch seems to understand. He says he doesn't want to block the child's future and knows the main family cares deeply about bloodline. Because of that, many of them won't welcome someone from a branch family into the core house. He adds that even if Eugene enters the main family, becoming patriarch may still be out of reach. Still, the protagonist's talent will let him thrive there. If he becomes his son, he'll grow close to the other children and gain a much better future. Gerhard admits the patriarch has a point and asks to speak with Eugene before deciding. Outside, MC was getting his sword back when he felt the air shake and swung it a few times. Then his father walked toward him, head lowered. One look at Gerhard's sad face tells him the talk didn't go well for him. He quickly asks why he looks like that. Gerhard looks at his son and notices the sword Eugene picked from the main family's treasury. He realizes he could sell everything he owns and still never afford it. With mixed feelings, he says the patriarch wants to adopt him. The protagonist calmly replies that he already knows. Gerhard says it would help the protagonist's future if he accepted, but his voice shakes because that path will also bring hardship. Eugene already understands that. Pointing at himself, he says his father knows him well. He'd never let anyone push him around. Hearing that, Gerhard starts crying again. He says MC was named by him and his late mother, and he must never forget it. He answers that even if he's adopted, his real father will always be Gerhard Leonhardt. Those words make Gerhard break down all over again. In the end, Eugene decides to be adopted. He has no wish to become patriarch, but he knows nobody will believe that. The first wife, Theanese, and the second wife, Ancilla Leonhardt, will definitely keep a close watch on him. The protagonist knows there are two ways to deal with hate and resentment. The first is to ignore it. The second, he draws his sword, is to cut it down head on. Soon after, the Lionheart patriarch held a banquet for all the families of the children who joined the lineage succession ceremony. Gerhard quickly became surrounded by questions. Among the crowd were Desra's father and the muscular kid's father, who was already trying to push steroids on him. They even talked about making a group to get to know each other better. Eugene had no plan to join them and attract extra attention. Nearby stood the boy MC had beaten, looking completely crushed. His mother tells him he needs confidence. From now on, people will compare him to Eugene. Whenever they see him, they'll remember his loss and laugh that someone from the direct line failed to win for the first time in family history. That only makes him feel worse. His mother says he has no choice but to bear the shame, but no matter what others say, he is still her son. As a child of the Lionheart direct line, he should hold his head high. The boy agrees. She warns him that even if he doesn't become patriarch, that's no reason to relax. Because Eugene starts with many disadvantages, he'll have to work even harder to claim that seat. Then she tells her son to become friends with him. They need a brotherly bond so the protagonist can become an ally later. The boy understands, but the thought of how to approach MC only makes him more embarrassed. Still, someone else feels no shame at all. She asks if they're siblings now, and when Eugene says yes, she begs him to call her big sister. He refuses, and she complains that her own brother calls her big sister just because he was born 5 seconds later. She begs him one more time to say it just once, but he'd never call a girl who's only 13 his big sister. In fact, he says he'd rather die. Later in the patriarch's room, Lavelian says he won't accept him as a student without conditions. He's speaking to Edward, who is about to be tested for talent at the Aerith Tower. Edward asks what happens if he truly has talent for summoning magic. Lavelian says that would be great, but Aerith won't care about the Lionheart name. Without real skill, he still can't take him in as a disciple. Edward sadly accepts that, but Lavelian adds that as an old friend of the Lionheart patriarch long before he became master of the Red Tower, he'll make sure Edward gets plenty of chances. He'll also shield him from discrimination and help him find the best place to develop his magic. That cheers the boy up right away. Even if he doesn't become Lavelian's student, he's happy just to leave his family's pressure behind and study magic, so he looks to the patriarch for approval. The patriarch simply says the choice is his. Edward is about to answer when his mother cuts in, saying this chance was given by his father, so he should accept it gratefully. Then holding him close, she says he is her son, and is meant to become this family's patriarch. Even in Aeroth, he must never forget that. The patriarch immediately rebukes her, but she insists she's only encouraging her son, as any mother would. Of course, she's really thinking about her rivalry with the second wife, but right now they have little choice. Since Edward is still weak, he needs ties with many mages and must build his power in Aerith, so she gives one last warning. He is the rightful son of Lionheart, and should be proud of it. The boy quietly agrees. The day after the banquet, Lavelian left for Aerith with Edward. The other branch family children also returned home. Eugene and Gerhard stayed behind in the now empty building. Today would be the protagonist's first mana lesson since his reincarnation. Breathing means gathering mana from the air as you inhale. Body training means moving your body to draw mana in. Both methods are simple, but breathing is more common. In his past life, Eugene started with body training, then switched to breathing after a friend's advice. The Lionheart mana art uses breathing. MC arrives at the training spot, and Gion greets him warmly. He says they should begin. They're standing in a mana vein, a place where mana gathers. This one wasn't natural. It was made by Vermuth himself 300 years ago. His teacher asks if he's nervous. Eugene says he's actually really excited. Gion tells him the first time is always hard. Even though children sense mana more easily, Cyan and Seal started at 6 and still needed 4 days. Edward took a full week. Kids from branch families usually need a whole month just to feel it, but he should do better thanks to the mana vein and his teacher's help. Eugene asks how long it will take, and Gion guesses maybe 10 days. The protagonist smiles to himself. 10 days is way too much. It won't even take 10 minutes. They keep going until they enter a cabin. Gion leads him down the stairs to a bare chamber and tells him to sit in the center, so Eugene does. Gion explains that the family's mana method passed down from the Great Vermuth has one strict rule. The branch family cannot inherit it. They are only taught the red flame formula, while the true art is reserved for the main family. The technique MC is about to learn is the white flame formula. He may not remember its exact name or training method, but he knows that form well. It was Vermouth's power. Back in his past life, he never learned what those flames could really do. Gion says that since feeling mana is hard at first, they should start with breathing, but Eugene suddenly says he can already feel it. Gion thinks it's just his imagination, and gathers mana on his fingertip to test him. He directs it at him, and the mana begins to move around the boy. Gion still assumes Eugene can't truly sense it yet. The protagonist corrected him. He really could feel the mana, even from where he was. Then he moved his finger toward it, following the mana as it shifted and asked how long he should keep going. Guillaume could only stare in disbelief. How could this kid learn that fast? He let out a nervous laugh, then crouched beside him. Since Eugene could already sense mana, Guillaume told him to focus on everything happening inside his body. MC nodded. Guillaume told him to breathe slowly, and he did exactly that. With every breath, he had to picture himself drawing in mana and guiding it along the proper route as he inhaled. The goal was to lead that mana into his heart. Guillaume let go of Eugene's hands and stepped back, saying he was doing great. In fact, the protagonist was handling it perfectly on his own. By now, the instructor was amazed all over again. He kept watching the boy, but one thought wouldn't leave his mind. This was insane. Eugene thought sensing and drawing in mana wasn't hard even in his past life, but this body was on another level. It absorbed mana incredibly well. He could feel the mana inside him growing with every breath. Still, this young body clearly had a limit. His heart had reached it. So tired at last, he stopped and looked at the instructor in silence. Guillaume stared back, just as stunned. Eugene's mana core was absurdly large. Most people had to train for years to get that far. Guillaume finally called him a real monster. MC thanked him for the compliment. After that, Guillaume said they should head back. On the way, he explained that the big difference between the red flame ritual and the white flame ritual was core division. The white flame technique can split the core, letting the body hold far more mana. Those divided cores also boost each other, making them grow much faster. These split cores are called stars. In Lionheart history, only one person ever reached 10 stars. The creator of the white flame ritual, the great hero Vermouth. Proudly, Guillaume added that he and the patriarch were both at 6 stars. All the children were still at 1 star, and would likely reach 2 by next year. Since they began at 6, it would take about 8 years to go from 1 to 2 stars. Eugene asked how long it should take for him. He wanted a clear answer. Guillaume said he should advance much faster, as long as he didn't get lazy. The protagonist said he'd do his best. There was no way he'd slack off now. He had a far better body than before and was learning Vermouth's own method. Maybe he couldn't reach 10 stars, but if needed, he'd find his own way. He silently thanked Vermouth for leaving the white flame ritual behind. A little later, they returned to the mansion. Jian said he would report everything to the patriarch and told Eugene to go rest. MC agreed out loud, but he had no plan to rest. Now that mana training was done, there was something else he had to try. Just then, the maid rushed over in a panic, relieved that he was finally back. He simply told her to go to his room and bring him his sword. A while later, she returned with it. He wasn't sure this would work, but when he drew the blade and poured mana into it, dust began lifting from the ground. The wind quickly went wild, and a storm started forming right in front of the maid. Eugene had summoned the great wind spirit king, who immediately asked if Hamel had called him. But how did Tempest know? The spirit king kept asking if Hamel had truly been reincarnated. When he wondered how he recognized him, Tempest said he'd never forget Vermouth's companion's soul. Time could pass and bodies could change, but a soul never did. It had been ages since the Wynard's sword summoned him, so he was curious when one of Vermouth's descendants used it. Then he felt Hamel's soul. Eugene snapped and demanded to know why Vermouth hadn't killed the Demon Kings. He pressed Tempest to tell him what happened after his death. Tempest said he didn't know Vermouth's reasons, only that during the fight with the Demon King of Incarceration, Vermouth put away his sword. The protagonist demanded to know what happened next. Shaken, the Spirit King explained that the battle had been brutal, but neither side won, and in the end only Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration were left standing. Then Vermouth sheathed his sword. He didn't kill the Demon King of Incarceration, and he never went to the Demon King of Destruction's castle either. Eugene was furious. He accused Tempest of lying and demanded to know what oath Vermouth made with the Demon King of Incarceration. Tempest said he knew nothing about that. MC kept pushing, angry enough to curse at him. The Spirit King explained that only the ones present could know, because once Vermouth sheathed his sword, Tempest could no longer interfere or even tell what was happening. Eugene shouted that only Vermouth and the Demon King were left in the end. So was he supposed to dig Vermouth out of his grave and ask him himself? Tempest only said he had no more time. His mana was far too weak to summon him normally. The Spirit King had forced the way open himself, and now he had to close it. Eugene yelled for him to explain before leaving, but Tempest said he'd tell him next time, once the protagonist was strong enough. Right then, MC's body gave out and he fainted. The maid panicked when she found him unconscious with a nosebleed. Later, Eugene woke up in his room with a pounding headache, likely from using up too much mana. Spirits remembered people by their souls. At first, he had wondered if he wasn't really Hamel and had only been given Hamel's memories. Now he knew the truth. He really was Hamel from 300 years ago, reborn with all his old memories. A moment later, the maid came through the door and asked if he was all right. He said he was fine and asked how long he'd been out. She told him about half a day, then added that the patriarch and Mr. Guillaume wanted to see him. Not long after he met them. From the maid's report, all they knew was that a huge storm burst out after he drew his sword. So they asked him straight, had he really summoned a spirit? Eugene hesitated. Since too many people had likely seen it, he couldn't lie, but he could hide the truth. So he said the king of the wind spirits had appeared before him. Both men were stunned. The protagonist explained that the spirit king hadn't been summoned in a long time and only came to see who the child was. Guillaume was shocked, since no one except Vermoth had ever personally called the spirit king. Eugene added that the spirit king said he still wasn't strong enough but hoped to meet him again someday. After that, Tempest returned to the spirit world. The patriarch laughed in surprise and called MC an incredible boy. He said Guillaume had already told him about the mana training, and that was amazing by itself. But now Eugene had also caught the eye of the king of the wind spirits. He just smiled. The patriarch told him to rest a few days, then Guillaume would continue his training. He had planned to leave on a trip, but now the protagonist's talent came first. The protagonist thanked him, though he said he didn't want to take too much of their time. Guillaume quickly shut that down. He wanted to teach MC himself. He also said he'd train Cian and Seal with him, and the patriarch would support it. The patriarch only hoped the other children would use this as motivation. Soon after, the girl teased her brother, saying Eugene earned a star in the White Flame ceremony. The boy acted like he already knew and didn't care. She kept going, pointing out how much longer it had taken them compared to he. He argued that they did it in about a month, which was still faster than almost all their ancestors, but she reminded him Eugene had done the same thing in just one day. That was enough. They rushed at each other, and their swords collided. Later, back in his room, the protagonist got up, took his sword and summoned a spirit. With his current mana, an inferior one was probably all he could call. He immediately asked the little spirit whether her king had said anything, but she gave no answer. Inferior spirits probably weren't smart enough to speak. Annoyed, Eugene told her to go back and warn the spirit king that if he was lying, MC would kill him himself. The fairy clearly didn't like that. She fluttered over his head and vanished into the air. He thought back to Helmuth Castle. Only Vermouth and the demon king of incarceration knew about that oath. One day he'd have to return to Helmuth. He also needed to go back to Arath, Sienna's homeland, to Euros, Anis's homeland, and to Roar, Molon's homeland. But with this young body, traveling that far was impossible for now. Still, someday he would learn the full truth. I have plans I can't tell you yet. As time passed, Eugene Lionheart turned 17, and had built an impressive body. Even he was surprised by it. By then he had already reached 3 stars in the White Flame method, but that still wasn't enough. To truly use this monster body, he needed more than the skills from his past life. So after returning outside Lionheart Mansion, he said he needed to go to Arath and learn magic. He was saying this to Cian, who looked shocked. Then Cian started making fun of him, asking if something happened during White Flame training. He quickly figured out Eugene had succeeded, and the protagonist admitted it. 3 white stars at 17, and he was giving off an overwhelming white aura. The white aura pouring off MC left Cian stunned. He started freaking out, asking how this was even possible. After all, Cian had learned mana and White Flame 7 years before Eugene did. He just shrugs and says it's simple. He's a genius. Cian blurts out that he wants to kill him, and the protagonist laughs it off, saying he can't treat his little brother like that. Then again, MC does beat him up almost every morning, but only because Cian keeps challenging him. Facts are facts. Still annoyed, Cian asks why Eugene wants to go there to study magic, and reminds him what happened to their older brother Iode. He went to Arath to learn magic, but after the continuation ceremony, his talent wasn't enough to become Lord Lovelian's disciple. He only got into the Red Tower through connections, and even then he achieved nothing. 4 years later, he's probably still just drifting around the tower. That makes Eugene snap. He won't let Cian talk about his older brother like that. Cian fires back, telling him not to act like he knows everything. Then he says if he goes to Arath to study magic, Cian will probably be upset. Eugene mocks that, asking if he means the same CL who barely talks, trains alone, and hardly says anything. Then he turns away and says that's too bad for her. After that, the protagonist heads off to see the head of the family. He's most likely going to report that he reached 3 stars and get permission to leave early for the tower. Cian can't do anything about it. All he can do is kick his sword and swear. Frustrated that MC showed him up again. The patriarch is stunned when he hears Eugene's request. He wants to go to the magic tower to study. The patriarch can hardly believe it. No one has ever reached 3 stars at his age, and if he keeps going like this, he might hit 4 stars before becoming an adult. The protagonist explains that when he reached 3 stars today, he gained something, and now he feels like staying in the main house won't help him grow much more. He wants to learn more, and even though he doesn't know if he has talent for magic, studying there might let him understand mana from a different angle. He says it'll help him later, then bows low and asks the patriarch to please allow it. The patriarch still hesitates over the request, but when he looks at the gifted boy, he tells him to lift his head. As the family leader, he says he could never crush someone's hunger to learn. So he accepts Eugene's reason, but makes him promise never to touch black magic. In Arath, there's a black tower where black mages gather. These days, people don't really see them as dangerous, and their image isn't as bad as it used to be. Even so, the Lionhearts are descendants of Vermouth, and their family has an unspoken rule against black magic. Since Eugene already knows plenty about demon kings and black mages from 300 years ago, he tells the patriarch not to worry. He hates black magic too. After leaving the patriarch's room, Eugene hears someone knock from the room beside his. A voice asks to speak with him for a minute. He asks why she won't just come out, but she says she can't. She's been training, and smells like sweat. It's Skill EA, asking if he's really going to Arath. By now, Cyan has already told her everything, including the 3 stars, so she wants to know why he's leaving. MC says he wants to learn magic. Seal points out they already have spirit magic here, and if needed, they could even bring a mage from the capital to teach him. Then she adds that while he's gone, she and Cyan might catch up to him. Eugene says that's fine, it'll just make their duels more fun. He even mentions it's been a while since they last fought. Seal hesitates, then asks if he'd stay and give up Arath if they started dueling again. He says no, he's going anyway. She keeps pressing him. How long will he stay there? And why does he have to be gone for so many years? She says life will get harder once he leaves the house, and even brings up his real father. Eugene says his father will be fine without him. He's already settled into life at the main house, and since he goes hunting so often, he's even lost a lot of weight. Seal says Uncle Jian will be sad too, and Eugene admits that's probably true. Then she mentions Cyan, saying he looked really upset when he came to tell her all this. The protagonist just smiles, says he's still going, and tells her to keep training hard. That catches her off guard, but he's already walking away. She quickly opens the door and calls after him, asking if he's really leaving. MC only waves, and that makes her call him awful because she doesn't want him to go either. Honestly, I wouldn't mind a little romance here, but Eugene's choosing power over getting mixed up with a messy girl. Meme aside, he next goes to see his real father. Gerhardt warns him not to fall in with the wrong crowd and not to slack off on his studies. The protagonist also tells him not to quit exercising while he's gone. Gerhardt just laughs. By now, Eugene is already taller than his own father, and he seems more mature too, so Gerhardt wishes him a safe trip. Then, at the portal, the time to leave finally comes. The patriarch asks if he really doesn't need guards. MC says he can at least protect himself and tells them not to worry. The patriarch knows that's true. Eugene is different from Iode. Around them, people show all kinds of expressions. Joy, sadness, even regret. But what bothers him most is that his father won't stop crying. So right before leaving, he says he'll go even if Gerhard keeps crying like that, but asks if he can at least smile before he leaves. Wiping away his tears, Gerhard gives him a big smile and wishes him good luck. Eugene thanks him, then turns toward the portal and promises he'll come back. Soon he arrives in the capital of Arath, Pentagon. The city got that name because the 5 magic towers surround the palace like a pentagram. Eugene rides through it in a floating carriage. He notes that he came here in his past life too, but now the place has changed a lot. One big difference is the floating station. Even among magic nations, Arath is the only one with a teleport portal in the sky, held up by several kinds of magic. It's proof of how advanced Arath's magic is, and it helps the country's trade too. The guide asks if it isn't amazing, then says people even treat this as part of the city tour. Pentagon has more than 15 floating stations, all built by the wise Sienna Murdine. Eugene asks if the carriage they're riding in was made by Sienna too. The guide says yes and tells him not to worry. Though it was made hundreds of years ago, it still gets regular maintenance, so accidents are very rare. Eugene quietly thinks that means the odds still aren't zero. The guide starts talking about more tourist spots, but the protagonist cuts him off and says the first place he wants to see is Sienna's mansion. The guide lights up, saying that's an excellent choice, and they head straight there. On the way, he starts telling a story from 300 years ago. After returning from the Demon King's castle, Sienna Murdine became the youngest tower master in Arath. A bronze statue of her stands in the Green Tower Square, and the mansion was where she lived until the end. Then, around 200 years ago, Sienna left a letter saying she was retiring and left the mansion. Eugene asks if no one knows where she went after that. The guide says that's right. Many mages in Arath, even Sienna's own disciples, tried to find her, but no one ever learned where she went. He says it's a shame. She vanished on her birthday. Then the guide says he has his own theory and thinks she may have gone to the demon realm. Eugene asks why. The man explains that 200 years ago marked 100 years since she left Hamel's body behind and returned to the demon realm. He says Sienna always spoke often about her late friend, wanted to avenge Hamel, and that's why he thinks Miss Sienna Murdine left. Then, blushing with excitement, he asks if MC also knows the rumor that Hamel was in love with her and confessed before he died. That instantly sets him off, and he demands to know who says such stupid nonsense. The guide is caught off guard by that reaction. Eugene quickly tries to smooth it over, but the man just says it seems the protagonist doesn't care much for the romance story about Hamel and Sienna. Then he brings up other theories about her disappearance. One says Sienna hated black magic, and when demons pushed for the Black Tower, she stayed against it until the day she retired. Some people even believe radical black mages who supported the Black Tower killed her. Eugene gets angry again and says there's no way some black mage could assassinate the great Sienna Murdine. The guide agrees, adding that at the time, the Black Tower strongly denied that theory too. MC thinks the same. There's no way a black mage killed her, but a demon king might have. Helmuth was still investing in Arath through the Black Tower, and from the demon king's point of view, Sienna Murdine would have been dangerous enough to remove. When they arrive, he steps out of the carriage, still wondering if Sienna Murdine really died. In front of the mansion, a crowd is arguing over the test to get into the magic tower. They're all students hoping to pass the entrance exam. They all want in, but without money, they can't even try. The fee to enter is several thousand in local currency, so all they can do is wait outside. In the garden, Eugene asks why the entry fee is so high. The guide says plenty of people still pay it just to go inside. There's a rumor that if you pray to Miss Sienna's portrait in the main hall, you'll definitely pass the magic tower entrance exam. Then the guide hands his card to the guard. The moment the guard sees the Lionheart name, he panics and rushes to open the gate, apologizing the whole time. Once Eugene goes in, the guide says he'll wait outside and shuts the door. At last, the protagonist can see how Sienna Murdine lived. As he walks through the mansion, he thinks about how huge it is and how she stayed here for over 100 years. Then he remembers Sienna suddenly asking him what he planned to do after everything was over. The question caught him off guard. She said if they were throwing away their youth in a place like that, they should at least enjoy life once it all ended. But Hamel had never thought that far. Mulan had already said he wanted to become a king, and Hamel called him insane, asking why he'd want that. Sienna told him to leave Mulan alone. Anyone can dream. Hamel asked if she'd been drinking, because that was usually his line. Annoyed, she said she was being serious, so he asked what she wanted. That threw her off too. Blushing hard, she said she wanted a normal life like everyone else, marriage, children, even grandchildren someday. But was that ever the future she got? She wanted to meet a good man, get married, and grow old in peace. Thinking about that, Eugene reaches out and the guard beside him snaps at him not to touch anything. Frustrated, MC pulls back and heads somewhere else. He goes down to the massive study that fills the mansion's basement. Looking over the shelves, he figures Sienna had to leave some clue behind, but the guard warns him again not to touch anything, so all he can do is scan the titles. Then he remembers the necklace from the safe, along with the fake memories, and wonders if any of that was really an accident. The necklace likely reacted to Hamel's soul. Just like the Spirit King recognized him, someone had to be involved in his reincarnation, and if it was Sienna, she must have left a sign somewhere. So he returns to the portrait near the entrance. After searching everywhere, he found nothing. Eugene is out of ideas. He starts thinking maybe she left nothing behind at all. Then he notices the guard turn away and start walking off. He calls Sienna's name and flips her portrait off, saying if she's upset, she can come say it to his face. He waits for something to happen, but nothing does. Turning away, he mutters that if she were alive, she'd have answered. At last, he leaves the mansion. The guy jokes that Eugene must have really liked the place since he kept him waiting until after sunset. Realizing that, the protagonist gives him a tip for the trouble. Next, he heads to the Red Magic Tower. In the floating carriage, Eugene says he wants to ask about his brother, Iode Lionheart. The guide says in Pentagon, hardly any mage doesn't know that name. MC asks if it's been 4 years since Iode came to Erath, then asks what rumors people have heard about him. The guide hesitates, so Eugene says he hasn't seen his brother in a long time and wants any news he can get. He promises he won't get mad, and he won't tell the family or Iode when they meet. Swearing on his name, he tells the guide to speak freely. The man finally says what he knows. Iode often goes out at night looking for a certain kind of fun. He first assumes it's the usual kind for someone his age, but the guide quickly says it's not that. When Eugene asks what he means, the answer is simple, a succubus. That instantly sets the protagonist off. He snaps that they're not in Helmuth, so why is there a succubus here? The guide explains that Erath still has a black magic tower, and with it come black mages and demons too. Eugene looks deeply annoyed. The guide adds that succubus entertainment is treated like a necessary evil in some parts of Erath. One street is known for the black market, and some shops use succubi as attendants. According to rumor, Iode goes there a lot. The street is called Bolero, and those shops aren't open every day. They fully operate only on the full moon each month. Eugene had planned to stay away from Iode so he could focus on studying, but hearing that the main family's eldest son, a descendant of Vermouth, is fooling around with a succubus makes his blood boil. The guide reminds him this is all supposed to stay secret, and MC says he understands. He tells the man not to worry, he gave his word so he won't repeat any of it. Still, even if it's only a rumor, Eugene knows he needs to deal with his younger brother. Now he has what he needed to know. Iode may have suffered under their mother's pressure, and that explains some things, but still the idiot definitely found a way to enjoy himself. A while later, he reaches the magic tower. The mage waiting there is startled when she hears the name Lionheart and quickly introduces herself as Hera, a mage of the Red Tower. A bit nervous, she says the tower master is waiting upstairs. Then a window suddenly explodes. Eugene asks if something went wrong. Haruf explains the Red Tower mainly studies summoning magic, and that branch fails more often than any other. Just then, 2 demons burst out of the Red Tower, but giant hands grab them at once and crush them completely. The one who did it is the master of the Red Tower, Levelian, and he's furious. He immediately starts tearing into his students. Those summoned beasts could have attacked people in the capital. The students apologize, but Levelian orders them to pack up and leave. He's expelling them. Then he looks down and notices someone waiting below. Though he was raging a second ago, he comes down at once, and his face lights up as he greets Eugene. He says he almost didn't recognize him. The protagonist replies that Levelian looks exactly the same, thanks to magic keeping him young. Still, now that MC's mana has grown, he can tell Levelian is far stronger than he was 4 years ago. He's nowhere near the great mage Sienna, but he's clearly worthy of standing among the 5 Tower Masters. Levelian says the Patriarch told him Eugene was interested in magic. The road won't be easy, but he believes he will do well. Then he senses someone hiding nearby, flicks his magic, and throws the doors open. The one standing there is Iod Lionheart. Eugene is furious. The second he sees how drained his brother looks, like a succubus, sucked the life out of him. Levelian asks why he won't come greet the protagonist. Shaking, Iod says he doesn't know what to say. MC simply greets his brother and says it's good to see him again. Iod answers yes, but he's obviously panicking. Irritated, Levelian asks what he's still doing there. If he has nothing to say, he should go upstairs and read. Iod obeys and shuts the door behind him. Levelian apologizes for the unpleasant scene, then quickly changes the subject. He says the Patriarch mentioned Eugene doesn't want to learn directly from the Tower Master. He confirms it. If he did, people would resent the Lionhearts. For now, he wants to study magic on his own. Levelian respects that choice, and says Eugene can go to Hera if he needs anything. He also offers him a place to stay in the tower while he's in Aerith, and the protagonist asks to see the library first. A month passes after MC arrives at the tower. Every day he heads to the library to study, reading magic books from morning to afternoon and staying up late each night. He doesn't train only magic either. Before the library, he spends hours working on his mana, and every night he pushes his body until he's drenched in sweat. He's sleeping less, but his body recovers with only a few hours of rest. By now, he's finished all the beginner books, and it's time for the next step. 300 years ago, Sienna divided magic into 5 levels. That system spread through Aerith and became the standard for many mages. They were called circles, rings of mana that spin to cast magic. Once a mage's mana outgrows a single circle, another appears. 300 years later, most mages use circles, while those who don't follow other systems, like elemental magic or black magic. Today, Eugene has come to try forming circles. Hera explains that while other methods exist, circles have proven to be the most efficient over the centuries. He says he wants to shape them in his own way, but Hera warns him not to alter the basics and asks what exactly he means. Eugene says he plans to use the Lionheart mana method. Hera is doubtful, pointing out that mana works very differently in magic and martial arts, and unless he builds the spell and activates it, if he handles the mana wrong, the spell won't work. Worse, it could backfire and seriously hurt him, or kill him. Even so, the protagonist still wants to try. That's why he spent all that time reading every book in the tower. Hera is honestly stunned. A 17-year-old could think this way. Still, she agrees to let him test it. Raising her staff, she warns that if things get dangerous, she'll step in right away. If MC gets hurt, the blame falls on both her and the Tower Master. MC gathers his mana and says he's starting. Hera takes her place right in front of him, ready for anything. To him, the White Flames ritual and magic circles may look different, but at their core, they work the same. White Flames moves mana through the heart stars, while circles guide mana through a different path. So if he swaps the circles for his stars, he can raise and control his mana however he needs. Hera is left speechless. He's controlling a huge amount of mana perfectly. How can someone his age do that? Eugene first creates a fireball, makes it bigger, then shrinks it into a magic missile. He does all the calculations in his head and changes the spell without canceling it first. Happy with his first try, Eugene asks Hera to summon a monster so he can test how strong his magic really is. She hesitates, then agrees, wondering if a golem will be enough. A quick spell later, a golem rises from the ground. It's made of cabrium, a tough material. It can't really defend itself, but its body is durable enough to make up for that. Pleased with the target, the protagonist points at the golem and fires a massive blast. It slams straight into the golem's chest. Not long after, Loberian comes in himself, shocked by what he heard. Eugene used white flames to form a magic circle, and on top of that, there was no flaw in the mana's purity or density. No matter the spell, his attack power is already beyond a third circle mage. To Loberian, that kind of talent is terrifying. Mixing circle magic with martial arts doesn't just impress him, it unsettles him. Eugene's white flames are at 3 stars now, so his circles are likely at the same level. Later, Loberian speaks with his student in private and asks if MC already left. She says yes, he had plans this morning. After thinking for a moment, Loberian says he wants to ask Hera something. Would it be too much to write him a letter of recommendation to enter Acreon? That catches her off guard since only top mages and powerful nobles are allowed in. Loberian says Eugene has more than earned it. He mastered beginner magic in a single month, used his stars to work with magic circles, and even blasted a hole through a cabrium golem. So yes, he's writing that letter. Someone with the protagonist's talent should be treated that way. Hera warns that other mages may complain, but Loberian says that would only prove they lost to jealousy and failed to improve. Then he asks what Eugene planned to do today, since the boy shouldn't know anyone in Aerith. Hera says MC mentioned meeting a friend, which surprises Loberion. Meanwhile, at Sienna Murdain Square, he has come to see Sienna's great statue. He remembers that smile, she always wore it when her magic helped someone. Then a very tall man suddenly steps in front of him and asks if he's Eugene. He freezes when he realizes it's Gargeth Lionheart. More than anything, he can't believe an 18-year-old can grow a beard like that. Gargeth Lionheart says the protagonist's grown a lot, just not as much as he has. The protagonist can't deny that. The moment Gargeth grabs the boy's hand, he can tell MC has trained hard over the last 4 years. Even so, Gargeth says it's still not enough. Then he pulls out a vial and offers the family's secret muscle growth supplement. Eugene wants no part of it. He tells Gargeth to stop sending that weird potion through his father, then asks why he wanted to meet. Gargeth Lionheart brings up Bolero Alley. He asks if he knows about it. The protagonist says a little, and he knows that's where Iod keeps going. Gargeth says he heard a rumor that a giant's testicle is up for auction there. Eugene is stunned and asks if he heard that right. Gargeth repeats that it's from a giant, so it must be enormous. Mages value stuff like that, and he wants to turn it into a one-of-a-kind muscle supplement with help from a famous alchemist in Aerith. At first he asks MC to come along, saying he brought plenty of money, but maybe not enough. MC quickly realizes what he really wants is a loan. Then Gargeth suddenly drops to his knees and begs for help. Embarrassed, he tells him it's fine and asks him to stand up. Gargeth thanks him and swears on his name that he'll pay it back with interest. He adds that the auction will have other expensive items too and asks if Eugene is interested. But the protagonist only cares about Bolero Alley itself. A few days earlier, he ran into Iod at the tower, and it was obvious he'd recently had his life force drained by a succubus. So on the next full moon, Iod will definitely head back to Bolero Alley again. He clearly can't go without it any longer. Around then, Eugene also went to meet Loberion. He had questions about his brother. When he arrived, Loberion greeted him and asked him to sit. Once they were face to face, MC asked why he had been called. Loberion raised one finger and pulled a document from a stack behind him, telling Eugene to read it. It was a recommendation letter for Acreon, and he was stunned. For over 300 years, Acreon's royal library has been known for holding the greatest collection of magical knowledge in Aerith. The protagonist tries to act modest and says this is too much for him. But Loberion insists this is exactly when he should go to Acreon. Eugene still lacks knowledge. Right now, he's just raw talent waiting to be shaped. Once he learns properly, he'll be able to reach the highest level of magic. Loberion says that knowledge could give him incredible power one day. Acreon also keeps records from the Age of Legends and the writings of the greatest scholars from that era. That makes Eugene ask if Sienna's writings are there too. Loberion says yes. In the final years of her life, Sienna wrote down the heart of her magic in Volume 3, called Witchcraft. That book is kept in Acreon and is seen as one of the finest magic texts in all of Aerith. At first, MC will only be allowed into the public section, but even that will give him more than enough knowledge. Loberion says that after he first read Witchcraft, everything he had learned before felt like child's play. Still, he isn't sure the letter alone will get Eugene in, so he asks if he may personally write the recommendation. He agrees, but asks if that could bring trouble for him. Loberion just laughs and says something like that won't bother him. The protagonist, though, hopes Loberion won't get upset by what he says next, and take back the recommendation letter. Then he brings up his brother, Iod Lionheart. Eugene explains that as soon as he got to town, he looked into what Iod had been doing, and learned his brother was spending time with succubi instead of studying magic. Loberion looks shocked and saddened at the same time, which tells MC he probably already knew. At first, the Tower Master seems unsure how to answer. Then he admits it's true and says he has seen it happen more than once, but he couldn't stop him. In the past, many people died after a succubus drained their life force, but once Helmuth truly opened its borders, the demons changed their ways. Succubi still drain life force, but they don't kill people anymore. That's because the Queen of Nightmares strictly banned it here. Even so, Loberion says that doesn't excuse Iod. He asks Eugene to try to understand his position, which surprises him. Loberion explains that Iod came to Aerith at 4 years old with huge expectations on his shoulders. But his talent wasn't enough to match them. He struggled, and the tower did what it could to guide him. Sadly, Iod still can't escape the burden of the Lionheart name, and that pressure keeps getting worse every day. Loberion knew what was happening and warned him not to get too deep into it, but he allowed some of it, because without a release for all that stress, Iod might have broken down long ago. Eugene knows very well what life is like in the main family, 2 ruthless mothers fighting for power and 2 gifted children full of ambition. Anyone in Iod's place would feel crushed. The only reason he stays at the Magic Tower and puts up with mockery is because even that is better than going back to the main family. Eugene understands that much but says succubi are too far. They may smile, but they're still demons, and humans have never truly lived alongside them in peace. So he decides he needs to see for himself what the succubi is doing to Iod. On the night of the full moon, they head to Bolero Street. The 2 figures here are exactly who you think. The tall blonde one is the muscle-crazy Gargeth, and the dark-haired one is the protagonist, hiding his usual white Lionheart hair so he won't stand out. Then someone calls MC. When he answers, he asks how the man knows it's him. The caller is their guide, who says the communicator only works on Bolero Street and promises to let them know the moment he finds Iod. At first, Eugene thought tracking him down here would be impossible. His brother would be easy to spot. The guide said Soul shows up with no disguise, wearing the same outfit. That only made him even angrier. He was already thinking about how hard he'd hit his brother. Then it was finally time to head into the auction house. Bolero Street had several auction houses, and they all followed the same system. Every bid stayed secret. Each guest was put in a separate room, so no one knew who was bidding. Once Eugene got inside, he learned the controls. Red called for help, blue placed a bid, and yellow raised it. The protagonist had come with Gargeth Lionheart to the auction, and since he had nothing else to do, he started looking around. Then the curtains opened, and the host welcomed everyone on this full moon night. He explained that this auction specialized in extremely rare magic items. Tonight's focus was treasures from Helmuth. The first item was the Horn of Valorex, starting at 10 million coins, and after that came the Prosia fruit, the Mandrake root, and the Iserak rose buttons. None of it interested Eugene. Gargeth Lionheart was here for just one thing, the giant's testicle. Then they brought out a strange metal item made from an unknown material, something that had failed to sell for a long time. The crowd clearly didn't think it was worth much. It had been discovered in the Khazard Hills, inside Helmuth's land. All it supposedly did was glow under moonlight. The opening price was 1 million coins. The moment the box opened, Eugene's eyes widened, and he slammed the bid button at once. Gargeth Lionheart thought his sudden interest was weird. Even the auctioneer looked surprised. They'd never gotten an offer for it before. MC stared in shock. He never expected to find something like this here. It was a weapon erased from history after the destruction, a sword known as Destruction. The piece in the box was a fragment of the moonlight blade once used by Vermouth. Later, the item was delivered to his room and Gargeth Lionheart asked why he'd waste money on something so useless, but Eugene was sure. A fragment of the moonlight blade. In his past life, Vermouth found it in the Khazard caves and returned it before leaving Helmuth. That blade was so dangerous that every time it was drawn, it brought destruction. It also rejected every wielder except Vermouth. Maybe the hero shattered it on purpose so no one could ever use it again. He bought it to see if any mana was still inside, but there was nothing. The evil feeling it once had was gone, and now it stayed silent. Whatever he should do with it could wait until later. Right then, the guide contacted the protagonist and said Iod had arrived. The protagonist immediately got up to leave the auction and find him. Before going, he left his card, so Gargeth Lionheart could use the money to buy the giant's testicles. Following the guide's directions, he reached a place called Raphaelia. Guards stopped him right away and asked if he was a customer. Seeing demons working like this was new to Eugene. In his past life, he would have killed both of them on the spot. Instead, he said he just wanted to take a look. The guard told him the entrance fee was 2 million coins, plus extra, depending on how long and what kind of dream he chose. Eugene paid without hesitation. Getting past the guards was easy. Inside, people were enjoying themselves all over the place. As MC searched for his brother, a waitress came over to greet him. He asked where the dreams were, and she teasingly called him cute, asking if it was his first time. Then she told him the dream rooms were in the hall downstairs. While pouring his drink, she suggested he have a little first to relax. Eugene flatly refused. He didn't want a drink, and said he'd head downstairs right away. She guessed he was just shy and said he'd loosen up once he got to the room. As she led him through the hall, the succubus explained she'd take a little of his essence, which would leave him tired after waking up. But the protagonist only wanted to check the place. Once he had seen enough, he handed the succubus a bill and said he was leaving to sleep at home, so this was just for the drink. She took it without complaint. It was way too much for drinks alone. After that, he went to the nearest restaurant in the inn. When he got there, the attendant asked if he'd had a good dream. Eugene ignored that and told him to bring the best food in the place. So he sat there eating and waiting until the person he came for finally appeared. He was being dragged in by 2 guards. Ayert looked completely drained. He looked like a shell of himself. From here on, he's being called Ayert, so that's the name we'll use. Seeing his older brother in that state filled Eugene with rage. Ayert wasn't just fooling around with a succubus anymore. He was depending on demons. MC jumped up from the table and went after them. He followed for quite a while, but the route they took felt suspicious. Still, he kept tracking them until they stopped at a house and started to go inside. Eugene stepped out from hiding to follow, but several men blocked him first. They were clearly there to stop him. The one in charge told him to leave. This wasn't a store. Eugene asked what kind of place it was, but instead of answering, the man grabbed him by the neck and asked if he thought this was a joke. The protagonist sneered that it sure looked like one, then smashed a punch into the old man's chin. The guy flew back and crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. The other thugs instantly pulled their weapons. They meant to kill him, but Eugene dropped both of them with ease. Then he planted his foot on the blonde man's head and demanded to know what this place was. But by then, they were all unconscious, so he'd have to find out himself. Eugene kicked the front door open without any trouble. Inside, thick smoke filled the building, and he guessed it was some kind of narcotic. A huge man pointed at him and demanded to know who he was. He couldn't believe MC had gotten in with guards outside. Eugene clapped mockingly, saying it was rare to see a beast folk, a human and a demon, getting high together. Even here, his sarcasm was on point. The man charged at him, but he fired 3 magic shots and dropped them all with no effort. He demanded to know where Iod was, and when no one answered, Eugene drew his sword and said he'd find him himself. He unsheathed Wyneth, raised it, and created a strong vortex. The wind spread through the whole building. Using elemental magic, the protagonist searched the first and second floors. Only the third floor remained. He pointed at the ceiling, blasted through it, and moved up through the hole he'd just made, landing lightly on the floor. There was only one room up there, and that was where Iod was. Dark magic was being cast on the door ahead. Eugene quickly pulled the moonlight blade fragment from his pocket just as the spell flew at him. Somehow, the fragment blocked the attack and didn't even get scratched. That pleased Eugene. This thing still worked. Then someone appeared behind the destroyed doorway. The man stared in disbelief, saying that spell should have killed him, but something had protected him. The Lionheart Patriarch had warned his son about this. Stay away from dark magic. But the eldest son ignored it. Honestly, the Patriarch probably gave Iod a whole list of things not to do, and he still found even more ways to mess up. Eugene told him he wouldn't bother chasing him if he ran now, then angrily ordered him to move aside. To prove he meant it, he released White Flame Aura, powerful enough to shake his opponent. The man could only stare at the Lionheart power in disbelief. Then two demons stepped out from behind the wizard. They were the ones who had brought Iod here, and Eugene was more than ready. The demons bared their claws while MC settled into a fighting stance, urging them to come. They rushed straight at him. Eugene swung Wyneth, and a small whirlwind burst out, taking one demon down instantly. The other kept charging. It swung its right arm, but that arm was already gone. Eugene cut it off with ridiculous ease, then spun, poured aura into his hand, and slammed the demon in the head, driving it into the wall. Now only one other person in the room was still alive. Soon, the disguise magic began to come apart, and the man finally realized he was facing Eugene Lionheart from the main family. By then, talking things out was no longer an option. Panicking, the man begged for a chance to explain, but when he saw he wouldn't stop, he attacked again with dark magic. A twisted spell shot from his staff, and Eugene didn't even flinch. He simply cut it apart and knocked it away. Then he charged the man. In that last instant, the wizard couldn't believe anyone could block his magic so easily. The protagonist stopped with his blade at the man's neck and warned him not to move unless he wanted his head cut off. Leaving the trembling wizard behind, Eugene walked toward Iod. His brother was lying unconscious on a bed in the middle of the room. In front of the bed, a chalice held something strange that kept pulsing. MC didn't know what it was until the wizard told him it was a unicorn's heart, filled with huge mana and holy power, that made it priceless as a sacrifice. Eugene asked if they were trying to make a deal with a demon king. The wizard quickly said he'd never dare make a contract with one of them. He said the target was Baron Hoyne Ulfer of Helmuth, an incubus who served Duchess Noir Giabella. He knew exactly who that was and muttered that she had really lived for 300 years. She might not compare to a demon king, but as the Night Witch Queen, she had to be strong enough to earn the title of Duchess. Eugene then asked if his brother was really trying to contract with some incubus under the Duchess while drunk and drugged out of his mind and sacrifice a unicorn's heart for it. The wizard dropped flat and said yes, that was exactly what Eward wanted. Since the boy paid for it, he claimed he couldn't refuse. Still furious, Eugene said the man must have loved taking money from the Lionheart heir and helping with a deal tied to his own master. If this worked, the wizard would be the one gaining power through Hoyne Ulfer. So the protagonist called it what it was, pure greed. He told him to stop blaming others and keep quiet if he wanted to live. Sweating, the man obeyed at once. Then MC walked over to his unconscious brother and slapped him across the face with all his strength. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and the hit twisted his face. Shocked awake, he blinked and asked if that was really him in front of him. At least the slap got him conscious again. Nothing fixes a stupid brother like rough family love. Startled, Word asked why Eugene was there. The protagonist said he came because he heard his brother was in trouble and wanted to see what was going on. He even tried to believe Eward just needed a break. But grabbing his head, Eugene warned him not to stain himself with dark magic. As a direct Lionheart descendant, even a possible heir, he dared to chase a contract with an incubus. Eward said he couldn't control himself, but MC smashed his forehead into him without hesitation. Furious, he demanded how that was an excuse and tore into him. A demon contract meant giving up your soul. If the demon ordered murder or death, he'd have to obey, and if Eward became a dark wizard, the whole family would be shamed. What if the demon told him to kill his parents and siblings, or steal every Lionheart treasure? Eward weakly said he was told he wouldn't have to obey every command, and that he had been promised he could reject anything against his morals. That only made Eugene angrier, because he knew demons treated promises like garbage. That part about not following every order wasn't completely false. But to resist, you'd have to risk your life and defy the demon anyway. And would Eward, who had already given in to some cheap succubus and hidden alcohol, really be able to do that? Eward fell quiet for a moment. Under Eugene's hard stare, he finally gathered himself and asked what he knew about him to talk like that. With a bitter laugh, he told his brother to explain it. Then, he started ranting that the protagonist could never understand because he got all the attention. Even as an adopted son of the direct line, he received the Patriarch's full support, so he knew nothing. Eugene understood he felt wronged, but reminded him that he had been given the same chances. He inherited the White Flames too, and even had the chance to study under the Tower Master. Hearing that only made him cry harder. MC said the gap between them wasn't just because the patriarch favored him, he was better because he pushed himself harder. Talent wasn't everything, and he only reached this point through brutal training. Their brothers in the main house were also working hard, while Eward was here drowning himself in things he never should have touched. Disgusted, Eugene asked if he really thought dark magic would make him worthy of becoming patriarch. Eward shouted that he never wanted to be patriarch. He wanted to become a dark wizard and go to Helmuth, where he could be acknowledged by demons. The second those words left his mouth, Eugene drove a punch straight into his face. Edward flew back and slammed into the wall, screaming in pain. He demanded he repeat himself. A Lionheart, descended from the great Vermouth Lionheart, wanted approval from demons. He wanted demons to value him more than his own family. The protagonist snapped that he had everything twisted. Even as the eldest Lionheart, he was acting worthless. Edward could only stay quiet and listen. He'd been given what others could never have, yet all he did was sit there and cry. Done talking, Eugene pulled out his phone and said Edward could explain himself to Levelian instead. Later, the guards dragged the wizard away. By then, the Tower Master had arrived, furious and deeply disappointed. Edward started stammering to Levelian, insisting he hadn't done anything wrong and hadn't really stepped into dark magic. Levelian cut him off. Trying was enough. Edward had disgraced the Lionheart name, insulted his father who trusted him, and shamed the Red Tower mages who taught him. He had even insulted Levelian himself, after all his patience. When Edward tried making excuses again, Levelian told him to stop before he was punished for that too. If he truly wanted to apologize, he should save it for the parents who sent him there. That left the boy in total despair. After that, everyone returned to the tower. That night, Levelian called Gilead Lionheart and Theonis to Wrath, and neither of them was happy. But one more guest had been summoned, Balzac Ludbeth, the master of the Black Magic Tower. He had led it for decades and was one of the 3 legendary black mages contracted with the Demon King of Incarceration. Theonis immediately demanded to know why he was sitting there. The master of the Black Magic Tower. Levelian told her to calm down because the Black Tower wasn't directly involved. Theonis, still furious, snapped that he had just said Edward tried to use black magic, so how could the Black Tower have nothing to do with it? Balzac answered that the Black Tower did not control every black mage in Eroth. The cult wizard behind this was Gavid, and he wasn't one of theirs. He belonged to the Mage Guild. Theonis was about to keep going, but Gilead cut in and asked why Balzac was there at all, if the Black Tower wasn't involved. Balzac said he came to take responsibility, in his own way. Long ago, studying black magic alone was enough to get someone killed. But after Vermouth made a deal with the Demon King of Incarceration, people were allowed to learn it if they chose. These days, black magic and contracts are no longer crimes by themselves, so he was here to honor whatever the Lionheart family wanted. Gilead said it sounded like Balzac was lowering himself for the Lionheart family's dignity. Balzac admitted that was true. He wanted to keep this from turning the Lionhearts into enemies. The drug crimes would be judged by Eroth's law, and the succubus involved had already been punished. The Kapiaski Penagadauni, the Lord of Brainmuistika Warnersman Hibisi Shrine. To know of Asklus, then his papas appear the tower to Minsibicolo what? I guess can Berluz Hibinal Fustful, Belhapalad, Kaitiga Steve. Balzac answered that he would personally cut off the head of Baron Hohenulfer, who contracted with Gavid Lindman and tried to complete a contract with Edward. Then the candles in the room went out. A flame lit on Balzac's fingertip as he began a spell and said the Demon King of Incarceration had a message for them. The moment Eugene heard that name, his anger flared. Balzac continued, saying the Demon King was deeply displeased that Vermouth's family, one he supposedly respected so highly, had been dragged into this matter. Because of that, he had decided Hohenulfer would lose his head. MC barely held himself back. Hearing that the Demon King respected Vermouth's family only made him burn with rage. Gilead looked much the same until Balzac snapped his fingers. Then he bowed and offered another apology. He admitted it likely wouldn't reduce Gilead's anger, but he wanted the Patriarch to know the Black Tower and the Demon King of Incarceration were doing all they could to ease the Lionheart family's outrage. Gilead said nothing. Balzac bowed once more and said he hoped their next meeting would be under friendlier terms. Before leaving, he glanced at Eugene and gave him a bright smile. He, on the other hand, clearly didn't like that at all. After Balzac left, Gilead, still tense, asked the protagonist to excuse them, and he did. Once MC was out of the room, Gilead apologized to Levelian, saying this happened because of his own failure. But Levelian said he had also been too hard on Eward. Then Gilead declared he would take Eward back to the main family home, which shocked Theonis. Panicked, she said they didn't need to go that far. It wasn't as if he had fully fallen into black magic. She kept making excuses, saying he wouldn't do it again and would treat this as a lesson. But Gilead said that in the 300-year history of the Lionheart family, the main line had never produced a wizard. Even if Eroth was his son, he would not change his mind. What he did stained the family name, and he could no longer stay in Eroth. That made Theonis furious. She argued there was no place for him in the main family estate, and pointed out that the other 2 sons had already been accepted by the main family. While Uhtred was in Eroth, she realized the Patriarch didn't care, and snapped that he had never really done anything for Uhtred. She said all his care went to Ancilla Lionheart and to his adopted son, who wasn't even blood. Gilead looked at her coldly and asked if she truly believed that. He said he gave his children everything they asked for and sent Uvid to Eroth because the boy wanted to study magic. Still angry, she fired back that if he really cared, he would have done whatever it took to make Uvid a student of Mr. Lobrian. If he truly loved his son, he would have had someone watching over him. Gilead only told her to stop disgracing the Lionheart family and himself. That made her even angrier. She said if Hughes came back to the main residence, she would be the one shamed, and if Gilead insisted, she'd take Hughes to her parents' house instead. She would rather have him learn magic there with her family than return to the main house. Gilead replied that if that was what she wanted and what Hughes wanted too, then they could do as they pleased. As Eugene walked through the hall, Balzac called out and asked for a moment to talk. He said the earlier mess kept them from speaking properly. He answered that he had no interest in talking nicely with the master of the Black Magic Tower. Balzac noticed right away that the protagonist really didn't like him. Eugene admitted it. He didn't just dislike Balzac, he hated black mages in general. Balzac said 300 years had passed, and he personally had done nothing wrong. MC could hate black magic all he wanted, but Balzac asked him not to hate him for no reason. Since that clearly wouldn't change his mind, he switched topics and brought up everything he'd heard about his success in the bloodline succession ritual. He praised the protagonist's talent and how well he handled magic there. He also mentioned the recommendation letter for Acreon. Glancing aside, Balzac said he couldn't mention this inside, but one of his duties could actually help Eugene. That made MC ask what he meant. Balzac explained that a Red Tower recommendation alone might not be enough to enter Acreon, because other tower masters and mages could object and say he wasn't qualified. So Balzac offered to write one himself as master of the Black Magic Tower. The protagonist asked why. Balzac said he was interested in the boy's talent, and he also didn't get along with the Red Magic Tower's master. According to him, the man hated him simply because he was a black mage. So if he backed Eugene's application as another tower master, Lobrian might dislike him a little less, and it would also help smooth things over with the Lionheart family. MC said that if Balzac really planned to write the letter, he'd accept it. But that didn't mean they were friends. Balzac just smiled and said not being hated any more than before was good enough. Then he apologized for stopping Eugene and said that was all. Before he could leave, he asked if he truly had nothing to do with his brother's trouble. Balzac paused, then said he took great pride in being a black mage. To him, untalented black mages were an insult to black magic just by existing. So even if someone was a Lionheart successor, he would never give that chance to anyone without real talent. As he walked off, he asked whether that answer was enough. Eugene thought about his brother's pathetic condition and left, while cursing under his breath, wanting to punch Balzac again. Later, he sat in front of something incredible, the unicorn's heart. His father had given it to him as a reward for stopping Eugene's disgraceful actions. There were many ways to use a unicorn's heart, but the easiest was simply drawing out the mana inside it. After checking the heart's condition, he started absorbing its mana. At this pace, Eugene could reach 4 stars before he even turned 20. If the Lionheart family knew, they would be stunned, because in 300 years no one had ever reached 4 stars before adulthood. The Patriarch and Gion had 6 stars, which already placed them among the strongest people in the nation. If the protagonist kept building on that, he could push for 5 stars next. He planned to devote himself fully to the White Flames formula, Hamel's method created by Vermouth, surpassing everything and everyone. The next day, the musclehead said the giant's testicles cost 30 million. Eugene nearly lost it. Gargeth was rushing because if they didn't pay before midnight, the item would go to the next buyer. They went to Pentagon Bank where the clerk saw the black card and immediately offered to open a private account. Eugene turned him down. A while later, they came back outside. Gargeth said the testicles would be delivered to wherever he was staying, and this was MC's chance to see them in person. He was furious that Gargeth kept trying to drag him into seeing giant balls. Even so, he told him to forget it, then agreed to go. Gargeth said he knew the protagonist would be curious and even offered him some of their essence, but Eugene flat out refused to eat anyone's balls. What MC really cared about wasn't the testicles, it was the Red Flames formula Gargeth had learned. As they walked, he thought about seeing for himself how different White Flames was from the other methods. Then something in the crowd caught his eye. Shocked, he leaped forward and ran at full speed, thinking it couldn't be possible. He shoved through the crowd, still unable to believe what he was seeing. There was no way he had mistaken it. That pale purple hair came from an absurd amount of mana. Ahead of him stood a woman with that exact color, and Eugene called out to her. Could it really be Sienna? Flushed with hope, he reached for her, but his hand passed right through. Startled, he wondered if she was a ghost, then realized it was a magical illusion. All he could do was watch as she slowly turned and revealed herself to be Sienna. Eugene stood there, completely confused. Sienna only gave him a big smile, said something to him, and began to fade, this time leaving something behind. With her last words, she said she had found Eugene. That filled him with excitement. He turned away and walked off, grinning as he said he had found her too. Later, he sat deep in thought. Sienna was alive, and she had come looking for him. But how had she known? Did she recognize his soul like the Spirit King did, or was it because of his necklace? Sienna knew about Eugene's reincarnation, and since she only sent an illusion, she had to be trapped somewhere and unable to meet him in person. He guessed she was sealed, but by herself. or by the demon king of incarceration? Even without answers, he was still happy she had reached out to him this time. So he promised that next time, he would be the one to go to her. Just then, the muscular idiot showed up behind him and asked why he had run off so fast. Eugene told him it was none of his business and that they should head back. Later, he asked the musclehead about the Red Flames formula. Gargeth said it wasn't hard, then flexed so hard his shirt ripped apart. The protagonist asked if he really had to do that to explain it. Gargeth said no, but called it part of his charm. Then he finally started to focus and a red aura rose from his body. Eugene asked whether the core also split apart in the Red Flames formula. Gargeth said normally it didn't, but his family had developed the method enough to raise it to 5 stars. As far as he knew, only a few side families had reached 5 stars with the weaker formulas passed down to them. Right now, Gargeth himself was at 2 stars. Eugene realized that even after all those centuries, Red Flames still capped at 5 stars. White Flames belonged only to the main family, while the weaker Red Flames went to branch families. That was why the gap between them stayed huge and never got crossed. Still, this didn't sit right with MC, because Vermouth wasn't the kind of person to be that petty. He had considered learning Red Flames if it had real potential, but clearly it didn't, so he said goodbye and started to leave. Gargeth asked if he wasn't going to stay for the giant testicles, but Eugene flipped him off and said he could keep them. Now at the Red Magic Tower, the protagonist figured Sienna's last magic writings were in Acreon. There had to be some clue about her in that book called Witchcraft. Both Liberian and Balzac had promised recommendation letters, so Eugene had a real chance of getting in. In his heart, he thought Sienna had already waited 300 years. A little longer wouldn't hurt, right, Sienna? Now he stood before a crystal to begin a test. A touch from the Moonlight Sword could break mana structure and scatter it, but this tiny fragment wouldn't be enough to disrupt high-level magic. Still, it should work on lower-level spells, so he started the test. If his mana didn't break from that fragment, then it could grow beyond the normal limits of White Flames. Sometime later, an apprentice told a mage there had been several explosions in Eugene's research room. The woman said she would check. Not long after, she reached the room and knocked on the door. Then a heavy tremor shook from inside. She quickly opened it and cried out, asking if he was all right. Inside, Eugene was drenched in sweat. Breathing hard, he let out a long sigh as the worried, shy woman asked what he had been doing. When she asked what he's doing, MC says he's training his mana along with his magic. She doesn't really buy it. There aren't any magic circles in the room. All that's left is a tiny fragment at the center, while everything around it is wrecked. He says it'll be easier to show her. Then he fires a blast of flame at the fragment, and it sets off a huge explosion. The woman is left stunned. Not only had the boy become faster, he was using his own core like a magic circle. For someone who had just arrived, that kind of power made no sense. Still, he says he was only working on mana training, and it looks like he made real progress. At first, his magic scattered before it could explode, but now he can hold that broken mana together and turn it into a massive blast. Still shocked, she says she came because people heard explosions from his room and wanted to check on him. But that isn't the only reason. The Tower Master also wants to see him. As Eugene goes to get dressed, he asks if the Tower Master is upstairs, but she says no. He's at the Royal Library in Acreon now. At the middle of the 5 magic towers stands Aerith's royal castle, Abraham. It sits in the middle of a huge lake, and you can't reach it without a boat. Even flying carriages and magic can't cross over because of the demon seal circle around the lake. That circle was a gift from Sienna Murdine to Aerith's royal family, a sign of friendship that has lasted for hundreds of years. Eugene is amazed. He hasn't studied magic for long, but even to him, covering a lake that huge with a demon seal circle feels impossible. The excited girl asks if he'd like to visit Abraham. The protagonist says he was only looking because it seemed interesting, and it's not like anyone can just walk in. She agrees only Tower Masters and top nobles are allowed inside. Even Tower Masters can't use magic there. Only the royal family and the castle mages, who swore absolute loyalty to them, can. Eugene asks if that means the Tower Masters never swore loyalty. She says they did, but they don't follow pointless orders. Basically, Aerith's magic towers work with the kingdom through a mutual agreement. Their ties are with the parliament, not the castle, since the castle has its own mages. That doesn't mean the mages are enemies, though. Soon they reach their destination. The mage explains that only 3 people objected to Eugene being recommended for Acreon: the masters of the blue and green towers, and the head of the mage guild. If he wins them over, he'll be allowed in. With that, the girl says she's leaving, then quickly adds that he shouldn't be nervous and wishes him good luck. Eugene thanks her with a small wave. Inside, MC bows and introduces himself to everyone gathered there. Among them is the captain of the castle mages, Tremple Visordo. There is Tremple Visordo, the master of the red magic tower, Lobarian Serpis, the master of the green magic tower, Generic Osman, the master of the blue magic tower, Herodoth Oslan, the mistress of the white magic tower, Melkith El Haya, the master of the black magic tower, Balzac Ludboth, and finally the master of the mage guild, Edgard Gyron. A moment later, someone tells the boy to raise his head. It is Hunalain Abraham, first in line to succeed Arath's throne. He says he's heard Eugene's name for years and always wanted to meet him. He knows of him too, a genius who reached 5 circles before even becoming an adult. The Blue Tower Master says he's also heard plenty about the protagonist, especially since the red and black tower masters have been pushing so hard for him. He admits the boy has talent, but swordsmanship and magic are completely different. In his view, Eugene is only 17 and just started learning magic, so should he really already be getting a recommendation for Acreon? He suspects there's more to it since the Red Tower Master is an old friend of the Lionheart Patriarch, and maybe the Black Tower Master wants to get close to the Lionheart family after the humiliation he recently suffered. MC says he understands and asks what he has to do to enter the school. Loburian tells him to demonstrate his magic so the nobles and mages present can judge it. The Blue Tower Master mocks him, adding that he should also present papers in magical research, though he doubts he has anything like that. He notices the jab and says he's right, so he'll begin now. Using his stars to build a circle, the protagonist releases mana far stronger than anyone expects from someone his age, but no one reacts. Even so, the Blue Tower Master finds it interesting. The others notice he isn't separating his core from the circle, he's combining multiple cores to make one. They are impressed, especially since he only started training 4 years ago. His talent for controlling mana is obvious, but they still think that alone isn't enough. Handling mana well is different from truly understanding magic. Then Eugene forms a small wind tornado in his hand. It shifts into bright red flames, then turns back into mana. After that, he shapes the mana into a blade in his left hand. One Tower Master is surprised by how smoothly he changes spells, all without speaking a single chant. That takes perfect control of magic. Someone asks if he can use magic while holding his aura sword. Even then, the old man asks what else he has to show. Eugene only smiles. Then he slowly draws his sword from its sheath, catching the White Tower Mistress's attention. He isn't just feeding mana into the sword, he's doing that while forming an aura blade and still moving the stars of the circle in his heart. The Tower Mistress is shocked that his circle stays stable. Even though he's using the core as a circle, it still works like a core. Loburian asks what everyone thinks, and the old man says they need to discuss it first. Understanding that, Loburian asks Eugene to step outside for a while. He agrees and leaves the room. The moment he's gone, the Blue Tower Master angrily points at the Red Tower Master and asks if he really taught the boy nothing. The answer is no. MC wasn't trained by anyone and only studied from an introductory Red Tower text on his own. The man can't believe someone could read a beginner's book and reach that level of magical understanding. Smiling, Abraham says that's only natural. He's a Lionheart of the Keel Empire, a descendant of the great hero Vermouth. Everyone knows how gifted that bloodline is, and Abraham says he can already tell Eugene is a genius. The White Tower Mistress adds that the magic he used should have been only first circle level, yet its power was clearly beyond that. The purity of his mana and the accuracy of his control were shocking, though they'll need to confirm it. Still, she believes even fourth circle magic cancellation might not be enough to stop his spells. Then someone behind her says he's still too young. He agrees Eugene is gifted, but sees no reason to rush while the boy is still so young. He suggests Loburian teach him for a few more years, until he becomes truly necessary for Acreon. Another Tower Master says they should see this as an investment. The protagonist is only 17, very talented, and also a Lionheart. Even now his skills are strong, and his future potential seems endless. They're already on decent terms with the Lionheart family, but even putting that aside, helping Eugene now could be a smart move. The old man argues that even if he's talented, he's still an adopted son, so he won't become Patriarch anyway. The Black Tower Master says one of the twins, Cyan Lionheart, will be the next Patriarch. The word Lionheart has an inferiority complex, and after the recent incident, he has no real chance in that struggle. Even if MC never becomes Patriarch, the Black Tower Master warns them not to underestimate how secure his place in the main family is. Another man cuts in, saying Eugene will have to leave the main family someday. By Lionheart custom, once he marries and has children, he must leave the main estate, so they should invite him to Aerith then. By that time, he'll be even more capable and won't forget the favor they showed him. Balzac goes on, saying he became famous 4 years ago during the blood succession ritual because of his obvious talent. Even the Lionheart family admits how much potential he has, and if he gains the support of Aerith, he could become the very image of Great Vermouth from 300 years ago. The old man suddenly laughs, saying that's way too much praise, and asks if those words are really Balzac's own. Balzac asks what he means. The old man points out that Balzac has a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration, so he wonders whether that had anything to do with what he just said. Balzac laughs and replies that the Demon King of Incarceration is busy with Helmuth's affairs and has nothing to do with this. Then his aura turns frightening as he adds that if he were speaking on that Demon King's behalf, he'd be acting far more forcefully and using his power. The Blue Tower Master repeats, using power? The room turns tense in an instant, but Balzac soon apologizes for sounding too aggressive. The White Tower Mistress says they need to stop drifting off topic. Since they still haven't agreed, she suggests a vote. She adds that the longer this takes, the more bored Eugene will get outside. Abraham agrees and says he'll go first. He supports the protagonist Lionheart's admission to Acreon. I'm not sure if I agree with the entry, but I agree that this girl has great, if you know what I mean. Acreon's royal library holds records from many legendary mages who shaped magic's history. Its halls are packed with history, so it feels more like a museum than a library. Ercreon has 15 floors of records, including Sienna's writings. Then someone calls out to Eugene. It's the mistress of the White Tower. MC knows she's the greatest spiritualist of this age, the first person ever to make contracts with two spirit kings at once. He asks if their discussion is over. She says yes, adding that reaching a full agreement would have taken a few days, so they settled it with a vote. In the end, 5 supported his entry, and 2 opposed it. 1 person stayed neutral. Eugene only asks if he can go to the upper floors now. She says yes, then asks if he wants to know who voted which way. He says no. That makes her grin, then she tells him anyway. She was the neutral vote. It wasn't because she opposed him. She just wanted to stop a fight. Everyone was already irritated and things would have only gotten worse somewhere else. The master of the Blue Tower glances at Eugene and looks away, clearly annoyed. She says that surprisingly, he still voted to let him in. At first, he looked very unhappy when the protagonist came in, but he must have changed his mind. Excited, she asks MC to guess who voted against him, but he says he doesn't care. So she leans in and whispers that it was the master of the Green Tower and the master of the Mage Guild. Eugene asks why she's telling him after he said he didn't care. She wonders if he's really 17 years old because his reactions are so dull. Isn't he angry or annoyed? He says no, then turns to leave and says goodbye. She quickly stops him, pointing out the sword at his waist. Wyneth, the blade blessed by the Wind Spirit King. He confirms it and asks why. She admits she's always wanted a contract with him, but the Wind Spirit King never appears, no matter how often she calls. She says she's tried everything. Even the Thunder Spirit King and Earth Spirit King told her the Wind Spirit King wouldn't make a contract with anyone. She even sent the Lionheart family a letter asking to borrow the sword, but they refused. They probably thought she'd steal the sword. Eugene says he can't lend Wyneth no matter what, and technically, it isn't even his. She stays doubtful and promises not to tell anyone. He only needs to lend it for a short time. At most, just 1 day, and he can watch the whole time. He finds that interesting. The Wind Spirit King hasn't answered his calls for 4 years. With Eugene's current mana, he probably can't summon him. But if the mistress of the White Tower tries the only spiritualist with contracts from 2 spirit kings, then using Wyneth as a bridge might make the king respond. Even so, the protagonist decides not to agree yet. If she gets more desperate, he might gain something from it. So he pretends not to notice and asks where to get his entry card. She happily says she'll take him there. Soon he has the card in hand. It's an ID item marked with his seal. Trying to get a reaction, she says the familiars kept here belong to the great mages who shaped history in Ercreon, the mage king who founded Arath, the battle mage called the father of battle magic, and even the great Sienna. Their familiar spirits are all here too. Eugene barely reacts. She says his responses are so boring and thought he'd at least care about Sienna. After all, he looked for her floors before, and on his first day here, he even visited the mansion of the wise Sienna. MC asks how she knows that. She says he has no idea how famous he is around here. Then she calls him a jerk and asks when he'll lend her the sword, but he refuses again. A little later, she explains how to use the identity card to open and close the door. Then she asks if he's really going to the 12th floor. He says yes, and she teases that he really likes Miss Sienna. As he steps through the door, Eugene asks if she's going to wait for him. She says she doesn't have that much time, though she admits she'd like to come along, but if she did, he might embarrass himself when he feels that magic for the first time. Laughing, she says he should bring diapers. Eugene asks why. With a mocking smile, she says he might end up wetting his pants. That ticks him off, so he starts jabbing the elevator button hard. After the lift finally arrives, he reaches the floor he wanted. When the door opens, he comes face to face with someone. The figure removes her hat and welcomes him to Sienna's floor, even calling him Eugene Lionheart. Confused, he asks if she's Sienna. The girl looks like a tiny Sienna, but she says she's not. She's Sienna's familiar, made to care for Sienna's salon. Just like the mistress of the White Tower said, this was a familiar. Eugene asks how she knows his name. She says he just registered on the first floor of Acreon. All the familiars in the tower are linked to its magic system, so they know in real time who comes and goes. He asks what to call her, and she says Sienna used to call her Mare. The protagonist finds that odd, since the name comes from Meridian. The little girl happily says it's a wonderful name. The stranger part is that Sienna made a familiar identical to herself, and named it after her own surname. Eugene asks if all familiars are this human, and she says no. Mare is special because she was created by the companion of the great hero Vermouth, and shaped after Sienna's personality. That makes MC ask if creating a living being is taboo. Mare says she isn't a living being. She has no soul like real people, and her body and mind were made from Miss Sienna's magic. Then she points to something strange spinning nearby. Eugene doesn't know what it is, so he asks. Mare says that's an excellent question, drops her hat for a second, then picks it up and explains that this is the magical core Sienna built over her whole life. Witchcraft. Eugene heard she wrote it across her life and split it into 3 volumes, so he asks how that thing is supposed to be a book. Mare says it's old-fashioned to think a book has to look like a book. He calls that nonsense, but she isn't surprised he doesn't get it, since even great masters failed to understand Sienna's magic. Hearing that brings back memories. The proud smile and the way she looked down on others. She really was made from Sienna's personality. Eugene asks if she reflects Sienna at the end of her life, but Mara says no. She's based on Sienna when she was still young. Back then, she was noble and full of dignity. She rarely laughed and devoted herself completely to studying and building magic. That doesn't match the Sienna Eugene remembers. He asks if her mind is inside the witchcraft. Mare says her consciousness is made from that magic, and her purpose is to protect and manage it. She's been doing that for 200 years under Sienna's orders. Without hesitating, he walks up to witchcraft to inspect it, remembering Levelian's words that after reading it, everything else he'd learned felt like child's play. Then Eugene asks if she knows why and where Sienna disappeared. Mare says neither she nor anyone else knows where Sienna went. Even the king of Aroth at the time, the Tower Masters, the master of the Wizards Guild, and many other famous mages seized her to ask where Sienna had gone. She told them she didn't know, but they didn't believe her. After that, people without the skill to handle it started digging through her memories inside witchcraft, and every few decades, they come back and try the same thing again. Eugene knows that's not their only reason. What they really want is to understand all of Sienna's research by digging as deep as they can into what she left behind. He asks where the other volumes of witchcraft are, since only the first is here. Mare says Sienna took the other two when she vanished, leaving only the original first volume in Acreon. Then she says Eugene seems unusually interested in Sienna. He answers that everyone is interested in her. Mare says he's not an ordinary wizard, and since he's the first Lionheart descendant of Vermouth she's seen, she's very impressed. After Sienna took charge of Aerith, she never met the Lionheart family or saw Vermouth. The protagonist knows the records say she never met any of her old companions again. The one exception was at Vermouth's funeral. But Eugene thinks it's strange that Vermouth, who was terrible with people, ended up starting a family and isolating himself. So he asks if Sienna met any of the other companions before. Mare says that sometimes Sienna would look at Mr. Molon and call him an idiot. She also said Mrs. Anise was like a snake. Since no one mentioned him, MC asks about Hamel. Mare immediately starts insulting him too, saying Sienna used to curse him all the time. Eugene points out that she claims Sienna was full of dignity. Mare replies that even a dignified person can curse someone. Still, whenever Sienna talked about her companions, it often sounded like she was about to cry, and when she spoke of Hamel, it seemed to hurt the most. Eugene changes the subject and asks what she said about Vermouth. Mare says nothing. Sienna never praised him, cursed him, or even spoke his name. That story doesn't add up. My guess is that Vermouth chose not to avenge Hamel, and instead made a pact with the Demon King of Incarceration. Sienna was probably against that choice too. He stared at Sienna's portrait, confused because it looked almost exactly like the one in her mansion. The little girl said the smile in it was totally fake. Sienna never smiled like that. She knew because while talking with Sienna and shaping her own personality, she had asked why she'd leave behind a smiling portrait when she was always so sad. Sienna's answer was simple. Future generations would see this painting and a smile was better than a sad face. The little girl had never been able to leave this place, so she hadn't seen the matching portrait in her master's mansion. That one was painted by some ordinary artist, which may be why Sienna disliked it. Still, the girl agreed a smile was nicer to look at than a cold expression. Eugene understood how she felt and tried to comfort her, but she smacked his hand away. She got mad, warning him not to try that again. She hated being treated like a kid, even if she looked smaller than him. She'd been around for 200 years. Then she showed Eugene the things Sienna had used and left in the tower. Excited, the girl pointed at a staff, Sienna's staff for most of her life. The protagonist was shocked to find Akasha here. The girl teased him for already knowing its name. She explained that a fairy tree grows only in the Samara forest, and Akasha was made from one of those ancient trees, making it the strongest staff in the world. Elves believe their ancestors' spirits live in those trees and that the roots support the world, yet they cut one down to make this staff for Sienna. Eugene knew she had always been tied to the elves because she was abandoned as a baby in the Samara forest. An elf heard her crying and brought her to their sacred grove. At first they didn't welcome her, but after seeing her huge talent, they accepted her and taught her elven magic. Sienna became the first person to wield a staff made from the world tree's roots. And that wasn't all. The red gem on top was a dragon's heart. Eugene knew only 2 staffs in the world had one, and Akasha was one of them. The other was Bloody Mary. That staff now belongs to one of the 3 warlocks bound to the Demon King of Incarceration, Count Edmund Codrith of Helmuth. But 300 years ago, Bloody Mary was used by Belial, a servant of the Demon King of Incarceration. In his past life, MC killed Belial himself. Staring at Akasha, he asked if he could hold it. The little girl said yes, but warned him he couldn't use magic with it. Akasha only accepted Sienna. No matter who tried, no other mage had ever earned its approval. Curious, Eugene reached for the staff. The moment he grabbed it, he pushed Mana into it, but the staff rejected him. He had hoped for another lucky power-up, so he felt annoyed that his old friend had left him nothing but a necklace. The tiny mage asked if he liked Lady Sienna, because besides searching for her things, his eyes lit up every time he said her name. With a teasing look, he said he just liked old stories, so she said she knew the perfect book for that, and hurried off to get it. She climbed a small ladder and pulled it from the shelf. The second Eugene saw it was The Great Adventure of Hero Vermouth. His face twisted in disgust. Still, she happily said it was the very first book ever written about Vermouth's legend. The protagonist, still bitter, called it a stupid book and said he hated how it described Hamel as an idiot. Hearing that, the girl said she had something else he might like. She turned and told him to follow. They reached a room with images of Eugene's old companions, and he asked what he was looking at. The girl said the figures were made from Sienna's own memories. The man in the center was Great Vermouth. The smiling woman beside him was Saint Anise. The ugly one who looked half-troll was Brave Mullen, and the one with the terrible face was Hamel the Fool. Eugene called him handsome, but the little mage thought he meant Vermouth. He quickly cleared that up. He was talking about Hamel, saying he had the wild beauty of an untamed beast. She could barely believe what she was hearing, while Eugene told her to just drop it. After that, they moved to a large table, and he asked what was on the floors above. She said the 13th floor held Sienna's research notes, but someone at his level wouldn't be able to understand them. The 14th floor had magic books, which were probably more useful for him right now. Eugene, already discouraged, asked if they were even harder than witchcraft. The girl said words wouldn't help. He'd have to read them himself. Then they returned to the witchcraft. She explained it was a way to use mana more efficiently and boost magical power, letting a mage cast one spell multiple times and even store spells in the subconscious. Best of all, it allowed the circle to flow in the ideal way, far better than the normal circles most mages use. Even after hearing all that, Eugene admitted he still didn't understand any of it. The child seemed pleased and said no one could get it just from listening. Getting impatient, he asked how to read it, and she told him to close his eyes, reach out, and send mana into the witchcraft. He did exactly that, touching the glowing sphere with a little magic, but at first nothing happened. He wondered if he should use his pseudo-circle instead. Then everything changed. The space around him went dark, like a dream he couldn't control, and all he felt was emptiness. A huge wave rushed at him, and when it hit, he realized it was a sea of mana dragging him along. He leaped to get away, then froze at the sight before him. In the middle of that sea was a giant black hole, shaped like a perfect circle, with smaller circles inside it. Then the whole ocean shifted into layers of circles, forming a pattern. The pressure became overwhelming, and Eugene woke up on the floor. He jumped back up and looked at the little mage, asking what had just happened. With a smug smile, she said it was too bad he passed out right away, but he shouldn't feel bad since plenty of mages had wet themselves after seeing the witchcraft. She even named the masters of the White Tower and Blue Tower as examples, so apparently she hadn't been joking before. Then she asked what he thought of the witchcraft. Eugene struggled to explain it because he barely understood what he had seen. The moving circles were unbelievable, and circles forming inside a larger one should have been impossible. The little mage explained that after reaching 9 circles, Sienna kept studying how to push magic further. That's how she surpassed the limit, created the eternal hole, and became the only mage to form the final magic circle. Many others tried after her, but none ever broke past 9 circles. To do it, a mage has to control a huge circle of mana and split it into many smaller ones. Using it for spells is even easier. One fireball made with the eternal hole is stronger than 9th circle infernal flame. The little girl said Sienna was so amazing she could probably have beaten the Demon King by herself. Hearing that, Eugene realized Sienna hadn't stopped growing stronger after his death. She had far surpassed the woman he remembered. And if that was true, all his old companions must have grown stronger too. So why had none of them challenged the Demon King again? He decided to leave the library, but the 2 Tower Masters were already waiting for him. They asked why he came back so fast and what he thought of the magic books. Eugene said that with what he knows now, it would take him years to understand even one of them. Melkith said that was obvious, since those books came from centuries of research. But if he lent her Wyned, she'd explain 10 of them in a way he could follow. Eugene said there was no need to trade just for book knowledge, and asked what else she could offer. Melkith laughed, saying he really did know how to bargain, and started listing items that could help with mana control. The blonde man jumped in saying he also had several amazing staffs he could lend, which immediately annoyed Melkith for stepping into her deal. She knew Lovely Cetrus was scared she'd make a contract with the Wind Spirit King, and felt hurt that after knowing her for so long he still couldn't see she had no interest in Arath's politics. He replied that maybe she didn't care now, but if she gained that much power, she might change. So Melkith swore on her mana that even with the Spirit King's power, she wouldn't do anything wrong. The Tower Master never asked for this, but she swore on her own mana, and the second Melkith noticed, she realized she'd been played. Eugene made it worse by saying he didn't want a staff, and she snapped that she wasn't giving one away, just lending it. He then made it clear that trading Gwynedd for something he could only use a few days was impossible, which only made her more annoyed by how hard he bargained. Still, she gave in and offered 1 year for every day she kept Gwynedd. So if she borrowed the sword for a week, Eugene could keep the artifact for 7 years. That showed just how desperate she was, because the Wind Spirit King is basically a god, and the last person to contract with him was Great Vermouth. Then the blonde mage said that if MC didn't want a staff, the Master of the White Tower had another rare item. Melkith's reaction alone was enough to make him interested in it. The blonde man revealed its name, the Cloak of Darkness. That instantly made the witch furious, because he clearly had no clue what she went through to get it. But Lovelian said it was better to loan it out and get what she wanted than leave it sitting around as decoration. Melkith hesitated, so Eugene asked what kind of cloak it was. She brushed it off as just a warm winter coat, Lavelian immediately exposed the truth. It held high-level time and space magic that could reflect spells. Its outside had defensive magic strong enough to block Fifth Circle attacks, and it also had a subspace inside for storing multiple weapons. Melkith got even more irritated that he spilled everything about her cloak. With a grin, Eugene said that sounded good enough. He chose the Cloak of Darkness over a staff but said he needed the Patriarch's permission first. Melkith tried to act like she still hadn't agreed, but the protagonist only said that was a shame and asked Lavelian if he knew somewhere to eat because he was hungry. The mage said there was a nice place in the rich part of the city. Eugene agreed, since he had never seen the city at night. As they started leaving, he asked why she was still standing there. Fuming, Melkith finally agreed to lend the Cloak of Darkness, only for MC to remind her that he still had to ask the Patriarch's permission, which made her scream in frustration. Eugene just said she sounded like a crow cawing. Later, they learned his father had no problem lending Gwyneth, but insisted a supervisor be there. While waiting, he asked if that really was the Cloak of Darkness. Melkith bragged that it looked amazing, but the protagonist shot back that it would look even better on him, telling her not to be mad since the deal was already made. Then the old woman asked who the supervisor would be since it probably wouldn't be the Patriarch. Eugene said it would be his younger brother Cyan, and because this was the first time they were loaning a family treasure, they had to be careful with the guardians. Melkith called them the Lionheart family's dogs, which clearly annoyed MC. Still, he couldn't deny they were loyal like hounds. He remembered that a year earlier, Kanan had joined the Black Lion Order. That wasn't unusual. Anyone with the Lionheart name could enter. The order was split in two. The White Lions served only the main family, while the Black Lions could serve any Lionheart. Above both stood the Senate, which despite being outside the family, recorded names in Lionheart history, and held even more power than the Patriarch. Eugene had never met them during his years at the mansion, so he wondered how strong they were. Then a carriage arrived. Two women from the Black Lions stepped out, and Melkith mockingly said they had finally shown up. He asked if she really didn't respect Great Vermouth. She did respect the legend, but hated his family, and especially hated seeing the Black Lion Knights lurking around. Lavelian warned her to hide that attitude, because if she wanted to keep Gwyneth, she couldn't afford to offend them. Melkith asked if he was telling her to flatter them, arguing that this deal was between equals, and that she was already offering her precious black cloak for the sword. At last, the carriage doors opened, and the first person out was Eugene's sister, Ciel. Completely thrown off, he asked what she was doing there. Ciel said their mother's birthday was coming up, so she came to buy gifts and of course check on her brother too. Hearing that, Eugene relaxed, but her red face showed she was embarrassed. The reason was simple. Her twin brother had come too, and he greeted the protagonist right after. Then an old man stepped forward and said it had been a long time since they'd met again, so being happy made sense, but business had to come first. Eugene wondered who he was because the man seemed highly skilled. From his build alone, MC could tell he wasn't a swordsman, he was a lancer. Another man appeared behind him, and this one was a mage, which he had expected them to bring, but they still weren't done. Another person stepped out, and one look at the striking woman told Eugene she was definitely powerful. Her hand felt hard as steel, and he could tell she was an expert at beating people down. She walked up, said it had been 20 years since she last saw Lavelian, and noted that he had become the Red Tower Master. The blonde mage replied that he had already said back then he'd become a master soon. She barely remembered, saying too much time had passed and she'd never cared much about that. Then she turned to the protagonist, who introduced himself as the protagonist Lionheart. She said her name was Carmen, and that she was his great aunt, though she didn't want him calling her that. MC was stunned by how old she actually was, and by the fact that she was Gilead's aunt. Since both Tower Masters also looked young despite their age, it wasn't that surprising. Lavelian invited her inside because of the wind, while Eugene kept wondering what she was doing there. Soon, the white-haired group and the blonde mage sat around a large table. He knew Carmen had never married. She stayed in the family's homeland until joining the Black Lions, and now she was captain of the 3rd Squadron. Nathan was one of the leaders of the 3rd Division and someone who managed collateral bloodlines. Falco was the squad's mage, from a rare branch of the family focused on magic. He stated the terms, the Storm Sword and the Black Cloak would be loaned at 1 year per day. Melkith accepted the deal, and Falco cast a spell at his fingertip, making a screen appear in front of her. As she read the contract, she asked what would happen if Gwyneth were destroyed. From the far end, Carmen answered that she'd pay with her life. The Storm Sword was priceless, and anyone who borrowed it had to be ready to risk their life. Melkith shot back that her life was worth far more than some immeasurable artifact, maybe an Aeroth, but not to the Lionhearts. Falco stepped in and said they did not want her dead, and that he had great respect for the White Tower Master. He only hoped she wouldn't make the mistake of breaking the artifact, because if Gwyneth was destroyed, they would decide what to do when that happened. Melkith asked if the Lionhearts would be the ones choosing the punishment, and Carmen replied that if she disliked it, she could cancel the contract now. If not for the Patriarch, they wouldn't have come at all. Melkith said the way she talked made it sound like they were there, mainly because of her, but that wasn't true. They had a bigger reason for coming. In a few hours, they were meeting the Black Tower Master and questioning an imprisoned sorcerer. Hearing that, Lavelian said the Patriarch had once agreed to let the sorcerer be judged under Aeroth's laws, but Carmen answered that the Senate had overruled him. While they talked, Eugene tried not to laugh at the ridiculously heavy pocket watch Carmen carried. Melkith noticed it too and asked why she had a pocket watch when she was already wearing a wristwatch. A closer look showed the Lionheart crest on it. Carmen said they had the king's permission, so it was better to obey than cause trouble. Eugene realized they must have paid a huge amount to Parliament to get that approval, and Carmen, already impatient, asked Melkith what she would do about the contract. Melkith figured making a contract with the Wind Spirit King would take no more than 3 hours, so she could get her cloak back within 2 months and accept it right away. Sometime later, the protagonist was wearing his new cloak while the witch stared lovingly at her sword. Carmen came over and said it was a fine piece, especially the feathered collar that reminded her of the Lionheart crest. Still, she hated the color. She said white would be better and black only suited a black lion knight. MC just stared, not sure what she meant. Carmen kept looking at him with zero interest in his face. Sickly stepped in and translated. What Carmen really meant was that she wanted to try on the cloak. Eugene pointed out that she hadn't actually said that, but when he saw Nathan already helping the commander into a coat, he gave in and handed over the cloak. She put it on right away and started striking dramatic poses. When she gave it back, she said it would look much better with a lion emblem on the chest and back. Melkith quickly warned her that the cloak was only on loan and shouldn't be damaged, but the whole family ignored her. Then Sion called out to his sister. Ciel instantly gets that she'll be staying with Eugene. Later, the two walk through the city, and he asks her to get rid of the 18+ Bunny Girl magazine their brother has. Nina already knows about it, and Ciel is worried that when she gets back to the mansion, the maids might all be wearing bunny ears. She says she'll tell their mother, but Eugene tries to tone it down and asks her to at least say bunny ears are awful. That makes Ciel ask what kind of ears he likes if he hates rabbit ears so much. The protagonist bluntly says he likes normal ears. He also complains that helping pick a gift is pointless when he doesn't even know what their mother likes, and if he's only there to trail behind her, he'd rather not come. Ciel turns to him and calls him a jerk for wanting to leave her alone in a city she's never been to. Eugene shoots back that she's not some helpless little kid, and says he came because he knows she'll never let it go if he annoys her. As they keep walking, Ciel asks what he did on his birthday, and MC says he spent it reading in the magic library. Lavelian and Hera wanted to give him gifts too, but he begged them not to. Then he cuts off the small talk and asks what she really came for and what's going on between her and Carmen. Ciel says he's still weirdly quick to notice the least useful things, then admits she wants Carmen to become her mentor, since her brother is set to be the next patriarch. There's also the problem of their mother pushing an arranged marriage. Ciel wants no part of that, and being stuck in a house acting like a proper lady sounds miserable. Eugene asks if she wants to join the Black Lion Knights, but she says that isn't possible right now, so learning from Carmen is the next best thing. He says it's good that she wants to build something for herself instead of just leaning on the family, then asks how her brother is doing. Apparently, he still talks about Eugene all the time and keeps asking how many stars the protagonist has reached. MC says he has the same number as when he left, then asks about Ennernald, since he never heard what happened after he went home. Their mother is trying to find a wizard to teach him at home, though Ciel thinks that's silly if he won't be patriarch anyway. They should just let him live how he wants. Done with that topic, she asks if there's a good place nearby to eat. Eugene says there are some decent spots, but none beat home cooking. Ciel doesn't care much about the food. Good atmosphere can make any meal better. Elsewhere, Nathan stands with his hand covered in blood. The interrogation is already over, and the black mage has been dealt with. He stayed silent even after they went easy on him, so he probably didn't know much. Trying to contact a Lionheart direct descendant for a witchcraft contract was insane. But Nathan says the man was likely desperate. He became a black mage decades ago and still achieved nothing, so he probably thought tricking Eward was his last way out before demons claimed his soul. Hera says she heard Noir Gibella wasn't involved and asks what Balzac Ludbeth, the master of the Black Tower, thinks. Balzac asks why he's being suspected when he cooperated the whole time and even offered an apology. Hera replies that blaming him still makes more sense than blaming some low-level black mage. Balzac says he gets why she'd think that, but he had nothing to gain from this, and if he had planned it, he would have erased every trace so no one could turn it against him. He adds that he has enemies all over the world because the Demon King of Incarceration gave him favor and trust. From his view, someone who hates him likely staged this to ruin him. Hera says there's no proof of that, but there's also no proof he did it. Balzac says this mess didn't just put him in danger. But before he goes on, Hera warns him to think carefully about what he says next. Balzac says that as a loyal servant of the Demon King of Incarceration, he truly respects the Lionhearts, which is why his apology was sincere. Still, he's human, and being falsely accused naturally makes him angry. He understands if they refuse to respect him as a black mage and servant of a demon, but he won't accept insults toward his master. The pressure makes Cyan instinctively reach for his sword, but Balzac says he doesn't want trouble in a foreign land. Even so, if they insist, he can settle it without anyone noticing. Carmen says that before no one notices anything, his head would need to stay attached, though she admits it's possible someone in Lionheart wants to harm the main family. Still, it's only a theory, and the fact that even mental magic and a very gentle approach found nothing is suspicious by itself. Balzac apologizes again and says he spoke poorly, but repeats that he wasn't behind this and had no reason to be. Carmen then brings up the incubus who tried to make the contract, saying she's seen plenty of vile things and one is standing right in front of her. Since he keeps insisting, Balzac uses magic, opening a portal-like gate and pulling out the incubus's severed head, wrapped up for transport. He says the Demon King already took its soul, but they can keep the head if they want. Since no one plans to carry it around, Carmen kicks it straight into the wall and crushes it. As they leave, Carmen gives one last warning. If he ever tries to contact Eugene Lionheart, both he and the Dark Magic Tower could suffer for it. Before she can finish, Balzac says the only one who can command him is the Demon King, and someone like her has no right to tell him what to do. After that warm little exchange, everyone is clearly in a great mood. Carmen asks what Cyan thinks. To her, the most likely culprit is Amelia Merwin, since she has always envied Balzac's place as master of the Dark Magic Tower. Cyan says that if she's involved, Nahama may be too. Carmen answers that a war could break out within a few years, so Keel needs to be ready for a possible strike on Turas. Of course, this may still be a lone incident with nobody bigger behind it, but she asks what would have happened if he hadn't ignored Balzac's taunt. Carmen says that if a fight had started, everyone there except the commander would have died. Carmen says that's oddly humble of him, but the truth is she didn't feel sure enough to fight either. Eward will be watched from now on. Even if they spare him, because he's part of the main family, he'll spend the rest of his life under Lionheart's surveillance. The only reason they're letting him have a magic teacher is to see who's really behind this, in case that person reaches out again. Sirian remembers how happy his brother looked when he used magic, and wonders why he ended up going down such a dark path. A few hours later, the Black Lions say their goodbyes, and Eugene, Ciel, and Jian part with them cheerfully, promising to meet again. Before leaving, Carmen asks what he thinks about joining the Black Lions. The vice captain spot is open, and she wants to recommend him, but the protagonist turns it down. Seeing he's serious, Carmen accepts his answer and leaves with the others. Eugene then asks if the White Tower Master still hasn't said anything. The blonde says that if she had made the contract right away, she would have rushed over to brag, so she's probably struggling. At that moment, Melkith stands atop a tower, red-faced and embarrassed, holding Gwyneth. She definitely sent her message to the spirit world, but Tempest still hasn't answered. She even stopped warming her body to sharpen her senses, then chants the spells again to form a contract with the Great Wind Spirit. Suddenly, lightning pours down from the sky and a bird wrapped in lightning appears, calling her the contractor. Melkith asks why he's there when she didn't summon him, but Livin says Tempest told him to shut her up because he has no interest in making a contract. Melkith insists she's the greatest spirit mage in the world, the only one worthy of a pact with him, but when Livin sees his contractor desperately waving the sword and yelling for Tempest to come out, he decides the only answer is to electrocute Melkith. The Lightning Phoenix tells her she can't give the Wind Spirit King what he wants, and that desire is the same one he had centuries ago to travel to the northern land of the Demon Kingdom. 10 days later, Melkith comes to return the sword, looking completely drained, and Eugene can't believe someone can age that much so fast. He asks if she managed to make the contract, which only makes her more annoyed, since he obviously knows the answer. MC then says that if she gives the sword back now, he'll only keep the cloak for 9 years. Heartbroken and still without a contract, she hands over Gwyneth and tells him to take good care of the Cloak of Darkness until then. Later, Eugene reads that the chief of the giants was monstrously strong. Kamash was hundreds of years old and the strongest chief in their history. Thousands of humans fought only hundreds of giants, but numbers meant little against that army. Still, the count of soldiers didn't really matter, because Vermouth was there. Some foolish knights would step up, throwing around titles and brave-sounding words, saying they wanted to fight beside him, but none of them could even scratch Kamash, and Vermouth didn't like fighting with a crowd anyway. He relied on just one person. Vermouth tells Hamel to take the left arm, but Hamel says he wants the right one, since that damn giant is right-handed. Only the Holy Sword could cut through Kamash. Even after their leader died, the giants didn't retreat, but the magic shielding them from human spells weakened, and Sienna was finally able to unleash her power. Eugene asks if she wrote this book, since it keeps praising the author. The little girl snaps that it's insulting. No one would brag about themselves that much in their own book. After going over a part of his old life, he decides to study witchcraft again. The little witch says that's fine, but he's way too full of himself, and Eugene answers that he knows that. He already knows he can't make the eternal whole yet. He'd need to be at least at the 9th circle. In simple terms, it's a huge circle with smaller ones inside that can be turned, broken, and rebuilt to grow his mana. But the protagonist doesn't cast magic with circles. He uses the White Flames method instead. In his past life, he learned the basics of mana training, then improved them after meeting Sienna. That let Hamel build a mana method of his own, and with it, he cut off Kamash's arm and leg. Vermouth himself called him talented, while Sienna was amazed he got that far with such a lousy mana method bought with money, more shocked by that than anything else. Now Eugene doesn't pass out when he looks at the Eternal Hole, and he can finally track the mana moving inside it. It seems he's found a way to rebuild the Eternal Hole through the White Flames method. 2 years pass, and MC turns 19. The little girl asks if he isn't hungry. Still writing on a sheet of paper, he says he can't stop now or he'll break his focus. She asks why he's rushing to finish a thesis, but Eugene says he's not rushing at all. he keeps checking it over so he won't mess up. Normally, wizards spend their whole lives writing a thesis, and she says he should quit acting smug and study another 10 years first. He asks if she's just being shy, which makes the little mage blush. She blurts out that she's over 200 years older than him, so he needs to stop treating her like a kid. The truth is, she just doesn't want him to leave. He's the only one who visits her regularly. The other wizards either lost their minds or tried to understand witchcraft when they saw it, but every one of them failed and went back to chasing their own magic. Eugene was the only one who came every day and honestly tried to understand it. So she asks again if he'll really leave Eroth once the thesis is done. She starts listing all kinds of jobs he could take if he stayed, but the protagonist turns them all down because his real goal is to go back home. The tiny witch asks why, since he won't even become patriarch anyway. She says what he's done here is already amazing. While writing the thesis, he simplified hard magic theories and improved his own magic. Eugene says he only wrote it because he wanted to. He's the only person who can actually use it. We learn no other mage can use the White Flames method. Levelian explains that trying to mix it with normal magic theory is physically impossible. Even if MC can form a circle with white flames, that doesn't mean anyone else in the main family can copy it. He tested it himself, and his mana circle started flowing backward. Eugene reached 4 stars and managed to add the eternal hole to that circle. After that, he started detonating the mana inside it like he did in his past life. He first meant to try it at 5 stars, but witchcraft changed his mind. After a lot of study and time spent on the 8th and 6th floors, plus help from Levelian, who reviewed his work and checked things for him, he pulled off all of this in just 2 years. The little witch makes a scene, saying she doesn't care if he leaves because she's lived over 200 years and said goodbye plenty of times. Even so, she wants him to tell her before he goes and not disappear like Sienna did. After hearing all that, Eugene simply says okay and walks off, leaving the little girl fuming and cursing at him. Even though she wants him to stay, she acts childish. Because her personality was based on a younger Sienna, so she's stubborn and immature sometimes. Deep down, she thinks that part is silly, and believes her master wouldn't really act that way. But Eugene says Sienna would have acted exactly like her. Naturally, the little girl gets mad and says he couldn't know that because he never met her. He tells her he'll finish the thesis soon, and come back to say one last thing before leaving. As he leaves the library, a friendly man greets him. Eugene already knows this is Eroth's court wizard and can guess what he wants. Tremple explains that there's still an open spot in the Court Wizard Guild, but the protagonist keeps refusing to join. Tremple asks how the thesis is going and offers to help with his research. Even with Levelian helping him, Tremple says he's skilled in summoning and battle magic too. Eugene asks if he even knows what the thesis is about. Of course he doesn't. MC hasn't shown it to anyone except Levelian. So he thanks him for the offer but refuses, saying it would be rude to his teacher. As he leaves, he feels relieved. If that old man found out he recreated the Eternal Hole, he'd definitely force his way into his room. The White Flames method doesn't look different from rotating flames, and not even an archmage can notice it. That's great, because hiding his strength from powerful enemies gives him a huge advantage. Later, Levelian looks over a huge cloud of smoke from an attack. He says that if you ignore the spell itself and only judge raw power, Eugene is still far from the 5th circle. The protagonist says the 4th circle still feels like his limit, and the Eternal Hole doesn't seem to hold any higher magic than that. Levin says MC has reached the edge of what he can handle, because the technique he made from the Eternal Hole isn't a complete copy, and each mana circle matches 1 star of the White Flames method. Since this circular flames method doesn't really exist in normal theory, using it could be very dangerous. Unlike the standard path, he might still manage 5th circle magic, but Levenance warns him not to try 6th circle magic yet. No one knows the risk of using something that shouldn't exist. Eugene says he'll keep that in mind, and Levelian asks why he won't go back to the family estate after finishing the thesis. He says the Luhart Kingdom is famous for its ice crabs, and he's always wanted to eat them. This is also the nation founded by Molon. Then he says he'll head to Nahama too, because he heard cactus scorpions are a real delicacy there. We learn that 200 years ago, Anise left on a pilgrimage without telling anyone, and the last place she was seen was the Nahama Desert. Levelian says he had no idea Eugene cared this much about food and invites him to have lobster for dinner that night. At the restaurant, though, the protagonist is caught off guard by someone in front of him, the Prince of Eroth. The prince apologizes for interrupting the meal and says he'll get straight to the point. If MC stays in the city, he'll promise him a commanding post among the court wizards. Eugene thinks that's a little much right now, but Honan explains that in 10 years he will be the king of Eroth. That shocks Levelian, since openly saying the current king will step down while still healthy is dangerous. But the prince says his father already made that promise, and as the only heir, there's no doubt he'll take the throne. The court wizards answer directly to the royal family, and in 10 years he would easily be qualified for that role. Eugene says he's honored, but the prince doesn't even know how far his magic has advanced. The prince replies that's only because he and Levelian have worked so hard to hide it. Since there must be a reason for that secrecy, all he can do is try to judge the protagonist himself. Looking him over, he sees mana pack through his body and figures he's likely well above the 5th circle. Honan believes MC has fully understood witchcraft, and when Eugene asks if he really has to answer, that basically confirms it. A commoner doesn't have the right to lie to the prince. Still, it's not that he dislikes Aerith or the royal family. He just doesn't have that kind of ambition. Seeing that rank and money won't keep him there, the prince asks if knowledge would. As we know, Sienna left behind 3 books of witchcraft, and 2 of them are kept as treasures in the royal palace. Both Eugene and Levelian are stunned by that. From what the little girl told him, Sienna had taken the other 2 volumes with her, so the protagonist didn't know the royal family had them. The prince quickly says not to misunderstand, it is only a copy Sienna gave them herself. Eugene asks if he'd be willing to show those other volumes so he can confirm they're real, but the prince says that's impossible. Even with the king's favor, witchcraft is still the greatest magic book in history. Still, once he becomes king, he'll personally let MC see it. From his side, that's a very tempting offer. For a wizard who knows how amazing witchcraft is, it's hard to ignore. On top of that, the other volumes might reveal what happened to his friend, so the protagonist says they can talk again once the prince takes the throne. The prince accepts that answer and says he'll send a letter when the time comes. Meanwhile, the little mage reads Eugene's thesis. He really did fit everything together cleanly and perfectly, and she can't think of anything else to add. It may not match the eternal whole, but the circular flames method still goes beyond modern circle magic. To most people, it would look unfinished, but from MC's attitude, it seems more like a way to keep others away from knowledge only he can use. With the thesis finally done, the little girl asks when he's leaving and is surprised to hear it'll be the day after tomorrow, since she thought someone like him would leave right away. She adds that his life sounds pretty great, good food and tons of praise. That makes Eugene remember something he said a few months earlier. Before leaving, he tells her there's something important he needs to say. As they walk, he says he wants to confirm one thing first, and asks if this can be passed on some other way. She gets annoyed, asking if he doubts her or thinks she'd leaked the secrets from his thesis. The little witch says plenty of people tried to pry information out of her while he was gone, but they couldn't get anything because it's locked in the deepest part of witchcraft. That system exists to protect magic families and their knowledge. Eugene says that if it's really that secure, then what he's about to say will stay hidden. Then he turns to her and says he was reincarnated. She just stares at him, confused, thinking it has to be some kind of joke. He starts explaining that he was reborn with memories from his previous life, but she still doesn't buy it. Then Eugene tells her who he used to be, Hamel Dinas, or rather, Hamel the Fool. That leaves her stunned, and she asks if he means it. When he asks if it's that hard to believe, she admits it actually explains a lot. He only studied magic for 2 years, yet he understood the eternal whole and made all those strange techniques. If he remembers a past life and was one of Great Ranulf's companions, that would explain it. She says Hamel the Fool always stood out from the others. Sienna Murdane was raised in the forest by elves, and learned magic there. Molan Ruhr was the son of the Bior tribe's great chief, a famous battle tribe from the northern wildlands. Anise Slywood spent her whole life under the care of bishops in the Holy Empire, as a saint candidate. Vermouth, on the other hand, began as a slave meant to be offered to the demon race. He stole a sword and fought to stay alive, and with that very first blade he killed 10 demons and warlocks guarding the slaves. The little mage says it sounds overblown, but legends usually do. Eugene says that knowing Vermouth, it was probably true. He really was a monster. She goes on saying Hamel was the strangest hero, because unlike the others, he started with nothing special. His village was destroyed by monsters, so he picked up a sword to survive and became a mercenary driven by hatred for monsters and the Demon King. Even with the most ordinary past among the heroes, he still grew strong enough to stand beside them. If Eugene really is his reincarnation, that crazy learning speed makes sense, but he says it's not that simple. During their journey, he kept trying to surpass Vermouth and lost every single time. She replies that from her view, Hamel was a monster too. Still, the protagonist says none of that matters. He never beat Vermouth before he died. Then she finally understands why he once called Hamel's hologram beautiful. He quickly says that was true in his past life. Dropping the topic, she asks why he told her. Now, when she can't really offer useful information, but that wasn't what Hamel expected anyway. From the moment he first saw her, this little witch reminded him of someone. She says that's obvious, since she was created from a memory of her mistress as a child. Eugene gently pats her head and asks if he overstepped again. She says she'll let it slide this once because he was her mistress's companion. Then MC asks if she believes Sienna Murdane is dead. She plainly says no, and he agrees. Sienna isn't the kind of person who'd die without leaving something behind, so he says he'll start searching for her. In fact, he believes all of them are still alive somewhere in the world, and he plans to find them and help them. Even though she believes him, the little witch asks him to swear it before witchcraft. So Eugene steps up and swears in his own name and in his family's name that he was Hamel Dinas in his previous life. Her eyes begin to glow, and she says that after Sienna Murdane disappeared, many mages tried to search through witchcraft, but the key records were hidden in its deepest layer, just like their talk from earlier. Now she's about to reveal something that must never be shared with anyone from Alir. There is evidence of Sienna Murdane after her retirement. About a week before she vanished, the two of them were together on the same floor of Ecrian. Suddenly, Sienna collapsed in pain and said her familiar had died. She was furious too, because someone had broken into Hamel's tomb. Eugene is shocked. He didn't even know he had a tomb. The little witch says that was her first time hearing of it too. Sienna left without explaining anything to anyone, and she feels bad saying this, but as Sienna's old friend, he deserves to know. He starts thinking about having a tomb at all, since he always believed his body was destroyed by the Lich. But if he reincarnated, then his soul survived, and he suspects Sienna had something to do with it. As he heads through the street, he wonders where that tomb could be. Graves like that are usually tied to a meaningful place, so maybe Sienna set it up in his hometown. Then Balzac suddenly calls his name. Eugene says he knew he was being followed and ignored it, thinking Balzac would leave, but he's still here. Balzac says he heard the protagonist is heading to Luhar, and out of concern, he came to warn him. That place isn't under Lionheart protection, and Luhar originally banned demons and warlocks. Some demons also oppose the wishes of the Demon King of Incarceration. Hearing that, Eugene asks if the Demon King of Destruction is preparing for war again, but Balzac says neither side will move unless the other does. The Demon King of Destruction stands above all the others. Even in his past life, MC only met him once, and he could barely even understand what he was seeing. No one could tell whether to charge or flee, and if not for Anissa's prayers, they all would have gone insane. Balzac says that just because the two strongest Demon Kings are quiet doesn't mean the rest are. A lot of demons are sick of this long peace, so Vermouth's descendant showing up could provoke those waiting for any excuse to break it. Others are after the empty thrones and want to become a Demon King, and Duchess Noir Giabella is one of them. Hearing that name, Eugene wonders if he's strong enough to face higher-ranked demons. Since he can't be sure he'd win, he decides he shouldn't head to Luhar yet. Instead, he says he'll go to Nahama first. Balzac warns him to be careful in the desert, since it's Amelia Merwin's territory, a woman who was already a great witch even before contracting with a Demon King. Balzac pulls out a card and says that if Eugene runs into her during the trip, he should hand it over no matter what else happens. Naturally, the protagonist gets suspicious and opens the envelope, only to find nothing inside. Balzac explains, it carries a message personally written by a servant of the Demon King. It won't protect him from every danger, but at least Amelia Murden won't harm him. Since kindness like this never comes free, Eugene asks if Balzac is actually in love with him, leaving the Black Mage completely speechless. Still, MC points out how strange this is when he already made it clear he doesn't like him. Balzac says that's not it at all. He simply wants to form a real human connection with Eugene, just like everyone else does with a talented young man like him. He thanks him for the help and invites him to tomorrow's farewell party, but warns that if he actually comes, the protagonist might hate him forever. At last, the day of the party arrives. MC speaks with the Master of the Blue Magic Tower and asks what kind of man the Master of the Black Magic Tower used to be, since he heard Balzac once belonged to the Blue Tower. The old man says Balzac was always mysterious back then and now. He had been expected to become the next Master of the Blue Magic Tower, but one day he suddenly left for Helmuth, and as Eugene can guess, 10 years later he returned as a Black Mage. The old man leaves that subject behind and asks if he is really going to Nahama, then warns him never to use his family name there. No one knows what people might do to a noble from the Kiel Empire. Sometime later, Eugene reaches the desert. He's pleased with his cloak, which changes shape based on the wearer's will. It's especially useful here, adjusting to his senses and controlling both outside and inside temperature. He's in the western region now, and heading north will take him to Turath. His first goal was to find his tomb, but that can wait. He remembers that over the last 300 years, the desert has slowly spread, and he knows it isn't natural. It was caused by the enemy's sand mages. 300 years ago, as the Demon Kings grew stronger, Nahama used the war to move against the Kiel Empire. That's why, past or present, Eugene still hates them. For now, he'll keep searching for his tomb, gather clues about his old companions, and uncover the truth behind his reincarnation. That's where the first season of Dan Reincarnation ends. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe. Season 2 will be coming soon. See you next time. Under the blazing sun, a group of men spots a lone figure crossing the desert through a telescope, and right away they know something feels off. Most people travel here in caravans or with guards. One of them wonders if the kid is just reckless. He's heard the traveler is only 19 and says their tribe is the only one that sends youths alone into the desert for a coming-of-age test. That makes another man ask why the Lionhearts would send someone to a place this far out. No one knows, so the one with the telescope says they just need to follow orders and keep the boy out of the Kazani desert. The older man also finds it odd, but decides not to question his master's command. Then someone blurts out that the Lionhearts are unbelievable. The boy is moving insanely fast across the desert. He says anyone who didn't know better would think the kid was born here. Then panic hits. He's coming straight at them. The man grabs the telescope again, because from that distance no one should have noticed them without one. That's when he sees white flames. Horrified, he realizes the energy looks like a lion's mane. There's no mistaking it, that's the Lionheart's white flame formula. Eugene charges at them at full speed. The man can't believe it and wonders when the protagonist spotted them, but by then there's no backing out. Bad as it is, he decides this is the moment and orders everyone to prepare. They plan to overwhelm Eugene, scare him off, and send him back home. The others move at once. From their stance alone, MC can tell they're not killers or normal travelers. Then he notices the aura on one man's sword and figures out it's a force sword, meaning they've at least got decent skill. That excites him. For the last 2 years, he spent more time with books than blades. Magic is fun, but nothing beats a real fight. Eugene slams into the man so hard the impact shoots pain through his hand and makes him groan. He quickly jumps back. Then his men move in. In a flash, Eugene is surrounded by 5 warriors, but an instant later, 5 energy spheres appear above him. The man realizes he cast magic without even speaking an incantation. The protagonist fires them off with a blank look. The blasts smash through everyone, leaving only the one who seems to be their leader. Eugene calls to him impatiently, then demands to know who they are, after tailing him for so long. So yes, he knew from the start. The man nervously claims they're bandits. MC mocks him, saying he didn't know. Nahama raised thugs this strong. If a leader of just 10 bandits can use a force sword, then what about someone leading 100? Still making fun of him, he says Nahama could conquer the whole continent with power like that. The man tries to keep up the lie, saying they're special bandits, but Eugene tells him to stop the nonsense. Then he changes his approach and says he'll make the old man talk himself. The man is shaken. Even though he is just a teen, he talks like a hardened mercenary. And how can someone that young give off such crushing bloodlust? Then the protagonist vanishes from his sight. He's so fast the man can barely think. Still, his instincts warn him something is coming from the side. Eugene crashes into his guard at full force. Only then does the man understand MC is using a force sword too, and it's even stronger than his, since the mana stays perfectly wrapped around the blade. He stomps hard, kicking up a huge blast of sand. The old man quickly realizes magic missiles are coming again and pushes his mana shield to the limit. But the moment the missiles break through the cloud and hit, his shield shatters completely. He's stunned. This is supposed to be only first circle magic, yet Eugene is already in front of him, ready to strike. He knows he's about to be cut down and can't stop it, but the blade halts right beside his face instead. Eugene hops back, wearing a wide grin like he's laughing at him. The man got humiliated by a teenager in a straight fight. Realizing the kid spared him, he explodes in rage and yells, then charges in swinging. None of it works. Eugene draws his sword and blocks every attack with ease, smiling the whole time. He actually wants the man to land a hit with the force sword. The protagonist is testing his reincarnated body against the attacks. Then with only a few swings, he slices the man in several places, but the old man notices they're all shallow cuts. That only makes him angrier at being toyed with, so he attacks with everything he has. He slashes, but Eugene springs away and deflects it, coming to a stop a few meters off. Then MC starts sheathing his sword again. The man stares, confused, and asks why he's putting it away. Furious, he shouts that he hasn't lost yet, and Eugene agrees. Then he mocks him again, saying his bare hands are enough. The veins in the man's forehead bulge. He lunges at him, but the protagonist dodges like always and drives a brutal punch into his stomach. The blow makes him vomit up everything he ate. Then Eugene grabs him by the head and slams him into the sand. This time he seriously asks who the man is. Spitting sand, he says his name is Layman Shulpov. Eugene smashes his head into the ground again and says he doesn't care about his name, he wants to know who sent him. The old man hesitates and gets slammed down again. One of the other soldiers gets up and begs MC to stop. He says their master is Teria Madani. The old man tries to stop him, but Eugene drives him into the ground again and asks who that is. The soldier explains Terry is the emir of Kizitin, the man in charge of the next city by the east gate. So Layman Shulhov is one of the city lord's subordinates. He adds that they don't know the full reason, they were just ordered to stop him from entering Kazani. He spills all of this hoping Eugene will quit smashing his boss's face into the sand. If the protagonist keeps going, he'll enter Kazani, and right in the middle of that place is Hamel's hometown from 300 years ago. Kazani is a newer desert and the center of a giant sandstorm, so MC figures this may be the Sand Shaman's base. Of course, Nahama wouldn't want a Lionheart in there. Still, Nahama's greatest threat is Amelia Merwin, the one tied to the Demon King of Incarceration. Her dungeon lies in the Asher Desert, far from where Honest was last seen. So Eugene doesn't actually need to go that way. Then he suddenly says everyone else can leave. Only this sandmouth old man is coming with him. In short, he plans to use him as a shield if fighting breaks out on the way to Kazani. And to avoid trouble, they'll use the Emerwin of Kazidan's name. Naturally, the old man hesitates again, but Eugene warns that if he refuses, he'll go back and tell the Lionhearts the Emir tried to rob him. That makes the man start stammering. The protagonist keeps going, saying he has something worth stealing, the sword Wyneth, once carried by the Lionheart ancestor Vermouth Lionheart. He'll just say the great Emir of Kizitin tried to steal Wyneth from the Lionhearts. The old man nearly has a heart attack hearing this. At that moment, he realizes not even the Emir of Kizitin is safe from this boy's troublemaking. Finally, he drops to his knees and says he'll do as Master Eugene wishes. Once again, MC handles the situation with ease. Soon the two are walking side by side. The order had been to stop him from entering, and now Layman is guiding him instead. He's already imagining his punishment when Eugene suddenly calls out to him. The boy asks what rank he holds in the army. Layman Shulhov says he commands the 2nd Battalion of the Red Sand Warriors and protects Terry, the Emir of Kizitin. Thinking a man that skilled should rank higher, the protagonist asks if the Sand Shamans are in the Kazani Desert. Layman doesn't seem to get the question, so MC says he can ask with his fists instead. Layman quickly says he really doesn't know the shaman's answer to the royal family, so it wouldn't make sense for them to be stationed this far from the capital. Eugene steps closer and asks if he's really that dumb. Layman is still lost. Then he explains that Kazani used to belong to the Turks, but a sandstorm suddenly started swallowing everything and turning forests into desert. Nahama's sultan claimed it was heaven's will, then quickly placed troops there and turned the area into a military camp. Since going against the Keel Empire head-on was impossible, using the desert was the easiest move. Layman tries to argue back, saying his master would never stoop that low. Eugene calls him naive and asks if he's really from Kazani. He says Layman Shulhov survived the sandstorm and was handpicked by the emir, so he shouldn't be this blind. That leaves the man with nothing to say. The protagonist tells him he didn't come all this way just to make things up, so he should think it through. That would also explain why they tried to keep him out of Kazani, because letting a young Lionheart master into the Sand Shaman's base would be a disaster. Once he puts it together, Layman Shulhov says that if those shamans really are there, he'll protect Eugene himself, even if that means going against the Sultan. MC only says he better keep that promise. After walking a while, Layman Shulhov finally asks why he is so set on reaching Kazani. The answer is simple: a tomb. Layman Shulhov says the protagonist should have started with that, and the protagonist wonders what that would have changed. Layman Shulhov explains that if someone died in Kazani, there's a separate graveyard he can lead him to. But MC says he's not looking for a cemetery. He wants one specific grave. Not long after, they finally find something. Layman Shulhov quickly says there shouldn't be an oasis in Kazani. Eugene replies that it's gone, making the man wonder if it was a mirage. But a mirage needs a real oasis somewhere nearby, so he says this one was made with magic. When Layman Shulhov starts to question it again, the protagonist snaps and tells him to think before he makes him angry. An oasis is priceless in the desert, so any traveler would rush straight toward it. Only then does Layman Shulhov realize it was bait. Eugene keeps walking toward it anyway, saying they'll know soon enough. On his next step, a blade shoots up from under the sand. Layman Shulhov yells a warning and runs over, but MC easily hops aside and mocks him for thinking he missed something that obvious. Right away, Eugene summons his mid-level wind spirit Gale, and a huge blast erupts. Even Layman Shulhov gets thrown back by it, but he stays completely calm. When the dust settles, the attacker is still standing for a moment, then groans from the impact, drops dead, and Eugene lands without a scratch. Soon the sand starts moving again, and more warriors rise from below. They all lock onto the protagonist with killing intent. Layman Shulhov rushes in and orders them to lower their weapons, putting himself in front of Eugene. He announces that he serves the emir directly and gives his name, trying to stop their attack on the guest. He even warns that refusing would be an insult to his master, and they'd die for it. But the enemies don't care. They quickly surround both of them in the desert. Still confused, Layman Shulhov acts like they must have heard him wrong, so he repeats that he is a guest of the emir, and that Eugene is the young master of the Lionheart family from the Keel Empire. MC cuts him off, saying that's only giving them more reason to attack. Layman Shulhov still doesn't get it, so he says it plainly. Since they already made a move, none of them can leave alive. They're likely planning to poison him, but first they need to pin him down. Now understanding that much, Layman Shulhov thinks he has to help. Eugene simply tells them to come. They all leap at him at once. That brings a memory of Hamel. When Anis asks why he keeps carrying weapons he barely uses, Hamel says if he keeps them close, he'll need them someday. Sienna, already annoyed, says he'd never listen, no matter how many times they told him. Then Anis complains it isn't fair because Molon is always the one hauling those useless weapons around. He's basically carrying Hamel's whole armory. Hamel argues that's because Molon lost at rock, paper, scissors, but Anis says that makes no sense. The weapons belong to Hamel, not Molon. Annoyed, Hamel fires back, asking if she really thinks the wagon only holds his stuff. It's also packed with her holy water and Molon's axe, which is the heaviest thing there. That makes Anissa even madder. She says if the holy water were only for her, she'd carry it herself. But Hamel and Sienna are the ones always using it because they're constantly near death. Hamel points at Sienna, saying he told her to stop using Anissa's holy water and to use subspace magic instead. Sienna explodes, reminding him he was the one who said grabbing things that way was easier, so why blame her now? With nowhere left to turn, Hamel asks Vermouth why he doesn't volunteer to pull the cart. Vermouth calmly answers that none of his things are in it. That just makes Hamel more bitter, saying it must be nice to use dimensional subspace magic. Sienna brightens up and says she can teach him if he crawls over and begs. The memory makes Eugene smile before he returns to the present. If he had owned this cloak back then, he would have heard a lot less complaining. Now that he has such a valuable item, he fights the way Hamel once did, with 2 spears in hand, fully ready. He slips past 2 assassins at once, moves above them and hurls a spear hard enough to kill one instantly. The other tries to strike back, but Eugene drops him just as fast with the other spear. The impact is so strong it blasts the ground apart. Another enemy comes in from behind to attack, but the protagonist is behind him in a flash and cuts him down just as easily. More attackers rush in, coming from every side, yet Eugene never loses his cool. He flicks 3 daggers from his cloak and drops 3 enemies at once. As one body falls, 2 more move in. Eugene keeps pulling weapons from his dimensional cloak, blocking one attacker in front while taking out another from behind. Without slowing down, he draws yet another weapon. This time it's an axe, and another enemy goes down. MC tears through the battlefield with weapon after weapon, even whipping an axe at high speed. It kills enemies from a distance before they can react. One assassin tries to use a fallen ally as a step, but gets struck from behind and loses himself in the chaos. Eugene keeps pushing forward through the swarm. From a distance, Lemon Schulhoff can only stare in shock. Trembling, he calls him a monster. There isn't even a gap for him to join the fight. The boy is completely unstoppable, a master using every kind of weapon with perfect control. At last, all of the enemies are down. Lemon Schulhoff realizes Eugene never even drew Wyneth and only used magic as support. Then he asks if the protagonist really plans to kill every last one of them. MC says these men are trained killers who wouldn't talk even under pain. He doesn't have the skill to force answers out of them, and as he points out, Lemon Schulhoff was only brought to use the Ember's name, but that failed too. He got mocked, which means he's useless now. That makes the man admit he can't go back like this. Eugene asks if he wants to see the truth of the desert with his own eyes. Lemon Schulhoff says nothing, but his face gives him away. The protagonist says his help is about the same as no help at all. Yet Lemon Schulhoff insists he won't let anyone block the boy's path. MC tells him to do whatever he wants, but if death comes, don't expect saving. Then the ground under them starts shaking and Eugene springs into the air. The assassins' bodies begin glowing with purple light, then melt away. He says it's a sacrifice summoning magic. The desert itself starts getting sucked into a massive hole. Something powerful is coming up. The mana pouring from below is enormous. Lemon Schulhoff gets dragged toward the pit, but instead of begging for help, he tells Eugene to run. The hole turns into a sand vortex, and a sandstorm rises right in front of them far too suddenly to be natural. At last, Lemon Schulhoff realizes Eugene was right. The storm really is the work of sand shaman magic. That brings back his childhood, when a sandstorm took everything from him. It was the same kind of storm that destroyed his whole city. Enraged, he charges the vortex and slashes with all his strength, but nothing changes. The storm keeps raging like he never touched it. That's when he understands his strength can't stop this storm. And by then it's too late, because his body is already sinking into the sand. Eugene, meanwhile, is staying aloft with Gale's power, but even that isn't enough to escape. He can only hover in place. He even considers teleporting, but decides to wait and see what's rising from beneath the sand. Then he hears Lemon Schulhoff scream. The man is being dragged through the sand, so Eugene moves to help. With one hand, he pulls him free and throws him far away. As Lemon Schulhoff shouts for the protagonist, the boy just tells him to get back. Lemon Schulhoff is yelling because a giant monster is about to swallow Eugene. MC recognizes it at once, a sandworm. A moment later, he's completely swallowed by the beast. Lemon Schulhoff can only cry out for the young Lionheart master, realizing he gave himself up to save him. Something in him starts to change. He says that as a real warrior, he has to repay that debt, and rushes forward with his sword, trying to cut into the creature. Inside the sandworm, Eugene drops through its insides and realizes these creatures absorb everything they eat. That means they don't need to get rid of waste, so there's no natural way out. He'll have to cut one himself. He instantly uses the white flame formula. Several circles form at once, and he pulls his sword free. A weird sound echoes from inside the worm. Then Eugene blows it apart from the inside and bursts out alive. He hits the ground and plants his sword in the sand. After a quick look around, he figures out he's in a cave. The worm that carried him here is already retreating. So the magic only caused the sandstorm. The worm had been under the desert the whole time. That means this might be a nest. Hamill remembers hearing that black mages use worms to build hidden dungeons while they research in secret. Sienna was the one who told Hamill that long ago. Without anyone stopping them, those worms can make a complicated dungeon in only 10 days. After that, all the mages have to do is fix it up and make it usable. Back then, Hamill even wondered if Sienna wanted to build a dungeon in the desert herself. As Eugene reaches into his pocket, he remembers her snapping that she'd never live in some embarrassing hole under the desert. So this dungeon might really be tied to Hamill's hometown, and that pushes the protagonist forward. He's getting close. At the same time, Lemon is sweating hard, and for good reason. During the chaos, he was captured by the sand shamans. They laugh at him, saying it was pathetic watching him charge at the worm when he was nowhere near strong enough. Then one of them drops the jokes and says he has a question. Lemon asks what they want. The answer is simple: Eugene Lionheart. They want to know why the young Lionheart heir came to the Kazani Desert, a place with nothing in it. One shaman repeats MC's description and demands to know why he came here. Another presses Lemon on why he guided a Lionheart at all, hinting that this could be betrayal. Lemon says nothing, lost in thought, and a shaman starts to suspect the Ymir has betrayed Nahama. Lemon was supposed to stop outsiders, so letting Eugene in makes the Ymir look guilty. They also demand to know why Lemon ended up this deep underground. Lemon says the oasis was fake and the sandstorms were made with magic, then asks if the shamans were behind it. One of them says he has no idea what Lemon is talking about, then uses magic on him to make him suffer. Another asks if he really plans to keep resisting, and orders him to tell the truth. He adds that it hardly matters now because Lemon is going to die anyway, but if he talks, they'll make it quick. What they really care about is why Eugene is in the desert. Since he came to Nahama with a clear purpose, they think the Ymir betraying them is very likely, That accusation makes Layman boil with anger. He shoots back, asking how these cowards dared to sneak into the country, then accuses them of using sandstorms to turn the land into desert. The shaman answers that making a storm strong enough to spread desertification takes powerful magic and many skilled shamans far beyond them. Layman asks why they're in this dungeon, but one shaman refuses to answer and only increases his pain. Instead, they ask again about him. Layman says he is dead, swallowed by the giant worm. The shaman hurting him flies into a rage, but another tells him to wait. They gather in a corner to talk where Layman can't hear. One says no one could survive a giant sandworm, but another points out there's an opening near its tail and wonders if Eugene escaped before being fully digested. In the end, they decide the assassins patrolling nearby will catch him soon anyway. Layman panics the moment he realizes the protagonist might still be alive. One shaman asks what they should do if they find him, and another says they shouldn't fight a Lionheart head-on. They should erase his memory and throw him out. Someone else suggests protecting him instead and earning a reward. While they argue, they sense someone coming. Eugene steps out from deeper in the cave, glaring at the shamans with cold fury. They can't believe this kid made it here or slipped past the others. One of them uses magic to look farther down the cave, and the deeper he checks, the paler he gets. Assassins are sprawled all over the ground. Those men knew the labyrinth perfectly, so he can't understand how they were wiped out so fast. Eugene doesn't think they deserve praise. Stealth is only one skill, and their mana training is pathetic. The assassins he faced in his past life were on a whole different level, almost inhuman. Compared to them, these ones are weak, which makes him wonder if this place even matters to Nahama. Maybe the Sultan of this land is doing nothing at all. Then Layman shouts for his young master from where he's being held. Eugene is startled to see him there. He told him to run, yet he still got caught. MC turns to the sand shamans and says he has a lot to ask them. One touches the ground and raises a wall of sand around him, but he is already ready. Before the barrier seals shut, he flicks a small magic stone out and covers himself with his cloak. A huge blast tears the barrier apart. The shamans are stunned by how easily he broke it. As the dust settles, Eugene is still standing there with another magic stone in hand. One shaman first thinks the protagonist dispelled the spell, but rejects that idea. Dispel magic works before activation. So his guess is that MC forced all the mana out instead, and since that technique doesn't exist in Aeroth, it must be something tied to the Lionheart clan. Realizing they can't capture him alive, he orders the others to kill him. Eugene just says they were the ones who attacked first. As he gets another spell ready, he adds that there's no problem if he strikes before they do. Seeing him move, every shaman starts forming jutsus. Together they summon a huge wave of sand and send it straight at him. Eugene only smiles, almost excited. As the sand closes in, he raises the magic stone and throws it like a bullet. The attack collapses, and the stone slams right into one shaman's forehead. He drops it once, and his ally freezes in horror, sure he's dead. Eugene uses that opening, flaring his aura for another strike. In a blur, he leaves his spot and appears above them all. The shamans rush to counter with more jutsu, but he sees through it right away. They're trying to distract him with clones while the real attack comes from above. He pulls a whip from his cloak's storage space and smashes apart the falling spikes. The shaman is stunned. How did Eugene know? Before he can react, the whip snaps around his neck and rips his head clean off. The body crashes down and the protagonist lands beside it. After that, the others are terrified. He uses the moment to ask what these assassins are doing here, but the man he's facing is too scared to speak. Eugene says they're far too weak to be part of the Sultan's army. So are they traitors? The shaman starts to protest, but a dagger suddenly pins his leg. As he screams, MC says he doesn't feel like wasting time questioning someone this low level, so he gives him a choice: talk or die. Finally, the shaman says what's happening here is not under the Sultan's control. Eugene asks who is in charge, maybe the Emir of Kazakhstan. The shaman denies it. The Emir is only involved, not the one leading it. Before he can finish, he drives another dagger into his other leg, and through the pain, the man blurts out the true leader, Emilia Merwin. That name shocks the protagonist, but he quickly says her dungeon should be in the Asher Desert. The shaman explains that she's been moving between dungeons for 6 years. That makes Eugene wonder why a great witch would come to a place like this. The man goes quiet again, so MC notices what's really stopping him: fear. He offers two choices: a fast death by his hand, or whatever his mistress would do to him. Remembering how terrifying she is, the shaman gives in. He says this labyrinth was built to speed up the desertification, and there are many more like it. This one, in particular, was made over 10 years ago. 6 years ago, it was expanded. Everyone thought it was for the underground foundation. But then they found a huge drawer buried below. They couldn't open it, so they brought in Emilia. Eugene pulls out another dagger and says he understands now, then throws it into the shaman's forehead, dropping him beside the others. With the shamans dead, Lamont finally breaks free from the sand chains. Eugene realizes everyone here was working for Emilia, dealing with any travelers who got too close. Laman hurriedly calls out to his young master, and worried, says they need to leave now. If this really is the witch's dungeon, then it must be the Blackthorn dungeon. But the protagonist says they didn't come all this way just to turn back, and the owner probably isn't even here since her main dungeon is in another desert. Man warns that she could come back at any time, but Eugene says even if they leave, they'll likely be hunted. Nobody likes an outsider stepping into their land. No matter what they do, she'll find them. MC wanted to avoid that woman, but now he has no choice. Then he notices someone following him. It's Lehman Schulhov. When he asks why he hasn't run, Lehman says he saved him twice, so he'll risk his life to protect him. Even with that resolve, the protagonist tells him he doesn't have the strength to do it, and should focus on getting out. Lehman still refuses to leave him there alone. A second later, MC vanishes from his sight in the blink of an eye and knocks his follower out with a hit to the neck, telling him he already said to leave and quit being a pain. After propping Lehman against a wall, Eugene moves on. As he walks, he thinks about what the shaman said about the labyrinth, and his mind goes back to the lineage ceremony when he was 13. That was also when he won Hamel's artifact. Now he wonders if taking the necklace broke the magic protecting the tomb, and he curses Amelia as a grave robber. When he finally reaches the crater, he knows his body was buried beneath it. At the edge, he jumps in without hesitation, wrapping himself in energy to cut through the air. Spotting a door below, he wonders if this is what they meant. He lands on it and sees it's already open. So the witch must have gotten here first. Without stopping, he steps through. Inside is a huge catacomb stretching for kilometers. The place is covered in damage, craters, broken walls, deep scars, and Eugene starts to think a battle happened here. Only one person comes to mind, his friend. Still, he keeps searching for his tomb, until something stops him cold. It's a statue of how he looked in his past life, back when he was Hamel the Fool. He lets out a quiet laugh. The final words on the tombstone say that even though he was a crazy fool and trash, he was also brave, loyal, and a great sage who gave his life for his team. That finally breaks him, and through tears he mutters that they should have said it while he was still alive, not after he died. Then he just sits there and cries for a while. Hours later, sitting on a stone, he studies the area and sees just how brutal that fight must have been. Strangely, the tombstone is untouched. He figures that 200 years ago, when Sienna felt his death, she came here and fought an intruder. The Sienna he knew was already powerful, but through witchcraft, she became the strongest mage in the world. Even so, she couldn't stop whoever attacked. If she had, the tomb wouldn't look like this. For a moment, he fears she died here, then realizes she didn't, because the illusion in Aruf was made by Sienna herself. So the only answer is that she was hurt and managed to hide. But then, who could have pushed her that far? He knows he won't learn anything by sitting still. He has to find her. So he starts searching for any clue he can find. As he moves through the corridors, he imagines his friends crying while they set up his statue. Then he wonders if Vermoth cried too, but quickly throws that idea away. He just can't picture Vermoth crying. Whenever they beat a powerful enemy and everyone else celebrated, Vermoth was always the first one checking on the wounded. He would blame himself, saying their friends shouldn't have died, shouldn't have been hurt, and that he was still too weak. Naturally, that made everyone mad, especially Hamel, who asked why Vermoth even stayed with this bunch of nobodies, if he saw himself as some god who should do everything. The saint tried to calm them down and told Hamel to stop picking at Vermoth, but Hamel could tell she was upset too. Still, the nun said she wasn't mad at Vermoth. She was mad because she already knew the nonsense Hamel was about to say. Crying again, Eugene says they don't get to have talks like that anymore. Then something cuts off his thoughts. Up ahead, he finds another door hanging half open. The sight draws him in, and when he gets close, he enters and finds a suit of armor sitting on the floor, guarding yet another door. Eugene frowns at the strange setup, a door behind a door, and that armor just sitting there. Who is it, and why is it blocking the way? Then the armor lets out a strange sound and slowly rises, taking a fighting stance. At first, the protagonist thinks it's a demon, but the presence feels different, not alive. This time with anger, he demands to know who it is. A voice answers from inside the armor, saying it's someone Eugene knows very well. Then it raises its sword and calls itself Hamel the Fool. MC freezes for a few seconds, then angrily asks what it just said. He snaps that it's just a Death Knight pretending to be Hamel. But then it hits him. This is his tomb, so that Death Knight could be using his body too. He orders the walking tin can to take off its helmet. The knight says nothing, only staring at him with burning eyes, and Eugene can't hold back his rage any longer as he charges the armor. Furious, he rushes straight in, and then jumps high for a heavy downward strike, pulling two swords from his cape. As he attacks, he demands to know who shoved him into this body. Both blades crash down with brutal force, but the undead knight slips away at the last second and tries to counter, only to get smashed in the stomach by Eugene's next blow. It does nothing. He instantly realizes the knight is using a mana shield. That makes no sense. Death Knights use demonic power, not mana, and that kind of shield shouldn't work with it. Then the undead knight lunges again, and the protagonist blocks with both swords, but the impact still sends him flying back. Barely keeping his balance, he realizes this thing is seriously strong. It's probably Amelia's work, the one who broke into the tomb and used his body. Since his real soul wasn't still inside it, she must have forced another soul in. And if that's true, beating this Death Knight won't be easy. It may be on the level of the strongest in his family. Burning with anger, Eugene glares at it and decides to stop caring. He drops both swords and gathers power. Then he explodes forward with insane speed. In an instant, he's behind the knight, drawing a sword from his dimensional space for another strike, but the armor reacts fast enough to block it. Eugene doesn't let up, swinging again with a sword that's grown even larger. Still, the knight dodges at the last second and knocks the weapon from MC's hands with one clean hit. He immediately reaches for another weapon, but the knight reads him and moves to defend. Even so, Eugene's attack hits hard enough to shove the knight back. Trying to keep his footing, the knight looks up and sees the protagonist now holding a spear, eyes blazing and ready to keep fighting. The knight remarks that this kid handles many weapons well. Eugene fires back that if he wants to copy Hamel so badly, he should stop talking like that. As MC closes in, the undead knight says he's skilled, but still not strong enough to beat him. Then it rushes forward and he barely avoids the strike. He blocks a storm of attacks, but while he holds on, his spear doesn't. The knight uses that opening for a finishing blow, declaring the fight over. Eugene is shocked for a moment, but somehow slips past the attack. The undead knight can't believe it and asks what he did. The protagonist answers by aiming his sword at the armor. The fake Hamel realizes Eugene redirected the strike with a parry, but that wasn't all. He also used mana to create an even stronger reverse flow. Still, the attack was so heavy that changing its flow alone shouldn't have been enough to fully stop it. Knowing he can't drag this out any longer, MC decides to finish it now, even if it wrecks his body. He activates his mana circle, charges in, and unleashes dozens of blinding fast strikes. It feels like his bones are being torn out and his muscles ripped apart. Even this gifted body can barely take it. But that doesn't matter. His old body was far worse, and he still fought in it. As long as he's awake, he can keep going. Then his sword breaks under the non-stop blows, so he instantly draws another as the knight prepares to strike. Pouring all his mana into it, Eugene charges with everything he has at the undead knight. For this attack, he even drops his mana shield, not caring if it leaves him open. He's putting everything into Gwyneth to win. Their attacks collide and send out a huge shockwave, but that clash is only a distraction. He had already placed several energy spheres above them, and now he triggers all of them at once, hitting the Death Knight from every direction. He rushes in right after, spinning toward his enemy and saying he wants to see who's under that armor. With one sharp exact strike, he splits the helmet straight down the middle, fire-like mana pouring from his blade. When he lands, he sees the armor has stopped moving. The broken helmet falls apart onto the floor. Eugene turns back, seeing that his attack worked. Then he tells the Death Knight to look too, as if he wants it to see the face it's wearing. When it finally turns, Hamel's scarred face is revealed, and even the protagonist is shaken by the sight of his old self. With bitter irony, he praises his own face. After 300 years, it still looks alive, but the soul inside that great body is filthy and disgusting. Those words drive the knight into a rage, and it roars like a beast guarding its ground. Then it charges and throws its sword at Eugene, who dodges it with nothing more than a slight tilt of his head, aside. But when MC looks back, the Death Knight is already right in front of him and drives a punch at him. He barely gets his sword up in time. Even blocked, the hit sends him flipping backward before he can stop. Eugene wonders why the knight threw away his sword, then realizes the monster is much faster now. This must be the real power of the soul inside it, a power it couldn't use well before. He quickly thinks through the problem. A Death Knight can heal right away, and the only way to kill one is to destroy the core in its heart. The trouble is, the protagonist isn't sure he can still do that after burning so much strength in his last attacks. Without the white flame formula, he knows he would have died already. Still, he forces those weak thoughts aside and decides he'll do the impossible here. The Death Knight rushes him again, forming red claws that nearly rip Eugene's head off. While the monster is still in the air, MC fires his energy spheres again, but the knight twists around them all and lands like a beast. Now claws cover its hands and feet, and he realizes it's using demonic energy. Its savage style feels less like a swordsman and more like an animal. Then it hits him. The soul in Hamel's body is a lycanthrope. He can't believe it, but the knight doesn't let up and keeps coming at him. Eugene yanks a magic crystal from his dimensional cape and throws it at the undead's attacking right hand. The moment it touches the demonic mana, it starts canceling it out. Still, the Death Knight rips it away and keeps attacking. That shocks the protagonist. Even a fragment of the Moonlight Sword can't fully erase the demonic power, only weaken it. As he reaches for another stone, an idea hits him, and he charges straight at the Beast Knight. The knight charges too, just as fiercely. Their attacks crash together with a huge shockwave, but the knight moves first and swings again. Its claws slash Eugene across the stomach, but in that opening, he plants the magic stone on the undead right over the chest plate. Before the stone can touch the demonic energy, the false Hamel lets out a wild scream and blasts spikes of demonic power in every direction. Several hit Eugene, but he stays on his feet. He notices the spots where the demonic energy faded are less protected, and in that short opening, he strikes, driving his attack through the heart and core. At the same time, he unleashes his energy spheres to hammer the exposed monster again and again. After giving everything he has, a piece of the magic stone flies off and Eugene can barely stay on his feet. Then he sees the Beastman rise again and demands to know what that thing on its chest is and how it dares call itself Hamel. As the armor cracks apart, the core in the knight's chest is revealed. The creature tries to cover it and begs MC not to look. He coldly asks if that's supposed to be his heart. Enraged, the knight lunges again, slamming its shoulder into Eugene's stomach and launching him through a wall. The hit wrecks the protagonist, making him cough up blood. Even so, he calls the knight a fool. It's not Hamel, just a death knight, and beneath that, only a lycanthrope. The monster keeps insisting it's Hamel, but MC knows those words mean nothing. Mad with rage, the knight pours out more demonic energy and digs its claws into Eugene's shoulders. The pain is overwhelming. He tells himself he can't die here, not after being reborn. He can't end like this for nothing. He raises a hand, knowing that if he uses that power now and something goes wrong, he won't be able to move for a while. But if it works, he'll win this fight for sure, and carve his old body apart until nothing is left. The cost will be brutal, but he has no choice. So Eugene prepares the strongest technique he used in his past life. Before he can ignite it, Lamin appears and shouts the protagonist's name. The moment he arrives, he sees his young master in serious danger. MC can't believe this idiot came back after being knocked out so he could escape. Pulling his sword, Lamin yells at the monster to let Eugene go. Instead, the undead tightens its grip and lifts him higher. Then it hurls him into a wall like a thrown ball. Seeing the protagonist slam hard into the pillar scares Lamin, but he rushes the undead anyway. One move is all it takes for his weapon to be shattered, and then he's grabbed by the neck. Lamin shouts for Eugene to run while he keeps the monster busy, but MC asks how he's supposed to do that when he's already trapped in its grip. Even now, Lamin is stunned that he can still smile. There's no time to think though. The undead gets ready to throw him. It tosses Lamin straight at Eugene, who tries to brace himself but gets smashed into the wall with him. On the floor, Lamin worries over his young master. He helps the protagonist stand, but the strength is gone from the protagonist's eyes. Lamin says he'll make an opening, and tells MC to run when he gives the sign. MC says that won't be needed, then points behind them. There's a door right there. The undead nervously says that door never opens, and no one has ever opened it. That only makes Eugene want to try more. As he reaches for it, he decides that if he has to use his special power, he will. But first he needs to know what's beyond this door. This is his tomb, and if Sienna or someone else arranged his reincarnation, they may have made it so only the original owner could open it. With one light push, the door starts to open, and the Death Knight is terrified. Eugene and Lamin are pulled into the room, and before the knight can react, the door shuts by itself. Lamin lands face first on the floor. As he starts looking around, he knocks him out again with a quick chop to the neck. At least he tried. So the protagonist decides to let him sleep inside instead of dying to the madman outside. Then Eugene looks around the room and freezes. Vermouth really left that here? 300 years ago, after they killed the Demon King of Carnage, MC and the others found tunnels underground. At the bottom, they discovered ancient relics with no clue how long they'd been there. Sienna could read the old language and guessed they were from the Mythic era. In the deepest chamber, they found the Moonlight Sword. Back then, Hamel had lost all his weapons fighting the Demon King of Carnage, so he said he'd take it, and asked if anyone had a problem with that. But the truth was, he couldn't even get near the sword. He dropped to his knees, coughed up blood, and in the end, Vermouth was the one who kept it. Now that same sword stands before him, and Eugene wonders if this is Vermouth's way of honoring him as he stares at the huge blade floating above an altar. The name Moonlight Sword may be simple, but it fits. After Vermouth claimed it, he never used his holy sword again. This one was that powerful. Thinking back on what the weapon meant, Eugene looks up and sees a crescent moon hanging above it. The first time they found it, that moon was full, so the sword is probably weaker now. He thinks it might react to the moon fragment, but then remembers he left that fragment stuck in the Death Knight's chest. Looking at the weapon again, he wonders if Vermouth left it here because Hamel wanted it back then. Then he laughs and calls Vermouth an idiot. What good is a gift after someone's already dead? Still, this isn't the time to get emotional. The room holds only the Moonlight Sword and a single exit, so if he leaves, he'll have to fight that insane Death Knight again. And that's not the only danger. He has no idea when Amelia will return. That means he needs to kill the knight and escape fast. Eugene walks toward the Moonlight Sword, still unsure why Vermouth put it here. But if it's right in front of him, there has to be a reason. The only answer he can think of is simple. It was left here for him. In his past life, he couldn't even touch the Moonlight Sword, but now reborn as Vermouth's descendant, maybe he can. More than that, if this is truly a gift from his friend, he has to take it. So Eugene reaches for the sword, then he stops. The aura pouring off it is terrifying. He hasn't even touched the blade, only the light around it, and already he can barely breathe while his mana screams through his body. Realizing his mana could go wild, he activates the White Flame formula and forces his arm forward. He can also tell the sword is far weaker than before, so it really has been broken into pieces. At last, Eugene grabs the hilt, but a burst of mana throws him hard to the floor. Even so, he doesn't let go of the Moonlight Sword. For the first time, he's truly holding it, so he draws it, wanting to see the condition of the blade. What he finds is exactly what he expected. There is no blade. It was shattered into fragments. Then the crescent moon above the sword starts to glow brighter and bursts into many fragments, which fly into the hilt and begin coming back together. A blue energy blade forms from the gathered moonlight, and Eugene is glad to see the sword has taken shape. To test it, he pours mana into the Moonlight Sword and waits to see what it can do. Right away, he realizes the weapon is devouring his mana like it's starving. Worse, the amount it's draining is absurd. He can handle it, but not easily right now. As he puts it away, he thinks the sword is both terrible and amazing, broken yet still insanely strong. With this, he won't need ignition. The Moonlight Sword should be enough to beat the Death Knight. Still, before leaving, he decides to check his own coffin. Eugene walks over and opens it. Just as he expected, there's no body inside. But then he notices something beside it. It's a message. Maybe someday they'll meet again in the world he dreamed of. He freezes when he recognizes Sienna's handwriting. He also finds a leaf that's perfectly preserved, even though no tree is anywhere nearby. Outside the chamber, the Death Knight keeps staring at the door. He tried to smash it over and over but couldn't leave a single mark. Even his master couldn't open it. Yet some kid got inside without trouble, so he decides not to kill Eugene until his master returns. She'll likely be furious when she sees her helmet and armor damaged with the claw exposed. He has to prove he's still useful, otherwise he'll be thrown away. Then suddenly, something in front of him makes him flinch. It's Eugene, calmly stepping out of the room. Looking straight at the Death Knight, he asks if he was searching for him. The fake Hamel asks how he got inside. The protagonist answers with a grin that he just pushed the door open and walked in. Then the undead demands to know what was in there. MSC puts a finger to his lips and calls it a secret. That only makes the zombie angrier, and he rushes in. He reaches into his coat's dimensional space, pulls out the Moonlight Sword, and braces for the hit. Their attacks collide, but Eugene wins the clash. His strike shatters the undead's claws. The Death Knight instantly jumps back shaken, staring at the protagonist in disbelief. His demonic claws were broken by that light. But MC doesn't get away clean either. He still can't control that power well. After one swing, his vision blurs, he can barely breathe, and the sword's light keeps eating through his mana. Even so, the power feels incredible. And though he didn't kill the knight, he did wipe out the demonic force behind that attack. Now the Death Knight glares at Eugene in fury. He starts walking forward again, this time without using demonic energy. That throws him off for a second, until he realizes the knight plans to fight barehanded. He warns that's a bad idea, then draws Gwyneth while still holding the Moonlight Sword. The zombie launches himself forward at high speed, springing around like a beast, but Eugene tracks every move, catches the attack coming from behind, and strikes back at once. The Death Knight barely slips away. The protagonist taunts him, asking if he's already scared when he hasn't even landed a hit yet. Then he uses Gwyneth to stir up a storm, creating a tornado under the Death Knight and tossing him into the air. The spinning force slams him hard into the ceiling. While that happens, Eugene gathers his mana and spreads it through the broken rocks around them. Then he fires all of them at the airborne Death Knight at once. As MC closes in, he says that if he were in better shape, the fight would already be over. He stomps the ground, burns more mana, and forms a giant hand that surges toward the zombie. The Death Knight barely avoids it and crashes down as the attack misses. But when he glances at his shoulder, he sees more of his armor has broken off. That sends him into a rage, and he activates another ability. Demonic aura starts pouring from his whole body. Eugene scoffs, asking why he didn't use it sooner, since saving it was pointless. The Death Knight sees the mana hand coming back and dodges 3 more blows, but he misses him, closing the distance, saying the skill was already wasted. More demonic energy spreads from the zombie, yet the protagonist doesn't stop. Suddenly, a moonstone fragment shoots toward the attack and smashes into the Death Knight's demonic energy. With the Moonlight Sword in hand, Eugene can move the fragments however he wants. He uses that opening to strike at the zombie's core. It only takes a second. The Death Knight tries to hit back, but MC's blade is faster. It pierces his heart and hurls him into the wall. When the body drops, MC looks completely drained. The strain makes him cough up blood. Even using the smallest amount of power was still too much for his body. Still, it's better than using ignition. Looking at the hilt, now missing its blade, he sees the light has gone out because he's out of mana. He stores the sword back in his dimensional space and walks up to his own corpse, the body he just killed again. He definitely felt the core break, so the fact that the body remains means it wasn't fully destroyed. Eugene feels disgusted, wondering how that woman dared to dig him up and use his body like this. He decides to finish it fast, grab the Arab and escape before the witch returns. But something suddenly blocks his sword. At once, he realizes how bad this is. His body locks up as if invisible chains are holding him down. He forces a smile and asks if she's finally decided to show up. The approaching figure is Amelia Merwin. Eugene can't move at all and can only speak because she's letting him. He asks if they can at least talk face to face. As she comes closer, Amelia says she's deciding what to do with him. She has plenty of ideas, but her favorite is dragging him to the surface and burying him in the burning sand. She'd leave only his head above the ground so he couldn't shut his mouth or eyes. Before long, his eyes would be torn apart and his tongue would dry up like a dead branch. After that, she'd ruin his legs, twist them like rope, and drive metal into every finger. While she says this, the protagonist's body starts moving on its own, drawing nearer with a deadly presence. Amelia adds that his arms would be fixed out forever. Blind and unable to see anything, he'd still feel every bit of that pain. Eugene says he'd die from shock first, but Amelia calmly tells him no, because she wouldn't allow it. He'd become a scarecrow in the desert, left there until she got bored of looking at him. Just hearing that nearly makes MC piss himself. Then the woman asks if he wants to know who she is. He already does and says her name is Amelia Merwin, master of the Blackthorn Desert Dungeon, harbinger of death, and the strongest witch. She says he broke her little pet. Useless or not, it was still hers and only its owner had the right to mistreat the Death Knight. Eugene calls that pet disgusting and asks why she didn't at least wash it. Before he can add that the corpse reeks, she smacks him across the head, sending him flying and knocking his sword away. Amelia looks down and says only she gets to talk about it that way. As he spits out blood, he notices the paralysis spell is gone and wonders if he can kill her like this. He quickly understands the truth. Amelia is on a whole different level, and even his trump card won't be enough. He wanted to avoid using the Black Magic Tower Master's card and owing him anything, but now he has no choice. Getting up, he asks if she knows Balzac. Amelia gives him a puzzled look, wondering why he'd bring up that name now. Eugene pulls a card from his pocket and says, "The master of the Black Magic Tower wrote a letter for this exact situation." Using magic, Amelia pulls the card from his hand. She keeps staring at it, still wary of him. Once she sees the seal, she knows it's real, but wonders why Balzac would write to someone like Eugene. The protagonist says Balzac told him that if he gave her this letter, she wouldn't kill him no matter what. Amelia says that's not exactly right. Some time ago, Balzac helped her, and in return she agreed to grant him one favor. That promise was valuable even for the Black Magic Tower Master, but he still hasn't used it after all these years. Then she asks if MC understands what that means. Because he has the letter, he can claim that favor in Balzac's place, as long as it's something she can actually do. Eugene's face hardens as he understands the position he's in. Amelia says that if he wants to live, he can ask, but she still expects to hear why he's here and how he got in. So he makes his request. He tells her to kill herself. Amelia reminds him she said to ask for something possible. Then she gives him two options. First, stay silent and die. Second, live but open his mouth and tell her everything she wants to know. Eugene is horrified by both choices. Amelia tells him not to worry, she won't kill or torture him. She says there are plenty of other ways to make someone talk. With a chilling stare, she adds that he's very interesting since he reached a place even the Sultan doesn't know about. She wonders if one of the sand shamans betrayed her, though that still doesn't seem likely. Eugene is stuck. If he asks her to spare him, he'll have to tell her everything. It's not like he can lie or hide anything. A mage at her level could pull every secret from him in a moment. As Amelia steps closer, she says he's been thinking for a while now, and asks if his silence should be taken as his answer. With no real way to win, the protagonist considers using ignition. Run, but drops the idea right away. Amelia could just paralyze him again. Amelia says she'll count to 3. She won't wait any longer. Eugene briefly thinks about using his family name to get out of this, but the odds are terrible. When she reaches for him, he wonders if telling the truth is better, that he opened the door and found the moonlight sword. But if Amelia learns that, she'll definitely take it. Then something unexpected happens. Just as she finishes counting, Amelia feels a huge presence and spins around. Haima's body is standing again, and Eugene is hit with a very familiar disgust. Amelia drops to her knees before her master and asks why he's here, calling him the Great Demon King of Incarceration. That hated title instantly fills MC with rage. Before he can react, the Demon King of Incarceration calls him by name and says he's been watching through Balzac's eyes. Eugene is stunned to learn he'd been observed the whole time. The Demon King says he came to leave flowers for his ancestor's friend. Since he saw the statue outside, he should know this tomb belongs to Haemaldinus, a man the world called a fool even though he wasn't one at all, and a companion of his dear Vermouth. Hearing a Demon King praise Hamel like that catches Eugene off guard, but the moment he hears dear Vermouth, the irritation comes right back. The Demon King says he understands the protagonist's hostility, but explains that he and Vermouth understood each other and became friends. He adds that it would be unfair to force that bond onto someone born 300 years later, so while he respects the Lionhearts as Vermouth's descendants, he does not demand their respect. Then he says that over the 300 years since Vermouth died, he has seen many Lionhearts, but Eugene carries the great hero's blood more strongly than any of them. Those words make Amelia take more interest in MC once she hears his family name. Looking him over, she says his features match Keel's. She didn't expect a Demon King to use a Death Knight's body as a vessel, and asks how she's supposed to take this. The Demon King tells her that's for her to decide, but Amelia asks if he came all this way just to protect a mere lion, and he answers that Eugene is a descendant of his dear friend. Amelia brings up her freedom and asks if he'd strip it away for nothing more than that. The Demon King of Incarceration says Vermouth may be dead, but his blood still lives on, and now he seems more like the hero than anyone in many years. He says he respects Amelia, but he values his friendship with Vermouth far more, so he will not let her harm one of Vermouth's descendants. Amelia pushes back, asking if someone dead for 300 years matters more than the one standing before him, then instantly realizes she went too far. The Demon King's magic nearly crushes her on the spot. Pinned to the ground, Amelia begs her master for mercy. He tells her the freedom he gives can never go beyond the respect she owes him. He let her act freely even when she entered Hamel's tomb, but he will not allow her to harm Vermouth's descendant for now. That last part makes Eugene pause, wondering what he means by for now. Amelia tells the protagonist to show proper respect to the Demon King of Incarceration, but MC barely reacts. The Demon King says that 300 years ago he made a promise with Vermouth, and ever since then he has treated the Lionhearts kindly. He gave them freedom and never asked for respect, but that kindness should not be mistaken for duty. After all, he is still the Demon King of Incarceration, ruler of countless demons. Just hearing his voice locks Eugene's body in place, and leaves his heart reeling. The Demon King says freedom needs responsibility. Without it, it's just indulgence. Then he orders him to return home and tell his family this. If they keep refusing to fear him, he will stop showing them respect as well. The protagonist understands at once. This is a warning. He asks why it's coming now, after 300 years of silence. The jailer answers that the promise he made is nearing its end, and the wheel Vermouth stopped is beginning to turn again. A new oath will be needed, but who will surpass their ancestor and stop that wheel once more? Eugene asks what oath he means, but the Demon King only smiles and says MC has no right to know because he is not Vermouth. With a cruel grin, he calls him a foolish lion. In that moment, he realizes something. But the Demon King keeps going, saying the protagonist's soul and very existence could only be born in these 300 years because of that oath. The words leave Eugene confused, and his necklace starts glowing crimson. The Demon King orders Amelia back to her dungeon, but she snaps that there's still something she wants to hear from the boy. He shuts her down at once, saying there's nothing she wants from him. That only annoys Amelia more because MC killed her creature and opened the door even she couldn't open. The Demon King glances aside, then releases his aura. A second later, they're moved to the door. With just a wave of his hand, the supposedly indestructible door starts crumbling into sand. Inside, there is only the Arab and Hamel's tomb. He tells Amelia to look carefully. There is nothing there. And there is nothing in this place that she wants, either. Frustrated, Amelia falls silent and accepts his order. Then she asks if he had grown attached to that body. The Demon King says his time here is done, and he will return Hamel's body. Amelia mocks him, asking if he's really giving it back when it belonged to his precious friend. In a cold voice, he answers that he does not like Hamel, and finally leaves the corpse. Eugene's old body drops to the ground. Getting back up, Amelia tells him he's lucky and next time, things won't go like this. She casts dark magic on Hamel's body, turning it into a small ball of energy. Then she heads for the exit, thinking she can't do anything to this kid today. But once the peace oath ends, she'll have her way with him. And from the smile she gives Eugene, she clearly can't wait for that day. The protagonist stands there watching her leave. He clenches his fist, trying to hold back his anger, but it doesn't work. He shouts, eyes full of hate, and punches the wall before kicking a pillar too, wrecking the ruined place even more. Then he remembers being called a foolish lion, and realizes the Demon King knows he reincarnated. He even wonders if Vermouth's oath with Baphomet was what brought him back, but he quickly rejects that idea. If Vermouth really meant to protect him, he would have focused on killing the demons first. So the oath is probably a peace deal, not the reason for Eugene's return. The Demon King's claim that he didn't like Hamel clearly stings, but MC hates demons too, and he's already thinking of countless ways to crush him. Amelia took the Death Knight made from his body, and he couldn't stop her. On top of that, the oath Vermouth made is nearing its end, and someone else may have to take his place to stop the wheel again. Eugene isn't in the mood for riddles, and he's furious that this Demon King keeps talking in circles just because he's old. He's not interested in replacing Vermouth in any oath. He plans to destroy the Demon King's wheel altogether. If the Demon King is tied to the protagonist's reincarnation, then there's no way he'd want MC to keep any system like that going. Still, Eugene picks up the leaf that had been on his tomb and remembers that 200 years ago someone broke into this tomb after Vermouth's death. When Sienna Murdine found out, she rushed here at once and fought the intruder with everything she had, but later had to go into hiding. The leaf inside the coffin came from the World Tree, the sacred tree tied to all elf faith. A leaf like this lets an elf return to it from anywhere. Sienna probably used it to escape in danger, but who could force the world's strongest mage to do that? Then one name comes to mind, someone powerful enough to make even her kneel. But if Vermouth really fought her, why fake his death to do it? Eugene remembers when he first met the group as a wandering mercenary. Sienna Murdine was the first to question Vermouth's choice, looking down on him as she did. The second was the saint, who acted anything but saintly, and even called him a street dog. Moulin Rouge was an idiot, same as ever. But Vermouth stayed firm and said he wanted Hamel Dynas to join him on the journey to defeat evil. Eugene didn't care about that hairy guy at all, and said he wouldn't take orders from someone weaker than him. Vermouth answered that if he won, then Hamel would join him. The fight starts, and Hamel is quickly knocked to the ground. That hairy guy really is stronger than him. Still stubborn as ever, Hamel says he only slipped and charges in again, sword in hand. The result is obvious. He loses again. Afterward, Hamel asks why Vermouth wants him so badly when he's clearly weaker. Vermouth ignores the complaint and simply says a promise is a promise, so Hamel has to come with him. Hamel points out that as the hero of light, Vermouth could recruit plenty of others. Vermouth replies that he needs Hamel's strength to kill all the Demon Kings. Then he holds out his hand and asks Hamel to join the group. Still holding the leaf, Eugene thinks that if Vermouth really caused his reincarnation, then it makes sense the necklace ended up among the Lionheart treasures. Vermouth could have put it there himself. Still, jumping to that conclusion is too soon. He clearly saw Sienna Murdine's image in Oroth, and the message on his tomb, written by her, plainly pointed to his reincarnation. So Vermouth may have turned on Sienna Murdine, but Eugene doesn't want to accept that. But sitting around won't help. If he wants the truth, he has to find his friend first. A while later, the Sultan eyes him suspiciously, saying the protagonist has been asking far too many questions. He already heard his man's report, and asks if MC really thinks a king would send people to steal from him. He doesn't care why they did it. The fact is, they tried to hurt him. The Sultan insists it was for Eugene's protection, since him and Keel don't get along and the Emperor is wary. The Sultan doesn't trust him either. He believes the sand shamans making the desert spread are hiding there, and he can't let the protagonist find them. Then he says protecting MC would look like Hamo was bowing to Keel, so he needs to know why Eugene came to that empty desert. He flatly says he didn't come to be questioned. The king agrees. Someone from the protagonist's family isn't easily interrogated, so he tried to protect him before anything went wrong. He adds that if Arab had just followed orders, they wouldn't be having this awkward talk. Then he claims his men kept their distance until MC attacked them first. That makes him chuckle. The old fox is doing everything he can to avoid talking about the sand shamans or the assassins. He also realizes the Sultan probably knows nothing about the tomb, so he says fine, it was a misunderstanding. But how is he supposed to explain that to his family? The moment the Lionhearts are mentioned, the king gets nervous and pretends not to know what Eugene means. The protagonist reminds him that misunderstanding or not, his life was still put in danger, and he has no clue how his family will take that. Of course, being so kind, he'd rather this not end badly, especially if it could spark a war between two nations. So the Sultan asks what he wants. Eugene answers 500 million and 5 waifus like the Black Witch. He says that's a cheap price to fix the damage from this little misunderstanding. The king says that for a 19-year-old, MC is pretty sharp, and if 5 gothic waifus are enough to cool his anger and smooth things over, he'll hand them over. With that settled, he asks what he found in the Kazani desert. The protagonist says the Sultan was right. There was nothing there at all. Really, there isn't. He already took everything useful, from the statue to the tombstone. And as long as the gothic waifu keeps quiet, what happened there stays secret. He also says he's taking Layman with him, since the man has to pay for threatening his life. The Sultan says if that's the case, he can order Layman's punishment right away, which terrifies our favorite Arab. But Eugene says he doesn't want that. He'll just bring him home and make him clean toilets instead. The Sultan agrees. Soon after, MC recalls an old memory of Hamel walking up to the saint, who for once is actually acting saintly and praying for soldiers wounded in battle. She admits that sometimes she doubts her God. If God is truly all-powerful and knows everything, why does he let his sheep be led to slaughter? Then it turns out she's only praying because she's drunk. Still, the saint keeps yelling that if he is the light that drives out darkness, then why isn't he doing it? Hamel tells her they already have vermouth. He doesn't know much about religion or the god of light, but he does know humanity has one insanely strong bastard. If God couldn't handle everything alone, maybe he made that living miracle for a reason, and that's why the Holy Sword chose him. Anise says she never expected that from Hamel. He fires back that he only said it so he wouldn't have to keep listening to her drunk rambling. Then he tells her to hand over the drink, since it's not fair to hog all the alcohol. The saint lies and says it isn't alcohol at all, it's holy water, so she can't share it with someone without faith. Hamel quickly says he just converted, but Anise doesn't buy it. Back in the present, Eugene finally reaches the Holy Land of Light. The saint's statue stands there, and he had to cross the sea by ship to get here. 200 years ago, she sent a speaker before leaving on her pilgrimage to the desert. His friend probably went to visit the tomb, so Eugene figures Sienna Murdine's disappearance and Anise's pilgrimage didn't fully happen at the same time. That means Anise probably never entered the tomb. If she had, she wouldn't have left it like that. He wonders if vermouth is tied to the saint's disappearance too, and since he found nothing in Hogani, the world tree leaf is his only clue now. Arab calls out to his young master, saying they've been here a week and asking if he's changed his mind. Eugene says no, they're going back to Keel. Meanwhile, the Lionhearts wait in front of a teleport gate. His brother says he's finally coming back after 2 years, and he's curious how strong Eugene has gotten. Then his face suddenly tightens with disgust. His mother notices and calls him out, saying he doesn't seem very happy about the protagonist's return. Cyan admits it's mixed. He wants MC back, but he also doesn't, because if he aims to become patriarch, Cyan may have to give up that spot. His mother tells him Eugene won't take it, as long as Cyan refuses to step aside. Cyan asks if that's really best for the Lionhearts. Shouldn't the strongest one lead the family? She says he's not a child anymore, and whether he keeps that role or gives it to his brother is his choice alone. Reluctantly, he says that's not what he wanted to hear from his mother. Disappointed, she says maybe she raised him too harshly and doesn't want to become like Theonis, ruining her children with greed. Cyan says he's nothing like his runaway brother, and that's exactly why she wants him to choose well. If he truly believes he's doing the right thing, she'll support him. She adds that he and Eugene are brothers, even without sharing blood. Then she tells Cyan to talk to the protagonist when he arrives. The patriarch issue can wait. The spoiled boy agrees. A moment later, MC steps through the teleport gate and meets the family waiting for him. Even so, he says they didn't need to come out. He would have seen them at home anyway, but his father, after years apart, runs over and hugs him. Eugene hugs the teary old man back and says it's been a while, but he must have been training hard. He looks a lot bigger now. Even his beard has grown out, so his old man jokes that it was because of steroid. Not that kind, the kind from Garda's father. He just looks disappointed, since he told him to stay natural. Then he glances over and notices the matriarch watching him, so he quickly bows and apologizes for not greeting her first. After that, he looks around and asks where the patriarch is, and she says he's at Black Lion Castle because of the coming-of-age ritual. Eugene immediately remembers what that means. There's the blood succession ritual, which involves the whole family. But the coming-of-age ritual is different. It is only for the direct line. The last one should have been held for Eward, but after he was cast out, it never happened. Now 3 children will come of age next year, so the next ritual will likely be much grander. Eugene asks if that's what the patriarch wants, but she says the elders made that choice. Just then, another person steps out of the gate, Le Man, who freezes when he sees all those powerful people in front of him. The matriarch asks who the man behind the protagonist is. MC answers that he's just a subordinate named Le Man. He says he won't be training him, but the man is reliable and will handle some work for him. Then he calls for Nina, who looks very happy to see her young master. Eugene tells her to teach Le Man how to clean the barns, the hall, and anything else that needs muscle. Nina is confused. This man is his subordinate? He says exactly, which is why he'll do as he's told. Then he explains that this young woman is his senior, so Le Man should learn from her. Layman briefly wonders if he really has to call someone who looks 10 years younger his senior, but he drops the thought and says he'll do his best, even in housework, to repay the life Eugene saved. And when the day comes that the protagonist truly needs him, he'll risk his life as a warrior. Then Cyan calls out, asking if MC is done and telling him they need to talk in private. The two walk through the estate until Cyan suddenly asks what he is, catching him off guard. Eugene asks what the hell he's talking about, but Cyan presses him again, asking if he's really 19 years old. The protagonist finally decides to tell the truth and says he's not, because he reincarnated. Cyan glares and tells him to shut up, which makes MC laugh. If he wasn't going to believe him, why even ask? With a firm look, he turns to Cyan. He asks if Cyan was shocked by how much stronger he's gotten lately. The brat looks genuinely nervous as he faces his brother. Cyan says only 2 years have passed for both of them, but for Eugene it feels like he lived 20. He thought he was catching up while pushing himself in magic and sword training, even reaching 3 stars. But he hit the 4th star of the white formula in no time. Then Cyan firmly says he should become the next patriarch of the Lionhearts. That catches the protagonist off guard, and he asks what nonsense he's talking about. Cyan says now that he's seen Eugene's strength up close, he knows he can't do it. How could he be patriarch when his brother is clearly superior? MC still doesn't get the issue, and says if Cyan wants the spot, he should just take it. Then he adds that if Cyan insists, they can settle it with a duel, and if he loses, he'll go along with whatever is decided. That only confuses Cyan more, because if he won, then he should be the one becoming the patriarch, leaving the protagonist stunned by that amazing logic. Still, he says Cyan should take the role anyway, since that kind of job suits someone with ambition. Besides, Eugene has no interest in a bothersome position like that. Cyan lets out a sigh of relief and suggests a practice match instead of a serious duel. MC tells him it won't matter, he still has no chance of winning. Of course, Cyan already knows that. A little later, several onlookers watch an alarm. They're gathered around Cyan and Eugene's training match. As he blocks, he studies Cyan and notices his swordsmanship has gotten much sharper. His mana is impressive too, especially for his age. Someone like that would be rare anywhere on the continent. But Cyan feels something is off, because he's tiring out way too fast. It's like he's swinging at empty air, and even though Eugene only defends, his blade keeps getting pulled off course. Even so, Cyan keeps pressing the attack, trying to land a hit. The people watching all say it's pointless. Some even wonder if any of them could beat young Master, the protagonist. One of them answers no, saying MC was already absurdly strong 2 years ago, and now he's on a whole different level. Cyan has grown a lot, but Eugene keeps stopping every strike without even leaving his spot. Then a single swing sends his brother flying. Cyan drops to his knees and stares up, asking what that technique was. He's never seen anyone handle attacks like that. Eugene casually says it was just a normal parry, which only irritates Cyan more. He knows that's a lie when their swords met. His blade slid away and made him waste far more mana than it should have. He praises the analysis, and Cyan immediately asks him to teach him. The protagonist pauses, thinking it over for a moment. Then he gives him a sharp look and asks if he's really sure. Cyan tries not to snap at that, and MC finally agrees to help. If Cyan gets strong enough, there won't even be a need to fight over who becomes patriarch. Still, too many people are watching, so Eugene drops his sword and tells Cyan to come with him. Once they're near the mansion, he says Cyan will never be as strong as him, but he doesn't need that much power to be patriarch. Cyan grudgingly accepts that. Before he can say more, the protagonist repeats that he doesn't want the patriarch's seat. That leaves Cyan wondering what he's supposed to do if Eugene keeps refusing. Since MC clearly means it, Cyan figures he'll have to take the position himself. He adds that he's talented, but he still lacks the qualities for it, and hasn't even had the proper training. As he keeps putting himself down, he kicks him in the shin. Cyan asks why, and the protagonist tells him it's because he's acting like an idiot. Then Cyan asks if Eugene is going to teach him that skill now. MC says he's busy, so he can't teach him in person, but he'll write down how to train. Cyan gets suspicious and asks if that's just an excuse to avoid becoming patriarch. The ancient mountain in the south, also called Euclid's Mountain, was once the home of the hero Vermouth, before he gave up that title and moved to the capital. Even after 300 years, the mountain still belongs to the family. The Black Lion Castle stands there, where Vermouth spent most of his life and where his remains are said to rest. Inside, the elders are gathered around a table. The patriarch reads a letter with full focus. When he finishes, he says his son has returned to the main estate. A man across from him says the timing is perfect, since only 2 months remain in the year. The patriarch says there's no need to summon him here, but the man points out that he already broke tradition by bringing a child from the collateral line into the main house. That has never happened in all of Lionheart history. Even though he's known this man since he was young, the patriarch still feels uneasy around him. It's Doin's Lionheart, the oldest in the family and head of the elders, the white lion of immortality. Doin says the boy proved his worth, but things have gotten messy. Carmen cuts in and says the patriarch wasn't the only one who saw Eugene's value. She met him in Eroth too, and to her, his collateral bloodline doesn't matter. His potential does. The old man replies that her good opinion doesn't speak for all the Black Lions. Carmen snorts in irritation, while Doin says he'll judge for himself at the coming-of-age ceremony. Because of Eugene's unusual talent, the council allowed the patriarch to adopt him, but in 2 months he becomes an adult, and that also starts the process of choosing the next patriarch. Doins adds that he heard the protagonist was in Nahama, and before that he studied magic. From what he's heard, the boy is gifted enough to become the disciple of the Red Tower Master. Doin says the Lionhearts live like a pride, and once a lion is raised, it can't be allowed to leave the pack alone. The patriarch answers that the choice belongs to MC. Doin says he'll respect that choice, but only within limits. Then he asks if the patriarch intends to put Eugene forward as the next patriarch. His father says he wants to leave that option open, if he chooses it himself. Carmen closes her watch and says the protagonist won't want that. Sal told her he's been refusing the patriarch position. With a cold look, Doin says he hopes Eugene doesn't change his mind. A few hours later at the main estate, MC asks about the Black Lion Castle. His mother confirms it and says she expected the elders to come for the ceremony, but instead they're inviting the two of them there. He asks when they leave, and she says as soon as they're ready. Since the protagonist is always ready, he immediately tells Cyan to prepare. They're leaving now. As they walk through the mansion halls, Cyan is holding the training notes Eugene gave him. Nervously, he asks if what's written there is really right, because that kind of training is insane and he'll definitely pass out. MC says it's the only method he knows. It's how he used to train his mana before. Then he turns and tells Sinan to keep going even when he feels like he can't. That's the only way he'll even get close to Eugene and become a respectable patriarch. Sinan just stares at him in silence, half stunned and half scared. Then he turns away and mutters that his brother is completely crazy. Right after that, he points out this is the first time the coming-of-age ceremony won't be held at the main estate. He says that makes sense. After all the mess with his brother falling for a succubus, the Elder Council is watching them closely. To him, this feels like a warning meant to put him in his place. Eugene asks what will happen to Sinan then. Sinan says, as the likely future patriarch, the elders may want to congratulate him early, or maybe even let him visit Great Vermouth's tomb. That makes the protagonist's face turn serious. Vermouth's tomb is somewhere in the mountain, but its exact location is a state secret. Even the patriarch doesn't know it. Eugene doesn't believe Vermouth died peacefully like the books claim, and he wants to see the body himself. Meanwhile, Sinan keeps fantasizing that he might even receive the demonic spear or the hammer of annihilation. The spear once belonged to the Demon King of Cruelty, and the hammer to the Demon King of Carnage. Both weapons are kept in the Black Lion Castle. Right now, the old man holds the spear, and his grandson has the hammer. Sinan then says the head elder should have retired ages ago, because if he had, the demonic spear might have been passed down to him. Later, in his room, Eugene holds the Moonlight Sword. He starts drawing it, revealing a blade formed from mana, but he notices it drains his mana like crazy every time he uses it. The Moonlight Sword fragment he bought at the auction begins reacting to the blade and connects near its base. If he gathers the rest, the sword may fully recover. Still, he's not rushing. First, he needs to visit Vermouth's tomb. Looking out the window, he finds it strange that he's already leaving the main estate again just days after returning. He also wonders what to do with the statue hidden in his cloak, then thinks about leaving it at the mansion. But then a sneaky idea crosses his mind. A few hours later, Eugene asks Sinan if he's going on a date. Sinan, all dressed up, shoots back by asking if MC's headed to a picnic. Then he gets a better look at the Cloak of Darkness and notices how nice the design is. It even holds all kinds of magic, including space magic. Eugene tells him to stop staring. He's not lending it out. A moment later, the two brothers meet at the gate to the Black Lion Castle. He steps forward first and enters the teleport gate. Then a strong wind hits him out of nowhere, and his brother starts yelling in panic because both of them were launched high into the air. While falling through the forest, Eugene looks to the side and spots a castle. Seeing the Black Lion flag on a tower, he wonders if he should head there. Then he decides it might help, since it could lead him to his friend's tomb. On the way down, he notices his brother still screaming as he falls, but figures there has to be some safety measure if the ceremony starts like this. So he leaves his brother to deal with it and focuses on himself. Back at the castle, several people watch them fall. They're the Lionheart elders, along with Eugene's father. Doins asks if this is also part of Winnet's power, but learns the protagonist is using flight magic. Since MC stayed calm the whole time, Doins praises his skill. He asks how good he is, and an old woman says his flight magic is at least 4th circle. After seeing him recover so smoothly from that height, she guesses it may even be 5th circle. Doins then asks the patriarch how far Eugene's white flames have grown. Gilead says the protagonist was at 3 stars before leaving for Aerith, and later sent word that he had reached 4. The old man is impressed that MC got that far at only 19, and thinks he may be even stronger now since a year has passed. Another elder says reaching 5 stars before adulthood is impossible, but Carmen fires back that someone's lack of talent doesn't set the limit for everyone else. The old man turns to her offended, and reminds her he's been on the council for over 10 years. She snaps back, telling him not to call her that. People might think he's her father or grandfather. He says that's only because she uses magic to look young, even though she's really an old woman, and she answers that it's still better than looking worn out. That makes him furious, and he says she has no class. If she's on the council, he says she should at least look old like the rest of them. That comment sets the old woman off, and he quickly shuts his mouth. Doins cuts in, saying the boys have finally landed, and now it's Dominic's turn to move. Dominic is his son and the captain of the Black Lions' 1st Division. Hearing that, the patriarch says they should wait until the kids reach the castle, but the old man says this isn't a test. Since this ritual is different from the usual succession ceremony, there's no reason to go easy because of age or experience. The patriarch says that if that's true, then his eldest son should be allowed in too. The old man asks if he still hasn't let that incident go, and says that even if it's his son, he needs to leave him alone. He's living a peaceful life with his mother now. But the patriarch answers that Edward is still the eldest son of the main family and has the right to take part. The old man puts a hand on his shoulder and says, that's unfortunate. That child is already an adult, so he can't join anymore. Elsewhere, 2 goblins rush in to attack, but Eugene cuts them down in one quick move, and it turns out they were a 2-headed ogre. The monster drops to its knees while he stands unfazed. He realizes this is the second 2-headed ogre he's seen, and monsters like that usually claim an entire forest for themselves, so there shouldn't be 2 in one area. They had to be raised in captivity. Not just them, but this whole forest is a monster farm. Eugene also notices something is limiting mana, and there's no way they were dropped from the sky just to fight monsters. As he moves deeper through the forest, he senses something nearby and smiles, thinking he knew this would happen. A huge monster suddenly lunges at him, but Eugene jumps back and avoids it, then asks, since when she had a wyvern. That's when we see the rider is his sister, Ciel. She asks how he dodged that. The protagonist says the wind warned him, though she clearly doesn't buy it. He changes the subject, saying it's been a while, and asks if attacking him is really how she greets family. Ciel asks if his head hurts, and he's confused until she explains the whole forest is covered by a barrier that should mess with his mind. He admits he felt a little sick when he entered, but says the barrier couldn't do much because his mind is hard to break. Ciel explains that the barrier is supposed to turn a person's fears into illusions, and says their other brother is probably screaming at ghosts right now. But Eugene has already endured endless mental attacks in past lives, so a barrier like this won't break him. She says they were meant to watch how he handled fear, but instead she had to attack him herself. Drawing her sword, she says she doesn't have a choice. Even MC didn't expect to fight his sister like this, but he has no plans to hold back just because she's a girl. Ciel jumps from her wyvern and rushes him, while Eugene simply waits with sword in hand. With one clean move, he knocks her blade aside and sends her upward. She uses a tree to catch herself and comes right back, but even then she still can't break through his guard. While she's still in the air, several mana orbs form around her. Eugene asks if she can dodge this mid-air, but the wyvern suddenly roars and slashes with its wings, knocking Ciel away. He realizes she used the beast to gain momentum. Ciel keeps pressing the attack. She thrusts again, and the protagonist dodges by jumping up. Frustrated that none of her strikes are landing, she chases him into the air, but Eugene pulls a whip from his spatial cloak and locks down her movement, then slams her hard into the ground. After catching her, MC says he's got her. Ciel says the fight isn't over yet. A second later, the wyvern charges at Eugene and he barely dodges, letting go of the whip as he gets ready to strike back. Then he hears his sister yell for him not to kill Draggy, which completely throws him off in the middle of the fight. As he wonders what kind of name that is, she begs him to spare her pet. Eugene gets annoyed. She was the one who jumped him first. So when the wyvern comes again, he says it's the lizard's lucky day, third rate. He kicks it under the chin, stunning it, then rises with flight magic and drives a heavy punch into it that smashes the dragonkin into the ground. Eugene lands as the wyvern crashes face first below. Ciel finally breaks free and curses him out. She takes her stance again, pouring mana into her sword. Then she charges Eugene with another fast thrust. This time, he moves to stop the blade with his bare hand, leaving her stunned and wondering if he's crazy. At the last moment, she twists the strike aside, and the protagonist uses that opening to grab her arm, pin it behind her back, and knock her sword away. He kicks behind her knee to break her balance, and throws her down, fully immobilizing her. Ciel asks if he couldn't have been a little gentler, and Eugene tells her to promise she'll stop attacking him. She admits the fight is over and she can't beat him, so she can't test him anymore. Madezel finally lets her go. As she stands and brushes herself off, Seolkal asks if he knew she'd changed the path of her rapier at the last second. He says it was just a 50-50 shot, which makes her mad. If she hadn't moved, her hand could have been cut. Eugene says he made that move because he was sure she could avoid it, which only annoys her more. Then he says this whole thing keeps getting weirder and asks her to explain what's going on. Sale only tells him to find the Black Lion Castle. He looks annoyed and says he already knows that. What he wants to know is how troublesome this whole process will be. She explains that there are 60 Black Lion Knights out here, including the captains, all spread across the mountains searching for him and his brother. Eugene asks if that's not way too much for a coming-of-age ceremony, but she says the council leader thinks very highly of him. His poor brother just got dragged into it too. After hearing the numbers, he says that's far too many people just to ambush 2 kids. Ciel says the mountain is huge, and not all of them are hunting them. Some are guarding places the brothers aren't supposed to enter. That immediately catches Eugene's attention, and he suspects one of those places is Vermouth's tomb. He asks where those off-limits areas are, but Ciel says they're simply the dangerous zones, because the mountain is full of monsters, and deeper in there are even demons strong enough to kill them easily. That instantly puts the protagonist on edge. He asks why demons would be kept here at all. Ciel says they're apparently used to train the knights, but MC snaps back that demons aren't tame animals. If they're raising them here, that means they're loose in the same forest as Vermouth's tomb. Ciel asks why he's taking it out on her, but of course she's part of the Lionheart family too. And Ciel asks since when he started caring so much about family pride. She adds that as far as she knows, the demons aren't near the tomb. She's been on several hunts and never found any sign of them. Eugene realizes the council leader is probably watching him, so pretending to head for the castle while sneaking to the tomb won't work. That means he'll need plan B, and for now, he should head to Black Lion Castle. As Ciel gets back on her wyvern to leave, he asks if she can give him a ride to the castle. Ciel answers like that was obviously never going to happen. She gives him one warning: run now because the other knights will be here any second. Eugene glances aside to check if she means it, then suddenly rushes at Ciel. The move catches her completely off guard. She springs back at once, trying to get away from him. The protagonist doesn't let up and casts wind magic. Since she's already airborne, he blasts her even farther away. Then he jumps onto the wyvern, which panics too. It thrashes around, desperate to throw him off. Eugene warns it to obey unless it wants another beating. The fake dragon flies off right away. Still stuck in the air from his spell, Ciel can only stare as her brother steals her mount. When she finally hits the ground, she glares up at them. Furious, she shouts for Draggy to come back. Eugene says if it does, it's dead. Then he spots something that shocks him. A whole squad of wyvern riders is already waiting. Carmen isn't with them, and MC can't sense any captains either. One of them reminds the others this is only a test, so they must not go too far. He can tell the Black Lions are highly trained, better than most knight orders even from his past life. Still, holding back won't test him much, so instead he'll be the one testing them. He leaps off the wyvern and charges straight at the riders. They panic, wondering if he's coming all out, and yell for everyone to stop him. Several knights ready their bows. They fire while Eugene is still midair. He opens his dimensional cloak and swallows the arrows, spins through the air, then sends them flying back. The knights react fast and slice the arrows apart before they hit. But that brief distraction is all Eugene needs. He rushes one rider and knocks him off his mount with wind magic. The old man from before comes at him with a spear. The protagonist slips past the thrust and realizes this must be Nishun Lionheart, the 3rd Division captain he saw in Aerith. The old man gets back on his flying mount and says Ciel must have reached Eugene first, then asks where she is. Pulling out a spear, MC answers that she's down below. Then he lunges at the old man. Both use spears, trading a rapid chain of attacks and blocks. This time Eugene comes out on top. Nishun is stunned that he lost a spear clash, but he doesn't stop to finish it. He darts past him toward the castle, thinking there's no need to keep fighting. Then he suddenly spots a huge boulder flying at him. He barely dodges the stone launched up from the ground. Eugene freezes for a second, trying to figure out where it came from. Carmen appears behind him and casually says hello. A kick follows immediately, sending him flying. He barely blocks it in time and uses wind magic to soften his landing. As Eugene rises, Carmen drops to the ground in front of him. Kyle already warned him the captains would join the ambush, so her presence doesn't surprise him. Carmen asks if her greeting was too rough. At the same time, a group of Black Lion Knights lands behind her. The protagonist asks if this much force is really needed for one person. Carmen says he's doing better than expected. Cyan Lionheart is still lost in his own fears. She tells Eugene not to take offense. It only means people are paying attention to him. Since she came in person, the test should end soon. Opening her pocket watch, she says for 3 minutes if he can endure her attacks, she'll escort him straight to the castle. MC asks if she's serious. With a sharp look, Carmen says that if he manages it, no one will have reason to test him anymore. Then she adds that if 3 minutes feels too long, they can make it 1. Eugene laughs, finally seeing why she's always been so confident. He smirks back and says he's still young, so isn't she too old to keep this up for 3 full minutes? Her watch suddenly stops. The other Black Lion members stare in shock. Carmen tosses the watch to the vice captain and says he'll get 1 minute. That should be enough for her to teach him a proper lesson. Eugene shows no fear and draws his sword. Carmen rushes in and he blocks her kick with his arm. He tries to slash back through the opening, but she catches the blade with her bare arms and follows with a punch that blasts him away. Even while skidding across the ground, Eugene stays upright and Carmen is impressed. Now she notices he's carrying 2 swords. She had meant to break at least 1 bone, but his reactions were better than expected, so she decides to get more serious and charges again. This time he knocks her punch aside with the sword in his left hand and goes for a thrust, while she seems open. Carmen blocks it and throws another punch at once. Eugene barely manages to stop it, and the clash sends out a heavy shockwave. She doesn't let him breathe before unleashing another barrage of attacks. The protagonist is amazed by her skill and thinks she'd be famous even 300 years ago. By aura alone, she might be on the same level as Emilia. Still, he can't be sure. Emilia fought to kill, and he regrets not being able to face her at full power. Even with ignition, he knows he still can't beat Carmen right now. Carmen slams a punch into his blade, and Eugene barely takes the impact. His sword shatters completely, and he says the 3 minutes are up. He tosses the broken sword aside and declares the test over. Carmen stares at him, realizing the full time really has passed and she never landed a decisive blow. She held back, sure, but failing to beat a kid like this still stings. She asks if there was still a minute left, and Eugene says he'd been counting. That makes her snap. Was he tracking time while fighting her? He says it wasn't hard since she was going easy on him. Just then someone walks in clapping. He says the whole fight was incredible. When Eugene looks over, he notices a demonic weapon beside the man. He recognizes it as the pulverizer hammer, once used by the Demon of Carnage, so this must be its new owner. It's Dominic Lionheart, captain of the 1st Division of the Black Lion Knights. Dominic praises MC for fighting like that at only 19. He says he'd heard a lot of stories about his talent, and assumed they were overblown, but the truth was the other way around. Eugene bows and thanks him for the praise. Dominic then asks Carmen if she still thinks more testing is needed. Looking a little down, she says this was enough. Then she tells the protagonist to come with her to the castle. Sometime later, Seal catches up and starts scolding him. She asks how he could just leave her behind like that. Eugene points out that she found him just fine and even compliments her pet for bringing her here on its own. In fact, he's glad she came. He still needs a ride to Black Lion Castle. Seal blushes, thinking he wants to ride with her on the Wyvern. MC asks if she has a problem with that. She quickly says she doesn't mind at all. Later, several wyverns fly toward the castle on the mountain. Seal tells Eugene to move closer before he falls, but he says a fall like that won't kill him. She complains that he shouldn't grab Draggy's scales like that. He says if it can't handle that much, it's just a flying lizard. Seal insists Draggy is a wyvern and a sensitive one. Then Eugene moves in, puts his hands on her waist and asks if this is better. Smiling, she says yes. A moment later, she starts veering off their route. The protagonist asks what she's doing. Seal turns and says they're taking a little detour before heading to the castle. He complains, but she says all she'll hear there is useless nagging anyway, so she tells him to enjoy the ride for now. Sometime later at Black Lion Castle, Carmen walks through the halls with Eugene. She explains that the Black Lion Order doesn't have many members, and for a family that's lasted over 300 years, the order is far too small to guard everything. MC asks what they can even do, since unlike the White Lions at the main house, the Black Lions are made only of family members. Carmen says their job is cleaning up Lionheart's dirty business, so outsiders can't be allowed in. Then she asks Eugene to join the Black Lion Knights. He reminds her he already turned that offer down years ago. Carmen says back then she hadn't seen his talent with her own eyes, but now she has, and he's worthy to become the 2nd Division captain's disciple. He asks what kind of person goes 2 years without taking a student, and she says that's just because of his personality. Still, his skills remind her of that captain so much that she wouldn't be surprised if the man had trained him himself. Eugene says he's never even met the 2nd Division captain, but Carmen insists becoming his disciple would help him, and the Black Lions bring great honor to the family. The protagonist says he'd rather protect his own honor first. Carmen then explains that the elders are being careful around him, especially because what happened in Nahama seems suspicious. MC's expression hardens, and he asks if she thinks he was planning something with those people. Carmen says it's probably nothing, but they still can't ignore it. Something like this has happened in the family before. She adds that Eugene is in a strong spot right now. People are offering him all kinds of deals, and someone may have even promised to help him become the patriarch. He quickly says he has no interest in that. Carmen tells him to look at it another way. With his talent, everyone wants him on their side, and the Sultan could have tempted him with fame and money. The protagonist asks if this is an interrogation, and she admits that it is. So he says he's done answering questions, because the people behind the door will just ask the same ones. When Carmen opens it, Eugene is stunned by who's inside. The elders are all there with the patriarch, and at the center sits Doyne's Lionheart, watching him with a doubtful smile. Amsi bows, greets the elders, and gives his name. Then he reaches into his cloak and says this may be sudden, but they need to see something. He pulls out Hamel's statue and gravestone. Even the head elder is shaken. One old man can't tell what he's looking at, and asks what those items are. Doyne's Lionheart rises at once and walks over to inspect them himself. He reads the name on the stone and realizes it belongs to Hamel Dinas. That shocks the patriarch, who jumps up and asks if this is Hamel the Fool's tombstone. Doin's Lionheart demands to know where Eugene got them, and he says he found them in Hamel's tomb. That answer leaves one of the elders badly shaken. The protagonist explains that he spent 2 years studying magic and learned about Hamel's tomb from a grimoire in Sienna's hall. When Doin's Lionheart asks how he managed that, Eugene says this may be the first time a Lionheart ever dug into witchcraft. He believes Sienna Murdane left that path for them. Hamel was a friend of their ancestor, and unlike the others, he never came back. He gave his life for his friends. MC says he wandered the desert and eventually found the tomb, though admitting all this feels a little embarrassing. By the time he arrived, the tomb was already badly ruined. Only the statue and gravestone were still whole. There was also a death knight made from Hamel's body, and after beating it, he ran into Noir. One elder blurts out asking how he made it back alive after meeting the death attendant. Eugene says the demon king of incarceration stepped in. The moment he says that, the patriarch stares at his son in shock. Another elder asks if Helmut's ruler really appeared in person. He says he stopped Noir from draining all his strength and gave a warning. Freedom without responsibility is just laziness, and his kindness won't last forever. Doin is visibly alarmed by that. Eugene thinks he has to pass the message on, since he doesn't know how far his friend's promise really goes. He adds that the Demon King said if people show him no respect, he won't show any either. That leaves Doin as deeply uneasy. He returns to his seat and lowers himself down slowly, saying he never expected news like this from a child. They meant to question Eugene about his actions, but this is a far bigger issue. One elder says peace should last as long as they don't push his goodwill too far. But the patriarch warns that if the Demon King ever feels threatened, peace will end sooner or later. Nahama has attacked Turith for centuries, so he thinks incarceration may have acted because of that. Doins tells him to go and ask the Demon King himself. Still, he says he wouldn't be surprised if peace collapsed at any moment. The two strongest Demon Kings are still alive, and their forces are spread across the continent. 300 years ago, Vermouth Lionheart and his companions beat many demons, but incarceration and destruction were never brought down. So he asks, who in this age could defeat either one? Not him, not his grandson, and not even the patriarch. The family head says this isn't just a threat to the Lionheart family, but to the whole world. Even so, the old man reminds them that they are the great hero's descendants. If war starts again, they will be forced to stand at the front. Then he asks the patriarch if the family is truly ready for that. Another elder says, neither Keel nor the Lionhearts are the ones insulting the Demon King. It's the Empire and the alliance against the Demon Kings. They hate Helmut's rulers so much that the moment they hear this warning, they'll want to invade with everything they have. Doin's Lionheart dismisses that as showmanship, saying they'll run the second things become real. Eugene listens to the old men argue and thinks they're painfully slow. He doubts war will break out soon, and either way his goal hasn't changed. He still plans to kill the Demon Kings. Then Doins calls on the protagonist and asks what he plans to do with the items. Eugene says he wants to place them near his ancestors' resting place. He asks Doins to read the gravestone. The elder starts with the insults, but MC tells him to keep going. Soon he reaches the part honoring a brave friend who gave his life for his companions. He says his ancestor mourned Hamel's death, so it's only right for Hamel's stone to rest near him. He adds that he didn't study under Sienna Merichian herself, but under Levelian Sophis, who inherited her teachings. That means Eugene stands in Sienna Merichian's line. He's also a descendant of the great hero and the only one who actually went to honor Hamel. So he believes he should be the one to return the statue and gravestone to his ancestor's tomb. Doins already understands what the boy is aiming for, but as he points out, they can't let just anyone go there. Still, after hearing him object, the patriarch speaks up and says he also thinks Helmut's gravestone should be placed beside Vermouth's. Carmen adds that Eugene was the one who brought back both the statue and the stone, so it only makes sense for him to deliver them himself. After hearing that, Doin's Lionheart says they'll clear the path to the tomb. The protagonist is thrilled. Now he won't have to hunt for it on his own. And even if he can't open the coffin, he can at least learn the location and come back later. Doin says they'll need time to prepare the way, and asks to hold on to the items for now. Eugene agrees, while wondering if the tomb is sealed by magic. Then the elder orders Geno's Lionheart to escort MC to his room. He also tells the patriarch to postpone speaking with his son, since they still have much to discuss. Sometime later in the halls of the mansion, Eugene follows the huge Genos and learns that he's the captain of the 2nd Division. The same man Carmen said had such a rough personality that his disciples keep running away. Geno suddenly stops and tells him to show him the statue and gravestone. He says that's easy enough, but asks why. With tears in his eyes, the captain says he wants to pay his respects. The protagonist has no idea why this man is suddenly crying. Genos claims something just got in his eye, that's all. Eugene can't make sense of this lunatic at all. Later, flowers are set before Hamel's statue, and Genos kneels in front of it in respect. Watching him cry and offer flowers to his statue, MC starts wondering if the guy is some kind of descendant. He briefly considers that one of Hamel's descendants might have married into Vermouth Lionheart's line, but throws that idea out. He never had children. So Eugene asks Genos directly if he has any tie to Hamel. Still kneeling, the old man pauses, then turns and says he is Hamel Dynas's disciple. That leaves him stunned because the claim makes no sense to him. He never taught anyone in his past life, but the old man quickly explains he wasn't taught directly. Like the other branch families, his line split from the main house, and his distant ancestor was Vermouth's second son. The eldest son became patriarch, so the younger brothers left the main estate and formed the branch lines. His ancestor didn't inherit the title, but he did inherit something else. Not the white flame formula, but Hamel's techniques. Eugene is shocked to hear his swordsmanship was passed down. Then Genos asks if the secret manual was found with the tomb because during the protagonist's fight with Carmen, the way he turned aside her blows stood out to him. That move was one of Sir Hamel's techniques, passed down through Genos' family. It's not something you can copy without great battle sense and mana control. Still, if Eugene found the manual, then it would make sense. MC is still stuck on the fact that his old friend passed his techniques to his descendants, so he asks why Vermouth Lionheart taught them to his second son. Genos explains that after the eldest became patriarch and the family grew, troublemakers in the branch families were bound to appear, so his ancestor became the first Black Lion. Eugene realizes Vermouth raised his second son like a watchdog to keep both the main line and the branches under control. It also means Vermouth believed Hamel's techniques were strong enough to stand beside the white flame formula. At that point, Genos asks for the secret manual. He stops him and says they need to sort out their ranks first. By all rights, he's Hamel's direct disciple, which puts him above someone who only inherited the style. Genos is left confused as Eugene goes on, saying that makes him the senior and Genos the junior. So if Genos wants to call himself Hamel's disciple, he should act like it. Genos asks if there really was a manual in the tomb. The protagonist says he memorized it and burned it, then explains that happened after the Death Knight attacked him. He adds that if Genos treats him like a senior, he'll teach him the techniques he never learned. Genos is stunned to hear a kid say that to his face. Then he asks if Eugene really memorized every technique. Mimsy notices the old man keeps switching into overly formal speech and tells him to pick one way of talking. So Genos humbly asks if he has to call him senior in front of other people too. He says no, that would be awkward for both of them. When they're alone, respect is enough. Genos accepts and lowers his head. Eugene immediately enjoys having the upper hand. Then he asks if Genos was going to show him the room or not. Once they get there, the two sit across from each other. The old man explains that his family passed down 10 skills. That even surprises the protagonist. He thinks, genius or not, did he really leave that many behind? The only one he clearly remembers naming was Ignition. The others were just names he made up on the spot. He tells Genos to go through them, and Genos starts with the core of the Hamel style, Ignition. Eugene cuts him off right away. He asks what this Hamel style is, and whether Vermouth gave it that name. Genos says he isn't sure. That's just what his family always called it. That annoys MC. Of all names, his friend really went with Hamel style. Genos keeps listing all 10 techniques, but the moment he hears their names, old memories he wanted buried come rushing back. He remembers his past self yelling, Asura Fury, as he unleashed a storm of attacks. Sienna asked if he'd lost his mind, screaming while swinging his sword. Hamel shot back that she tossed tiny flames around and called it something like Flaming Burst. Embarrassed, she said she didn't name it herself. Mages have to say spell names before casting. Then Hamel pointed at Anise, saying the saint just flashed some light and shouted something like Divine Cross. She fired back that at least her light actually formed a cross, then asked if yelling Asura Fury really made him stronger. He proudly said yes, shouting made him feel stronger. Molon agreed at once and said it sounded awesome. To him, when Hamel used it, he really did look like Asura. Now Eugene can only cringe at that phase of his life. He says he used that name for just a few years, then forced himself to forget it, but Vermouth remembered and passed those names down to his kids. He recalls shouting Thousand Thunders while Vermouth watched. After hearing it once, Vermouth memorized the technique's name, and because of that, those names survived for 300 years. Just picturing generations of Lionhearts training while yelling Eternal Purgatory makes Eugene's head throb. He's so mad he almost wishes he hadn't been reincarnated. He wishes he'd gone back instead, just to punch his younger self. Before he can stew any longer, Genos asks if those names were written in the secret text. The protagonist says the books had none of that nonsense. He explains those names must have come from when Hamel was still young and dumb. Genos is stunned by that. A moment later, he warns Eugene not to look down on those techniques. MC clarifies that he respects Hamel's skills, it's the names that are the problem. Then he tells his junior to put a hand on his chest and answer honestly, doesn't he find those names embarrassing too? Genos thinks about it for a moment, then remembers Carmen's ultimate move is called Destiny Destroyer. Eugene tells him to forget the names and write down the techniques themselves, so he can fix any mistakes. A while later, Genos starts writing furiously, like he's inventing the theory of relativity. While he works, he asks if he's ever entered Vermouth's tomb. Genos says every captain must go there and swear loyalty to the family. The protagonist asks what kind of place his old friend rests in. Genos says it isn't flashy, but in a way it's like a temple. Maybe Vermouth became a god after death and was placed there to be worshipped. Strangely, Eugene doesn't dismiss that idea. If Vermouth really reached that level, bringing back a dead friend might be possible. Still, if he'd truly become all-knowing and all-powerful, why would he have fought Sienna? At last, Genos finishes writing and hands the paper to his superior. MC reads through all the techniques and thinks it's a total mess. Time changed them, and people patched over the awkward parts. After looking it over, he says it's pretty different from what he remembers. The first thing he does is cross out the title. Genos asks why he's deleting the name Hamel Style. Eugene says the technique isn't great enough to carry his name, and if he chains himself to it, he'll never go beyond his own limits. As he rewrites nearly everything, he says true mastery means thinking beyond the old frame. Genos then asks whether he has completely mastered the technique and says he wants proof of how deeply he understands the Hamel style. Eugene rises to his feet. Drawing his sword, he tells Genos to watch carefully. Then he activates the white flame formula. A small vortex forms at the tip of his sword and quickly swells larger and larger. At the end, it bursts into white light. Genos is shaken. It's infinite purgatory. Eugene asks if that answered his question, but Genos asks to see Poltergeist Aegis too. The protagonist refuses, tells him not to push his luck, and orders him to take the paper and leave. Before Genos goes, MC adds one more thing. If Carmen or anyone else asks to become his disciple, he must refuse on the spot. Genos asks if that is really necessary. For a second, Eugene thinks his junior is trying to challenge him, but Genos says that's not it. He starts threatening to take the technique back, and the old man quickly agrees to reject anyone. A few hours later, the protagonist is having lunch with his sister. He's piling on meat to recover his strength while Seal watches him with a bright smile. She asks what he talked about with the second commander all day and whether he decided to join the Knights. Eugene says no, he only taught him a few things. Seal brings up the prince, guessing MC may have already attended one of his banquets or met that young mage. He asks if he really looks that social, and Seal says Cyan will be very busy next year. Some princesses have already applied to be his partner, and he might be the first of the 3 siblings to marry. Eugene realizes one of them is from the Ruhr kingdom, tied to Milan, and just imagining a woman like his old friend makes him shiver. He calls that a nightmare, and right then, Cyan walks in. His clothes are ripped and he's covered in dirt. The protagonist says he came back sooner than expected. He thought Cyan would spend days lost out there, maybe chatting with ghosts in the forest. Cyan complains that he'd been fighting illusion monsters and knights all day, yet his rotten brother got back to the castle less than an hour after being thrown into the forest. Right then, a maid rushes in with urgent news. A guest is arriving soon and everyone must prepare and head to the teleport gate. Cyan says she hadn't heard anyone was coming today, and the maid explains the message just arrived. The visit was decided during the elders' meeting. Eugene asks what kind of guest is important enough to need a full welcome, and learns it's Assistant Bishop Christina Rogerus of the Holy Empire. Soon after, the whole family gathers at the teleport gate. Christina steps out first, followed by 3 holy knights. The moment MC sees her, he freezes. She looks just like a niece. Christina thanks them for receiving her. One of the elders admits he didn't expect her to come personally. Christina says it's her duty to answer any important call herself. Then she heads toward the castle with the elders and her knights. Eugene watches her closely until she suddenly stops and looks straight at him, giving him a bright smile. In that instant, he feels like he's found a saintly rival to the Gothic one. Sile asks if he's met her before, but he says this is his first time seeing her. Sile gets jealous over the way Christina smiled at him. A few hours later, Eugene is back in his room. He learns that Christina Rogerus is the adopted daughter of one of the Holy Empire's 3 cardinals, and part of the line that followed Anise. She isn't officially called a saint yet because she's still young, but since she's the only natural candidate, she'll get the title in a few years. Just then, someone calls for Eugene. The maid says a visitor wants to see him, Assistant Bishop Christina Rogerus. The saintly girl introduces herself to the protagonist. He asks why she came alone without guards, and she says she received a revelation from the God of Light, but she can't share it with him since he isn't a believer. MC asks why bring it up at all, if she won't explain, and she says she only wanted him to know this meeting was guided by God. The elders' meeting has ended, and the Senate decided to open the tomb. She'll be the one to guide him there. That's why she came in person. Later, while they walk through the halls, Eugene decides to ask her something. He heard she's the only saint candidate of her generation, so he asks if sainthood passes through blood. Christina asks why he thinks that. He says he saw pictures of Anise in the library, and Christina looks a lot like the first saint. Christina gives him a sly smile, and thanks him for comparing her to someone so noble. Eugene quickly notices she isn't surprised and figures the priests already know what Anise looked like. Christina says that for him to see even a trace of the saint in someone as lowly as her is a miracle, then asks how much else he knows. The protagonist says he knows she's the Empire's only saint candidate and the Cardinal's adopted daughter. Christina replies that her parents abandoned her as a baby, so she knows nothing about where she came from, but maybe she really is descended from Anise. That catches Eugene off guard, because Anise never had children, but the current saint says Anise was human too, so maybe she did want a child. MC thinks a sly woman like her might have even hidden a whole family during her travels, but asking Christina Rogerus about her bloodline when she knows nothing about it would be cruel. They keep walking along the castle wall. After a while, Eugene mentions how cold it is. He pulls out a coat and drapes it over her shoulders. Then he asks if they're heading to the Round Table Tower, and she says no. They're going behind the castle, where where the path to Vermouth's tomb begins. When they get there, Christina Rogers says he seems deeply interested in the heroes from 300 years ago. She adds that Haugany lies in Kiel's land, but many still call it holy ground of the Sacred Empire. A lot of believers pass through it on pilgrimage. Because of that, the Sacred Empire keeps watch over the area and knows why Eugene went there. He already guessed that, since he felt eyes on him the moment he entered Haugany, so he asks if that's tied to her revelation, but she only repeats that she can't say more to a non-believer. The protagonist lets out a small laugh. Her personality is just as nasty as his old friends. Back then, everyone else talked about their pasts, but Anise never did. She always stayed quiet whenever the cardinals who raised her came up, and that silence usually came with a twisted smile, like she hated where she came from. Soon they reach the tomb's entrance, but instead of a doorway, there's only a huge cliff, making Eugene wonder if they're supposed to jump. Christina Rogers warns him not to use flight magic on the way down. She says he'll understand once they fall, then tells him to take her hand. Together they jump. As they drop, she pulls a staff-like item from her pocket. Then she activates magic that forms angelic wings. The sight shocks Eugene, and for a second he thinks he's looking at an angel. But it's really just his companion right in front of him. Still shaken, he says he honestly saw an angel for a moment. Christina Rogers asks if he's taken some kind of drug. She says it's only a basic spell used to protect people from long falls. Even so, MC is certain the angel had the same face as his old friend. Before he can dwell on it, the saint says they've arrived. Then the space around them starts to change. When they open their eyes, a wide plain stretches out before them. Christina Rogers plucks some grass and says she can't sense any life in it. Eugene explains that this place was made with spatial magic, but making a subspace this huge is far beyond ordinary magic. A little later, they arrive at a statue of the great hero Vermouth Lionheart. Then the patriarch appears and asks if they don't find this place beautiful. He says that if it didn't need to stay protected, he'd let every family member come here and pay their respects. He even says putting Hamel's bronze statue in the founder's mausoleum isn't a bad idea. Then his gaze shifts to the saint. He reminds her that entering this place requires approval from both the patriarch and the senate. Those two keys were made by the founder to keep others out. Christina Rogers immediately understands he's calling her behavior disrespectful. Still, she says she had to come because the matter is too important. The patriarch cuts in, saying her timing was wrong. Even so, she stubbornly insisted on following his son to the mausoleum entrance. As patriarch, he could have rejected that bold demand, but he allowed it because of the family's long alliance with the Sacred Empire. Christina Rogers answers that she came because of a divine revelation. And after the demon king of incarceration shattered the peace, the whole world was put on alert. In times like this, she says, a revelation can't be ignored. So how long does he plan to keep this hidden? Then Christina Rogers steps forward. Drawing out her sacred staff, she says she has to speak plainly. As the cardinal's adopted daughter, an assistant bishop, and the Sacred Empire's only saint candidate, she now speaks in the name of holiness, the Pope, and as a newly acknowledged saint, she demands that they open the tomb of the great Vermouth. Vermouth's soul, she says, never reached heaven. According to the revelation, it has wandered the earth, so she must learn what happened at the hero's end. The elder says the decision belongs to the patriarch, and he'll accept whatever choice is made without causing trouble. Sometime later, the patriarch is already inside the tomb with the other two. As they move through it, Christina Rogers notes that despite its grandeur, the place is empty. The family head says that was the founder's will. She says there's something beautiful about a brotherhood that has lasted 300 years. She also calls Eugene's discovery of Hamel's tomb a form of divine guidance. At that, he asks if using Hamel's body to make a death knight was divine will too. She says no, that's exactly why God sent him there, to bring light to the darkness below. That answer makes the protagonist realize how sharp she really is. Even his old companion never used God's name this openly. At last, the three reach the chamber where the tomb is sealed. The patriarch says he's about to open it, so they should watch closely. Eugene grows uneasy. From the bottom of his heart, he hopes his friend's body is inside. If Vermouth is truly dead and resting here, maybe MC can finally let go of his doubts. But when the coffin is opened, it's completely empty. Seeing that, Eugene is filled with rage. The patriarch can only wonder that if the body isn't here, then Vermouth may be hiding somewhere. Christina Rogers doesn't know either. For now, all they can do is guess, but she says she'll at least share the revelation with him. She turns to him and declares that from this moment on, he is the next hero meant to succeed Vermouth Lionheart. She says this is the will of the Pope, the God of Light, and her own will as a saint. Personally, she believes Eugene may even be the reincarnation of Vermouth Lionheart, and if that's true, then it explains why his soul never entered heaven. It stayed behind to face the dangers still coming for this world. Hearing that, the protagonist starts laughing, like he's already tired of this. In a cold voice, he asks what nonsense she's talking about, and why her god thinks he can interfere with people who are minding their own business. To begin with, Eugene doesn't even believe the God of Light exists. He's MC Lionheart, not some hero she can shape just because she wants one. If she needs a hero that badly, she can turn one of her believers into it. Then he looks toward the patriarch. He apologizes for his tone, but says he has no intention of accepting anyone's claim that he's a hero. He doesn't plan to become patriarch, and he has no wish to join the Black Lion Knights either. That said, he won't disgrace the Lionheart name, so if possible, he wants his father to keep supporting him as before. Intimidated by his son, the patriarch quickly agrees to respect his choice. Then Eugene reaches into his coat and says the saint can pass a message to her mighty god of light. He raises his middle finger, leaving the patriarch stunned. Christina Rogerus is just as shocked by what he did. Then Eugene turns away and says he's done talking. He's going to bed. His father asks about the bronze statue, but the protagonist says Hamel wouldn't want to rest in a place where his companion isn't. And that's where Season 2 of Damn Reincarnation ends. When Season 3 comes out, it'll be back on this YouTube channel, so leave a like and subscribe. See you next time.